You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We hope you all had a wonderful Thanksgiving yesterday, filled with lots of good food, some great time with family, friends, all of the good stuff, and expressing some gratitude. We certainly have a lot of gratitude for all of our fans as we're back with live racing action. A short week here at Aqueduct Racetrack, New York City's racetrack. As I'm Acacia Kamon alongside Jonathan Kinchin. You have a good Thanksgiving?
I did. We ate out for the first time, which was nice, but and I'm still full. But it was good. It was a lot of fun.
I hosted yesterday. It was my first time solo hosting without parents' help.
How'd that go?
It went well, but it's a lot of work. It was a lot of work, and then you have dishes and everything afterwards. Unfortunately, my husband was left with a bunch of that for my 6 a.m. flight this morning. But we hope that you all had a great Thanksgiving, as we have some big excitement coming up today and a jam-packed program. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. We have good conditions here in New York, including the Fall Highway as our feature. That stake going is race number 7. We'll also be bringing you the full card from Tampa Bay Downs down in Florida, fast and firm there. And do note, we switch over to FS2 for coverage beginning at 1:30 over there. So we'll take a look at the field for the Fall Highway. It goes as race 7 today, 6 furlong sprint, and it's really a very intriguing race, JK. But Giant Mischief is 9 to 5 on the morning line. He's only raced once here in 2024, started a bit later than anticipated, as Brad Cox said that he got sick, but came back in a big way in October with this open length score.
Yeah, he only ran once, but it was his best race, and frankly, it was one of the best races that any of these horses have ever run. Giant Mischief has always been one horse, a horse that's always been primed for big things, right? You know, he kind of got a slow start, showed up in the Rebel taking money in his 3-year-old year, then ships out confidently for the Malibu, the Grade 1 Malibu, to wrap up the year, the 3-year-old year, and then ends up getting to the shelf until October. And man, the way that he ran, it was pretty impressive. He could duplicate that effort from that outside post. He's going to be extremely hard to beat.
As you said, 9 to 5 on the morning line. Beat Kavod that day, too, who did come back to win his next start with a 91 Beyer speed figure, flattering that performance from Giant Mischief. Well, there's no better time to sign up and get started over at Naira Bets. You can play that Fall Highway and all of the action on our program while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code BONUS200, and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at nairabets.com for your $200 deposit match. As we'll take a look at the field for race 1. It is our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. It's 2-year-olds sprinting on the main track, and the 2-year-old race of the day brought to you by Spendthrift, home of North America's 5-time reigning champion General Sire, into Mischief. And no surprise, Jonathan, the 5 Applejacks currently the favorite, as this one does have a monster pedigree, being the full brother to multiple Grade 1 winner Charlatan.
Yeah, I mean, that's when you're looking at these races, these maiden races. We had this last week too. A lot of the clues you can get is who they're related to, and like you mentioned, Charlatan, part of that kind of cult group. It's been affectionately called the Avengers, the X-Men, where they buy a bunch of colts, send them to Bob Baffert, and try to turn them into stallions. Charlatan was one of those horses, and like you said, the pedigree being in the same family as this one, you'd like to think there's some ability there, but you know, we've heard Richie Migliore joke before. He had a couple of brothers. He's the only jockey. It's not a slam dunk that this horse can run, but you'd like to think, based on the pedigree, that they will be able to.
Fair enough, as we saw Charlatan there winning the 2020 Arkansas Derby, also won the Malibu as well, and a horse that is now standing at stud and is foals thus far. We saw yearlings selling this summer have been pretty highly regarded. The one Georgia Magic, though, I think part of the entry that's taking the most money. This horse was actually entered back on November 9th and took a lot of money that day, too, but was a late scratch, dropping the rider in the post parade and running off. Didn't get that far, but did kind of bump into the rail when being apprehended. So we'll see if things go a bit smoother today.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, you'd like to think, based on the way that Griffin's Wharf ran first time out and the money that horse took first time out, the majority of the money that's coming in that you see 3-2 is on Georgia Magic. And I'm sure people aren't upset they get a little extra coverage there when they're betting the 1. But into the teeth of a Stone Street owned, Chad Brown trained half to Charlatan, something tells me the one can run a little bit.
Well, there's been a story on him throughout, which, you certainly will see with horses that work really well in the mornings coming in. And like I said, he took a lot of money first time out, which was actually in that race that Math Tutor he's running against finished second, and he's going to come out last in the post parade Georgia Magic today, given those antics. Here's the other part of the entry, though, the 1A, Griffin's Wharf.
Yeah, Griffin's Wharf ran. It was 14-1. First time out, didn't break particularly well. We'll need to break better here.
Here's the 3, Munden, the other Chad Brown runner.
Yeah, people get obsessed with the other Chad Brown runner. Well, if he's entered both of them in here, you would think that he thinks the 3 can run a little bit. Just the tote board suggests no.
Plenty of experience for the 4 Math Tutor went by. Here's the 5, Applejacks.
Yeah, we talked about that pedigree, a half to Charlatan, a full to Charlatan. One that seems to be primed to run a big race.
Great ace went by. Here's a first-time starter, the 7 Seekers Hope.
Yeah, drawn well outside. I like outside draws for first-time starters, but there's not a whole lot to lean on in terms of trainer stats. Mark Hennig only 8% with first-time starters throughout his career.
And out last, there is the 1 Georgia Magic, hopefully minding his manners a bit better today.
Yeah, has a half called El Capi that ran well first time out, and also has early speed. And I like to see horses in the family that have early speed, because you're going to need it to win first time out going 6.
Well, there's Georgia Magic, part of that 6-5 entry. Currently, as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie, how is this first-time starter behaving today?
Yeah, I've been watching him quite closely, Acacia. As you can see, he's just a bit of a punk, I think is the best way to describe him. As we saw Ray Handel, along with his assistant, on this horse's head throughout the entire time in the paddock, and then handing him off to the pony. That went okay, but you can tell that he's just teetering on the edge of wanting to do something bad, something naughty, very cultish. Yes, he's taking a ton of money, and like you said, he was too in that November 9th race, which we do see the 6 horse in here coming out of as well. But looking at Georgia Magic, honestly, with him taking this much money, and obviously it could be the 2 for the price of 1 type of scenario as well, I just wish he looked a bit more fit, a bit stronger. He's just a bit unfinished looking. Also kind of covered in skin disease that is dead, so that's fine, but it was there prior. So I don't know. He'll have to prove me wrong, but purely based on physicals, I much preferred number 5 in here, Applejacks, that full to Charlatan. He's been very classy acting. I wish there was a little bit more energy in this warm-up, I'm not gonna lie, but I really liked him back in the paddock in that just really well-muscled, big, strapping horse where he feels like he's a lot more physically along than, at least looking at the board, one would think his main rival in the 1 Georgia Magic. So I'm going to stick with him in that he just really impressed me, especially back in the paddock, as Chad Brown will also send out another horse, and, not often, but sometimes the longer price or the bigger price Chad Brown horse will win, as opposed to the one taking the money, and that's number 3, Munden. Like I said, they paid $300,000 for this horse, but often that sale at Saratoga, the Fasig-Tipton sale, you can see inflated prices because there really isn't that much pedigree. You have to go back 3 generations for that UAE Derby winner in Daddy Longlegs. But this guy, and maybe he wants to go a little bit further just based on what I see from him physically, because he kind of has a long, scopy frame and he's quite laid back in his disposition. But he looks incredibly fit, and he's acting like he's been here before. So I feel like, despite the board saying absolutely no way relative to his connections, I feel like Munden might be okay, at least from the being just so well prepared. As Acacia, we do see the 1 Georgia Magic still not wanting to be the best behaved with that pony. So hopefully he makes it in the gate today, and we'll see what he can do in his debut.
Maggie, thank you. Part of that entry that's even money right now, Georgia Magic. And yeah, as Maggie said, hopefully we will get a chance to see it because, as I mentioned, kind of word has been out on this horse, but one who obviously has some mental things to get over. And while this is his theoretically first time at chance getting to actually race, has gone through the process of coming here to the paddock before, you'd hope would be a bit more settled today.
Yeah, I mean it's always, it's part of it, right? I mean it's not just about it's why they run the races, right? It's not just on paper. It's how they get over there, the energy they use in the paddock. It's why paddock schooling is a thing, and then also it's how do they break? You could be the best horse in the world, but if you have antics before the race, during the race, it doesn't matter how good you are at all times. So it definitely is a concern, but I like to follow the money in these maiden races. I think it's one of the best indicators of what to expect. And the fact that this horse from Ray Handel, who Ray only wins at 6% with first-time starters throughout his career. Now he's had a lot more success recently. He didn't ever win, and now he's won a little bit more. He's definitely capable of doing so, especially with his style, with his horses being forward. But into the teeth of a Chad Brown runner that's a full to Charlatan, I think it says a lot about the abilities of the one Georgia Magic.
Georgia Magic is a half-brother to Al Capi, who, as you mentioned, broke his maiden around this time of year. It was actually Cigar Mile Day on a wet track with a 99 Beyer speed figure. Never really went on from there, but we'll see if that kind of early precocity as far as the first out race does hold true in the family.
Yeah, it definitely goes a long way, I think. It's one of those things. It's that's what helps win these maiden races, the short maiden races, is precocity and speed. And if you have that in your family, it's always a nice weapon to take into the gate with you for the first time.
There goes Chad Brown's Munden, who, as Maggie mentioned, sold at the Facet-Tipton yearling sale. I'm sure, being a son of gun runner, that turned some heads just off the bat, even if there's not much on the bottom side. But of course, a lot of eyes on that horse for the barn Applejacks. The full brother to Arkansas Derby winner Charlatan. We'll get a chance to see what he has to offer on the track as we get ready to kick off this Friday card. Loading in for race 1 at the Big A. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Seeker's Hope. Griffin's Wharf to the outside. And in. All set. And they're off. Off a step slow was Munden. Gray Ace flashes early speed, and Great Ace has got the front. Here's Georgia Magic now to join this leader, and in between horses, Math Tutor and the front three. They move quickly, and it's a pressured early tempo. Tucking in behind them at the rail in fourth is Griffin's Wharf, is 3 lengths in front of Munden. Towards the back end of the field was Seeker's Hope, and the Triller Applejacks. 4 furlongs left to go. Georgia Magic is confronted to the outside by Math Tutor. Math Tutor is in hand. Jose Lescano, they're moving up on the outside here. Georgia Magic has ridden along to hold that position. 22-1 for that pumped up, pressured opening quarter. Griffin's Wharf is watching the action from third, and here comes Kendrick Carmouche, and Griffin's Wharf tipping to the outside 3 wide. Gray Ace tried to catch a breather. These are the front 4. The rest got some running to do as they reach the top of the stretch. Georgia Magic, Dylan Davis is still there. Griffin's Wharf in full pursuit to the entry mate in the 3 path. Here's Gray Ace on the grandstand side. Math Tutor starts to lose some late ground. A furlong left to go. Georgia Magic is still there. Gray Ace the one with a shot. It's Gray Ace to the outside. Georgia Magic to the inside. Georgia Magic still finding plenty. Georgia Magic wins the opener. Gray Ace, Griffin's Wharf. Munden with a late rally, and Math Tutor in 1 minute 12-1.
Well, Georgia Magic got to run today, and he got to win as he's able to hold off a rally from Gray Ace. Maybe a little bit workmanlike, Jonathan, but he dug in and was pretty gritty in there in the stretch.
Yeah, I mean, workmanlike, because I thought it was a tough trip. I mean, he broke just a step slower than you want to from the inside. He didn't break poorly, just a step slower when the other ones broke well. So you had to Dylan had to rush him into that spot to hold that position. So I thought he had to use a little bit more horse than he wanted to. And then he never really got clear. He basically had he was eyeball to eyeball all the way around there. Ordinary horses turn it down when they turn for home in situations like that, in my opinion. At least first-time starters, that have a trip like that, that get pressured, that have waves of horses running at him, and Georgia Magic just was there the entire time. Thought the horse ran really well.
Nice effort from Georgia Magic, who delivered at 6-5, part of that entry. As we'll take a look at the start here. Yeah, the 3 Munden, who had to break from the rail, off a bit slow. Not an uncommon thing for a horse that has the inside post there as well as a 2-year-old. And taking a look at the head-on, the 5 Applejacks does kind of get squeezed back, but Jonathan, he was a non-factor after that.
Yeah, and I mean, he's one of those horses that, you know, maybe longer is a little bit better for him. Maybe he needs, you know, some maturity. But like we said, you know, you a lot of times with horses like this, you look at the pedigree, you look at the physical, you buy them at the sale, and then you cross your fingers until they cross the wire. You never really know if it was that easy of a game, if it was that foregone conclusion based on their pedigree, then everyone would be a bloodstock agent. But it's not that. And, you know, maybe he's just going to need something. Maybe he needs to learn a little bit. I'm sure Chad will get him figured out.
Absolutely. That's why, you know, you look at some of those kind of quote-unquote bargain purchases that turned out to be so good. You think of a horse like Monomoy Girl, and that's why it's that much more impressive, because there are so many factors of what could potentially make a good horse.
100%. I mean, it's the same in sports as well, right? I mean, you can find all the football players from Alabama and Texas and USC and Miami that you want, but they don't always pan out.
Georgia Magic, though, he delivers, getting a chance to run his race today and holding off all foes. 1-6, 1A3 in the opener at Aqueduct. As when we come back, we'll talk about a family affair for the Duggins. For Dave and Lara, the horse always comes first. We'll learn a little bit more about their story after this. America's Day at the Races continues.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
50-60, 250-60, now 60, 260 mark, 260,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to the program here on Fox Sports 1. It is America's Day at the Races, and we are brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. time. Gate to wire fashion for a heavily favored Georgia Magic, getting to the winner's circle first for Dylan Davis and this guy right here, Ray Handel. And Ray, it was a lot of work to get Georgia Magic to the races, period. Late scratch after getting loose back on November 9th. You were ready to go with him today, though.
Yeah, I didn't let him go until I absolutely had to. Yeah. You know, he was much better behaved. I had my assistant here, Eli, on his head, and I offsided him the whole way. And you know, he's not like really like nasty. He's just like feel good kind of horse, and he's colty, he's young, and he just has a lot of energy, and he's ready to go.
He was ready to go, and I thought it was really impressive. You know, JK had mentioned that he took on all challengers. Waves of horses came at him, and as you said to me, I wouldn't have taken him at the 3/8 pole, but he kept finding.
Yeah, no, I think eventually he'll probably be a little bit better of like a miler type of horse. So I think he just was naturally fast away from there. I don't think that that's really like, this is really what he wants to do going 6, but he just kept finding, and you know, he's been like that in the morning. I can't find a horse to keep him with. You know, he outworks everything and does it so easy. And I know you were commenting on how he was kind of big before the race, and I was like, man, maybe he was doing it so easy, maybe I didn't get to the bottom of him enough. But I still think there's a lot to come from him. He's going to improve a lot out of this. He was tired when he came back here. He had a big crease down his back, and he was blowing hard. So I think he'll move up off of this.
How much, A, it's rewarding, but B, it's also a relief. A horse that you fancied for a long time, and to just get him to the races, I know you breathed a big sigh of that relief after the wire.
Yeah, I think I blew your hair up when I was watching the race standing behind you. I didn't scream, I didn't cheer, I just sat there and I was like, come on, Wire, let's go. And it came, so he got it done. So.
Oh, really well done. Really talented horse. Congrats.
Thank you so much.
All right, Georgia Magic. Yeah, flaunting some magic out there on the racetrack as he gets it done and delivers to that backing, Acacia.
He did. We'll see what the future holds for Georgia Magic. Maggie, thank you. Able to hold off all challengers. And yeah, he was the goods as advertised. $4.70 winner over Longshot Great Ace.
Yeah, you got to imagine it's a relief, right? You get a good one, you know, race. He's at the, you know, I would say he's on the front half of his career. I don't want to call him a young trainer, but on the front half of his career. And so when you get a good one like this, you understand that these good horses can take you places and take you in your career on rides. And you know, I'm sure he's had a couple of good ones in his barn that has gotten beat before, and so until they do it, until they prove it, it does take you do probably hold your breath, and it seems like that's what Ray did there.
Here's a look at the field for race 2. We'll go a mile on the main track, $16,000 claiming race, non-winners of 2 in life, and the 2 Lady Lauban taking some attention now, though she'll get on the main track for the first time in a long time, but never at this low a level. But she'll go out for trainer Dave Duggan, who's been having himself a very solid fall, and it's been a lot of fun for those of us here in New York who know the Duggan family and have been able to follow their success, kind of a resurgence, if you will, over the last couple of years. But for Dave and his wife, Lara, it's been a family affair where the horse comes first.
Trainer David Duggan has always had horses in his life, starting from an early age in his hometown of Tipperary, Ireland.
We were on ponies when we were younger. We grew up as farmers now. My uncle Matt had a couple of horses. He was a permit trainer, and there was always ponies around. I went to the apprentice school in Ireland. Some gravitated towards being jump jockeys or flat jockeys. We got into a good yard and they got us on horses and had like a mini career as a jockey for a while.
An injury ended his career as a jockey before he arrived in the United States, but that did not derail his dream of working with racehorses. Duggan would go on to assist trainers Neil Drysdale, Owen Hardy, and John Kimmel. A purse increase at NYRA emboldened Duggan to go out on his own.
We saw opportunity in New York when the slots came here, and we thought that, you know, if we were going to take a chance, it was obviously here, and we had a history of being here.
Dave's not the only Duggan destined to work with horses.
I was born and bred into racing. My dad used to ride. He was quite a famous jockey in Ireland and in England. So I've been riding since I was 3 years old and involved in racing all the way up. We lived on the Curragh, so my sister and myself were totally spoiled. We had our own ponies. We took off on the Curragh and did whatever we wanted to do. We were really lucky.
Since the very beginning, the Duggan barn has been a family affair.
We think along the same lines probably 95% of the time, and I think that just makes things work. As I always tell my kids, Dad's the boss at the barn, I'm the boss at home. So he basically does all the set lists and the plans for the horses. We do discuss what's best, go back and forth a few times that way, but mainly Dave's the main decision maker.
Port Bonheur! Port Bonheur! Poke that head in front.
Can't hurry, love wins the Dancing Renee. It's Sunday Girl. She's gonna win impressively.
Here's Drafted coming on to win the Grade 3 Run Happy Stakes.
Through it all, Duggan strives to compete with the best in the game.
You have to keep on upgrading your quality as a trainer and how you communicate with people and the service that you put out. To be consistently good at what you do and keep on churning out the right kind of horses for New York, because New York is very competitive. You look at Chad, you look at Todd. Why are they successful? That's the reason you keep on trying better every day.
And there is trainer Dave Duggan off to saddle the number 2 Lady Laoban in here, a trainer that does a tremendous job, a true horseman, and as this is one she is always a little bit tricky to get the tack on, but she'll have the chance to run on the main track the first time in a long time, Jonathan, and this is a big drop in class.
Yeah, I mean, it is a big drop, and it's definitely something you pay attention to. And it's one of those situations, though, that sometimes the drop can overcome the surface preference. And it's something you have to pay attention to in the winter here at Aqueduct when we don't have racing on the grass. You'll get grass horses or quote-unquote grass horses trying the main track or running on the main track. I've found that sometimes class can prevail in those situations, but they're often bad wagers.
She's currently 7-2 Lady Laoban. As they get the tack on her, we'll take a quick time out. We'll talk a little bit more about her chances and the rest of this race to field when we come back on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
One today, we get to all do 1,200,000.
Chancer McPatrick proves best. Chancer McPatrick wins the Champagne impressively. It is going to be all Scottish Lassie. She wins the present easily.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Honor AP, a mesmerizing horse from the very beginning, who captured the imagination of the racing world and proved his potential on the track. A Grade 1 winner, out of a multiple Grade 1 winner, with incomparable looks and an unbeatable pedigree. The speed, the bloodline, the physical. Honor AP. Only at Lane's End.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
My favorite race is the Pilgrim of 1992. I'm going to run Dr. Elfus. It's with Eddie Maple. Jim Ryan calls me up the morning of entries and said, listen, I wouldn't mind running a watt in that race. And I'm like, really? And I said, well, let me see what I can do. You know, I remember having lunch with Mr. Drago. He said to me, I'd rather not be in an entry with another horse in a race. And I said, well, Alan, listen, he's still a maiden, you know, trying to get a check, just trying to get a piece of it. I don't think he beats your horse. Dr. Elfus is just cruising on the lead here with Eddie. At this point, I think I've got a great shot to win it with Dr. Elfus, but at the same time, Awad's running a big race. I'm thinking, oh crap, if this horse beats this other horse, I might be in trouble. They're dueling with each other. Which one's going to win it? I mean, I'm thinking this time, like, holy mackerel, I'm going to be 1-2. Now, I'm supposed to be elated. I'm walking downstairs thinking, I can't believe I just ran 1-2 in a stake, and I might have blown an owner over this. Because Awad was a maiden, nobody came for the race. Jim didn't show up or anyone. That was a turning point in Awad's career, and it went on to be bigger and better things. It was a defining moment in my career, winning the Pilgrim. I think a defining moment for Faye and I, that we could have a stable that could be successful in New York.
Hello, you have reached the house that Awad bought. We're not here right now, so if you leave your name and a number and a brief message, we'll get back to you as soon as possible.
He did so much for us. He did so much for my career. Those horses don't come around very often.
And there is trainer Dave Donk, Jets cap on. We saw him without it the other day, which was an odd view, but always love that feature for a guy that's such a great guy, a great trainer as well, Jonathan.
Oh, no, he's outstanding. I think he's one of the more underappreciated trainers we have in the game. I don't want to say underrated because I think most people that know he's good. I just think underappreciated. He takes his time. He lets horses develop. He doesn't worry about his win percentage. He has owners that don't sweat him about his win percentage. So he's able to do right by the horse, take his time, and often he'll have long careers with his horses.
And there's his charge, Big Hazel, 8-1 right now as she looks to turn things around. She had actually some pretty strong races back in the spring and summer, looking with now the second time running at the $16,000 level to show a bit more today.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. She just hasn't really picked up her feet in her last few starts, but it's one of those things I've always done when it comes to Dave Donk is I will close my eyes and squint to see if I can see some sort of sneaky improvement. Because sometimes, like I said, he can be very patient. He can allow a horse to run 6 beaten 9, 6 beaten 19, 7 beaten 7, and then they can turn around and run well. And so I'm looking very hard. I don't see it for this one.
Yeah.
But you never know.
A bit tough to make on paper, but we'll see what Big Hazel can do. As there is Baroness Bourbon. She's your favorite now at 5-2. And I think in large part because she's never run this low before. So take a look at her race back in May where she was beaten just a nose. It wasn't off the turf race, but as far as her dirt form is concerned, and on the turf as well, she's just been running against tougher.
Yeah, the problem with that situation is that was her best lifetime race. This was her best lifetime race. And it was a second, and, she had a sloppy racetrack. She had a bit of a setup when she broke a little slow there. And then since then, she just kind of has gone the wrong direction. Now, while she, like you mentioned, she is facing the easiest she's faced, it still is a bit of a concern that maybe she just doesn't really want to run anymore.
Getting blinkers on for the first time today. And yeah, that day that we just looked at, she was bumped and squeezed back at the start as well. We'll see if she can break cleanly today and turn things around, getting back to the dirt and with this drop in class. As we go back over to the 2 Lady Laoban, tack is on. She's usually fine once they get the saddle on her, though a little bit tricky as we saw before the break. And in her one race that was on the dirt back in Saratoga last year, just watching that to me, it never really looked like she was persevered with it all in there. She didn't look entirely comfortable. It was early in her career against Maiden Special Weight Company, and you can even see it protected in the short comment. Jonathan, sometimes if a rider feels like the horse is not going to be an impact, they feel it's not worth it to urge them and ask them if they're not going to be there anyway.
Yeah, and I think that's appreciated from all involved in those situations. When it comes to the 2 Lady Laoban, I just don't really like her style to overcome the surface problem, right? I mean, I think a lot of times if you can have a horse who can be a little bit more forward, a little closer, has a little bit more early speed, you know, going turf to dirt, you can, I feel a little bit more confident, a little bit more comfortable with those types. The ones that drop back, make one run, they have to deal with kickback, which isn't something they typically have to deal with in their turf racing, right? They don't have that dirt getting kicked back in their face. And while it doesn't hurt them or anything like that, it just can be a little confusing or a little off-putting for them.
Let's meet the rest of the field, starting off with the one Duchess of Destin, trying to keep the rider today.
Yeah, it has that okay dirt race, but the pace was extremely slow there.
Here's Lady Lauban for Dave Duggan, as we talked about.
Yeah, I mean, she makes sense from a class standpoint. I just don't know if she makes sense from a surface standpoint.
Blinkers going on Accelerina.
Yeah, a lot of opportunities at this low level, and did have a second 3 back, but was a short price.
Here's a big price. Jay's Love stretching out.
Yeah, another one, just very similar with all these. Has had a lot of chances at this level, going the wrong direction.
You might have heard this at your Thanksgiving table yesterday. Let me drink.
Oh, no. It's not a problem. Not a problem in our family. Not a problem.
Here is the 6 Alley's Song.
Yeah, this is one who's, if that turf race, I thought 3 back, could put this one in the mix, but it's that same question, will they handle the dirt?
Big Hazel for Dave Donk.
Yeah, I'll be rooting for Dave around here, but this one just looks like she's going the wrong direction.
And your tepid favorite, Baroness Bourbon.
Yeah, I mean, she's got some faster dirt races. She's classy. She's toward the outside, but also one where I just don't really like her style. I'm hoping the blinkers will keep her a little bit more connected.
You can feed your competitive edge with live money handicapping contests nearly every week. Register now to win cash prizes and seats into next week's $300 contest. Registration closes before Aqueduct's 3rd race post time on Saturday. Visit NYRABets.com/contests to learn more. A lot of fun to be involved in, so be sure to check that out. All right, JK, during the post parade, we heard some reasons of some horses that you're not totally trusting. Who are you intrigued by in this spot?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make me feel warm and fuzzy.
No, you notice I didn't say who do you like, because I know that's a strong word
exactly.
here.
I think I'm ultimately going to side with the 6 Alley Song from a you know, she's got some okay races on the surface. She's got that turf race 3 back that I like, and at least last time she showed speed. And in this situation, I want a horse that's going to be forward, because I just you don't have to be the fastest horse in the race. You just have to get to the wire before everyone else does. And I feel like Alley Song gives me the best chance to get there first.
A little bit of a price as well at 5-1. Horse is warming up on the track. For more, let's go back to Maggie.
I feel like taking anybody you're going in this field, you're going to do so with reluctance. And so I will reluctantly take your favorite in here, Baroness Bourbon, because she's just faced better fields overall. But the problem is with her, and as I haven't seen her in quite a while up close and personal, she just never really went on. You know, she looks the same way as what she did as a 2-year-old now. But she is fit. She physically fits with this crew. Looks happy, looks healthy, decent enough warm-up as she does put on a pair of cheater cups. But the horse that probably looks best in here is the 2, which has some serious question marks, Lady Lauban, on the surface. Now, you guys talked about her race up at Saratoga in that off-the-turf event where she was proverbially eased. She was okay. She was kind of up in contention, and then it was like Jose Ortiz decided, well, I'm not going to get a piece of this. I'm just going to ease her. Because her head was literally glued to her chest. Like, he really pulled her up. So I feel like we don't really know anything, and we can't glean anything from that affair, because it's not like she was being pulled up whilst under distress, or that she looked as though she went off stride. I don't know. I wasn't sitting on her back. Maybe she felt differently. But long story short, I'd be more than willing to give her another shot at this level on the main track. Because, yes, she looks a little bit more turf, but not overwhelmingly so. And while I haven't seen her in a while, she actually looks way better in her weight and coat than what I had seen from her in previous times. So I do like number 2 in here, Lady Laoban. I think she does offer, well, A, some value, and B, maybe a little bit of upside overall. Now, the 1 is Duchess of Destin, whom we haven't seen around these parts for Greg Sacco. She won an off-the-turf event and breaking her maiden against New Jersey breds. And that race overall, very weak. Mainly turf horses who were very slow to begin with. And I didn't really like her in the paddock. She came in, she was sharp, so she might, proverbial word, be forward in here, because she was in that off-the-turf event. But obviously losing the jockey last time, willing to forgive her. But just came in, was washed out, coat's awfully dull. She didn't tick any of the boxes that I like to see. So she was the one kind of, well, is she going to be okay on this surface? Maybe, but I just didn't like what she showed me overall. Acacia?
Fair enough, Maggie. Thank you. And she's 9-2 now. We'll see what she can do. There's Jonathan's pick, Allie's Song, a nice 8-1 price right now as Baroness Bourbon, currently 7-5. And just on the drop in class, she's definitely a horse that you can get it, Jonathan. I think kind of what Maggie touched on, you have reservations about anybody in this field.
Yeah, and the problem is that if you had just asked me who I liked in the first, 12 seconds of the race, I would tell you and be more confident. If Lady Laoban or Baroness Bourbon find themselves connected forward, maybe in the clear, not in behind horses, they're going to be tough to beat. I don't necessarily trust them to get to those spots, and at short prices, I'm not really going to bet and hope that they do get there. Just give me the horse that I think can find the front end in here if they're aggressively sent away from there, and that's the 6 Allie's Song. And that way, I at least can eliminate that portion of it. She might not be good enough, but if she's going to be where I need her to be, while the others might be good enough, but I don't know where the heck they're going to be.
When people ask about kind of where to start with handicapping, the one thing I always say is try to envision how the race might play out. Who's going to be in front? I feel like that's often the simplest place to start.
Absolutely. I mean, it's one of the oldest adages in racing is pace makes the race, and it's true. I mean, it's the best horse in the world can go too fast on the front end, or the best horse in the world can be too far back, right? I mean, Zenyatta, when she lost to Blaine, I think that was the best race she ever run, but she was so far back. Some other people might argue that the reason it looked so good, that she ran so well, is because the pace was so fast in front of her, but that's the dynamics of pace, right? You can interpret it in a lot of different ways. It can mean a lot of different things, but it is, I think, probably the most trustworthy thing in terms of evaluating a race or a racehorse.
Well, we'll see who finds the front in here as they load in for race number 2. There's Lady Laoban up to some of her antics. She is a tricky one. That is typical. Gate crew, as always, doing a terrific job getting behind her and getting her into the gate. We have a pick 4 kicking off here, going a mile for race 2. Here's Chris Griffin.
Baroness Bourbon, last to load. Right after Jay's Love. Jay's Love goes in. Baroness Bourbon. Is in. All set. And they're off. Accelerina breaks very sharply from in between horses. Accelerina right to the front. Big Hazel is in pursuit towards the outside. They're the top 2, and at the rail here comes Duchess of Destin. And Christopher Elliott wants to push the tempo as he gets set to come out of the chute and hook up with the backstretch. It's Duchess of Destin, who's now head and head with Accelerina there 1-2. Big Hazel settled just off of them in 3rd. Following them comes Lemmy Drink in 4th. Lady Laoban is trying to make up some ground out. The rail is doing it well within herself, is now taking that 4th position away. The purple cap, that's Allie's Song, and the 2 at the back, Jay's Love, with the trailer, Baroness Bourbon. Measured opening quarter, 23.42 for the opening quarter mile. Duchess of Destin's got the lead. Duchess of Destin is a half length in front of Accelerina, who's back for more. Lady Laoban, as at the rail is progressing, is now a challenging 3rd. Out wide of there is Big Hazel, as they've got less than a half mile to go. Shoved along as Lemmy Drink is trying to cut into the margin. On the far outside, here's Allie's Song. Baroness Bourbon's going to ride the rail. Jay's Love is the trailer. 47 seconds flat for a half-mile time. Ready to challenge is Accelerina to the outside of Duchess of Destin, who's trying to keep up. Also wanting to get off the rail, here's Lady Lauban looking for a seam, and Lady Lauban is looking for room, pushes to the outside into the 3 path to come right after the leader. It's Accelerina who kicks for home. Baroness Bourbon is weaving in between rivals. The leader has taken 2 lengths on the rest of the field. Accelerina sprinting away. Lady Lauban is ready to pursue. Also Baroness Bourbon just squeezed for room. Baroness Bourbon, Dylan Davis trying to muscle on through, and here's Lemmy Drink 4 across the racetrack inside the final 16th. Baroness Bourbon's got the momentum. Accelerina's right there. These two down the line. Photo finish. Photo to the outside, Baroness Bourbon. To the inside, it was Accelerina. It's a photo. Was it Dylan Davis? Katie Davis. It's a photo finish in race 2.
The Davis siblings in the photo, and it looks like, though, brother Dylan Davis got up on the outside just barely, Jonathan, with Accelerina, the 3 kind of drifting a little bit in the stretch, and Dylan having to kind of muscle his way through between horses with Baroness Bourbon.
Something tells me the Davis family is happy this happened on Friday, not on Wednesday before Thanksgiving. Would have made for a very awkward Thanksgiving dinner with Dylan nailing Katie right here on the wire. The siblings in the stretch. Look, the 8 was much the best. Yeah. Had trouble, was stuck in behind, was getting leaned on. I thought for a second Dylan was going to dive to the inside here, but he just kept his path, stayed where he was. But yeah, the 8 was definitely best, but definitely a good one for the Davis feature, where Dylan snaps her at the wire.
You see the Davis siblings laughing, and if the 3 Accelerina had held on, you would have imagined there would have been an inquiry or objection here, as we are going to see her drift pretty significantly right here, and she does take the path away from the number 8 Baroness Bourbon here, and there, you could have thought, well, maybe Dylan should try to go inside, and actually looking at the head-on, he really didn't have any room to do so, given how the race was playing out.
Absolutely, and I wouldn't be shocked if the 2 claim foul.
Yeah.
Because they're,
chain reaction.
It wasn't enough, but it wasn't a lot. But, I've seen crazier things happen. But, yeah, the 3 definitely drifted out with Katie Davis, and she corrected. But, like I said, it didn't matter. Dylan was always going to win this race because this horse, Baroness Bourbon, stayed connected enough and did have that big edge. And a lot of times when it turns into a sprint for home, give me the classier type.
All smiles from Dylan Davis. Not only does he win, but he beats his sister right on the line. 8-3-5-2. More from Aqueduct in a moment. We turn our attention over to Tampa Bay Downs, getting ready to kick off the live racing action there in Tampa. And the first race of the day, non-winners of 2 in Life, $8,000 claiming race going 1 mile and 40 yards as they're moving over to the gate. It is the number 3, Wonderful Venezuela, who's currently your favorite, this filly, who's only had 1 start on the dirt, and that was back at the beginning of her career last year.
Yeah, it's funny, this race comes up right after our second race at Aqueduct, where you're looking at 2 horses, the 2 and the 3, who are the classier types on grass, but now they're running on dirt. Will you see similar? I prefer the 2 who's got a tad bit more tactical speed, so I'll go with the 2 American Peaches.
American Peaches 3-1 right now, as you said, can be more forwardly placed and has a couple more dirt races to her name. They load in for the first race of the day at Tampa Bay Downs, looking to see who can get the second win of their career. We'll send it up for the rest of the load and call. Jason Beam, track announcer at Tampa Bay Downs, standing by.
Looks like there's 3 more left to join. Thank the Academy, Shamu, and Na Dudette will be all set for a start. Ready to kick off day number 4 of the season. Fast and firm, the rail at 22 feet. And a Friday card at Tampa Bay Downs about to begin. They're in the gate. And the race is on. American Peaches from the inside set for early speed. Blue Vortex is quick and laughing to the bank. Down along the inside, trying to drive through and hold that rail position as they get to that first turn. Laughing to the bank. Going to try to cut the corner just in front of Blue Vortex, who's on the outside of Blue Vortex. Now grabbing that lead. Laughing to the bank back to second. American Peaches third. Trying to make up ground on the far outside. Our Magic Princess is fourth. In between horses comes Wonderful Venezuela, fifth in the yellow, blue, and red colors. On the far outside, Na Dudette is sixth. In behind that comes Thank the Academy. Shamu's the trailer, but only 7 lengths front to back as Blue Vortex, Vernon Bush, wanted that lead, and he's got it through a 24-2 opening quarter mile. It's Blue Vortex in front by half a length. American Peaches coming through down toward the inside. Length more back to Laughing to the Bank, who works to the outside from that inside draw, is third, a length and a half off the top. It's another half length back to Wonderful Venezuela in fourth. Nadudet starts to creep closer in fifth. Goes by Our Magic Princess, who's back a spot. Shamu starts to move around that one, and Thank the Academy still trails, but just 6 or 7 front to back after a 48-2 opening half mile. Blue Vortex company is coming though. Here's Laughing to the Bank. Here's Nadudet. Here's Shamu moving out 5 wide, and Shamu coming with the biggest move of all as they come to the quarter pole. Shamu and Nadudet, those are the 2 that go on. Laughing to the Bank. American Peaches back 3rd and 4th. Wonderful Venezuela going to swing to the outside. Thank the Academy starting to get in gear, is moving to the extreme outside. They have just over a furlong left to go. Nadudet down on the inside. Shamu trying to stick with that one. They're still 2 in front of American Peaches at the 16th pole. Sarah Hess and Nadudet in front by a length. Shamu is second down the outside. Wonderful Venezuela. Nadudet still there. Nadudet to win it. Shamu was second. Third ended up quite close. I think Wonderful Venezuela got it from American Peaches. Then came Thank the Academy.
Nadudet with the blinkers off the first time on dirt makes it a winning one. Just holding off Shamu there in the stretch. Kind of like a horse named Shamu out of Orca. I like that, by the way.
Yeah, it must be big. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking down at Nadudet's past performances, and I'm having a hard time finding that, which makes it a little bit more comforting when you get beat. If I knew there was no way I was going to be able to win.
That one would have been a little bit tough to make on paper. When we come back, we'll take a look at tomorrow's Comley as the Demoiselle winner, Life Talk, looking to get back into the winner's circle.
Idiomatic in front, 16th to go in the Juddmonte colors. Florent Giroux aboard. Idiomatic to win the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster. Idiomatic is taking the lead. Clarion trying to squeeze through, but it's going to be Idiomatic to win. And Idiomatic just opens back up here with every stride. No catching. Idiomatic winning the Juddmonte Spinster for Florent Giroux.
Curlin, the classic sire.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us as we owe you some prices from the second here As our program is brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. In race number 2, it was Baroness Bourbon, the Davis siblings on the wire. Dylan beating Katie by a nostril.
Yeah, like I said, glad they got Thanksgiving dinner out of the way yesterday, because it'd be an awkward conversation with Dylan probably teasing a little bit that it looked like Katie was home and hosed down here, and Dylan finally got himself out of trouble and ran her down.
A little bit of drifting from the 3 Accelerina, but once able to get clear, Baroness Bourbon, who did have the class, was taking the biggest drop in the field down to this level in addition to the blinkers. Just able to power through, and certainly best in that spot for trainer Jamie Begg, getting the victory there. 8-3-5 in race 2, $4.30 winner. The even money favorite gets the job done. We'll take a look at the field for race 3, 6 furlongs on the main track. New York bred maiden claiming race for $25,000 for the 2-year-olds here. And right now it's a couple of horses who are taking the most money on the board between the 4 Papa Polly P, who has plenty of speed, and One Vision, who's taking this drop in class for the first time.
Yeah, when it comes to these maiden claiming races, I always start with the droppers. I think that it's one of the strongest and biggest class drops that you can have is for maiden special weight down to maiden claimers, and One Vision puts the blinkers on and has taken some money. So there's obviously at least a little bit of talent there. Now gets to this low level, should be able to get the job done.
Ran well at first asking in an off-the-turf race, and then, as you said, took a lot of money in that planned dirt maiden special weight following that. More on that 3rd race in a moment, but first we'll take a look at the feature tomorrow in the Comley Grade 3 event. 1 1/8 on the main track for the 3-year-old fillies. Will go as race number 9, and a pretty intriguing field as we'll start with Alpine Princess, and for trainer Brad Cox bringing in this filly who was pretty dominant last time out, winning the Remington Park Oaks.
Yeah, she was very impressive. You know, to kind of come from off of it and open up and win the way that she did. She's always shown a little bit of talent, but she's always kind of like knocking on the door of being a really good horse. But what happens sometimes is that, you know, because of the Kentucky Oaks and because of the Acorn and because of the Alabama, a lot of times I feel like trainers and connections can kind of rush horses earlier in the year. And then when they can kind of take a deep breath and just hit the reset button is when you can get horses like Alpine Princess with the second half of their year, the late half of their year. They can kind of turn, the light can kind of go back on. They can go on to having big, productive 4-year-old years.
Yeah, she looks like she could be trending in the right direction. And maybe the same could be said for Life Talk, who has not won since she took the Demoiselle last year about this time, the end of her 2-year-old season. She only raced a couple of times in 2024, started off with a big disappointment in the Suncoast, but even though she was the favorite that day, the horse that beat her in Power Squeeze would go on to win the Alabama later that year. This Seneca Overnight was a big step in the right direction for her.
Right, she's going back in the right direction, but the figure didn't come back all that fast. And so while it's good to see her in the Exacta again, it's good to see her finishing her races, I'm not quite sure how good that race actually was. Life Talk's one of those horses that, you know, obviously that's not how the male division went, but a lot of times when you can win the Demoiselle or, of course I'm going to go blank now on the Remsen, sometimes they don't always trade on.
We'll see what Life Talk can do, but you do have some horses with some recencies. We bring Maggie into this conversation. Maggie, Pretty Anna and Dorothy's Dreams, both coming out of the Mother Goose. Pretty Anna, a big step in the right direction as well. What did you see from those two fillies?
Yeah, I thought Pretty Anna's performance was to be respected in that we saw Tarifa and Gunsong virtually run 1-2 around the racetrack in that order, where Pretty Anna, we're not going to show the start, but she got away there slowly as she switched from turf to dirt. And sometimes you'll see that because those horses that have been running on turf, that ground breaks away from them on the dirt more readily. And so they just find a couple strides to get their footing. So she's the only horse to make up significant ground, and as she nears the tail end of her 3-year-old season, she has a pedigree that suggests that she's only going to get better with some age because she is the half-sister to Gun Runner, of course, by Quality Road. Obviously, both of those horses getting better with some age under their belts. But I thought her dirt race, her first dirt race for Chad Brown, was a promising one in that Mother Goose. And hopefully she can get away a bit cleaner, put herself in a better position, Acacia, and she could be right there in the mix.
Yeah, maybe taking a big step forward and back on the surface where she might prefer to be with that pedigree, as Maggie said. I mean, look, she ran pretty well in the turf 2 starts back, but getting back to the main track in the Mother Goose last time for Prydiana, being that half-sister to Gun Runner. Dorothy's Dream, the one that was in 4th there, not too far behind at a big price, but it did seem out of that race, Prydiana was kind of the one, as Maggie said, moving in the right way.
Yeah, well, I mean, anytime the pedigree is the way that it is, but I've always found it curious why there was that turf try, maybe trying to wake her up a little bit, and maybe it worked. I mean, she ran fine after that, but I don't quite trust her yet. She'll have to kind of prove it to me.
Yeah, certainly some fair points to bring up. Just a reminder, no show on Fox Sports tomorrow. You can watch live coverage of the Comely and all those races on Naira Bets. When we come back, though, back to today, Babe, Rick Dutrow, who's been on a roll at the fall meet. The horses have been taking money, and they've been running. More on that when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Gun Pilot 22.66 was that first quarter. But it's Gun Pilot and Christian Torres are going to win the Churchill Downs. Gun Pilot by 2.5 under the wire.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
And Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. Elite Power to the front at the 16th pole. Gunite is second, but Elite Power is moving clear and going to take the rear dirt sprint by a widening margin.
5-5 all evading at 875 down and down 900 and 900,000.
Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup sprint in 108.34.
The power of Juddmonte.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
Spirited, strong, speedy. Just a few of the S words Rockridge owner Lorraine Visagi uses to describe the first foals of stallion Disco Partner.
It's a horse that, with what we've seen on foals so far, there will be a lot of upside in this horse in the next couple of years once this first baby starts running.
Time flies if you're having fun or reliving Disco Partner's back-to-back wins in the Jaipur Invitational Stakes. In the 2017 running, he stopped the clock in the 6 furlong turf race in world record-setting time.
Holy mackerel!
105.67.
They're off.
When he won the Jaipur again in 2018, it had been elevated from Grade 3 to Grade 2 status.
And Disco Partner did it again.
His speed wasn't the only astonishing thing about Disco Partner.
He was actually a horse that ran 33 times, so if you ever wanted something sound, this will be the horse.
From those 33 starts, Disco Partner won 11 races, including 4 stakes, placed in 12 additional stakes, and amassed nearly $1.5 million in earnings. Disco Partner was bred by outstanding New York breeder Patricia Generazio, who is now supporting the stallion with some of her best mares.
He himself is a very balanced horse. He's not a big horse, but balance, I think, is what helped him to be so sound in his career. And you see that in a lot of his young foals, that they are balanced and they are very, very interesting. And I think you'll be very happy as they mature.
Such a cool horse that Disco Partner was. With so much excitement on the racetrack, as you can check out more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund at nybreds.com. We'll take a look at the field for race number 3, New York Bred Maiden Claiming. That is a very close-up shot of Kendrick Carmouche, as you could see that smile from a mile away, though, as Kendrick will team up with Michelle Nevin for first-time starter Monomoy Beach in this 3rd race. And they teamed up together the other day, Jonathan, with Full Moon Madness, who won off the layoff for Michelle. And I know you could see the emotion in her post-race interview with Maggie following the race, as this went out of a Grade 1 winner for Michelle and By the Moon, and just how much that mare meant to her in seeing her son be effective on the racetrack.
Of course, I mean, it's one of the things I love about this game so much. It's like it kind of keeps giving. It keeps you involved. You have these horses that you fall in love with, then you get to fall in love with their offspring. You get to get excited if it's a colt. You get excited about all of the good, X horses that could come out of that. And then if it's a female horse, you get to get excited about the hopefully 5 to 10 to 12 or whatever it might be that you get to kind of root for. And I can only imagine if it's one that's super close to your heart.
Absolutely. That was a really special moment and a special mare we got to celebrate there with her son winning. We meet the field, though, for this 3rd race, starting off with the 1 Damage back to the main track.
Yeah, the issue I have here, this horse has not shown much speed and draws the rail.
As the number 2, I'm Solo in Love. Jockey change to Danilo Garcilos Rave.
This horse has no early speed.
And here's the 3, Kendrick Carmouche and Michelle Nevin with Monomoy Beach.
Yeah.
A little spicy today.
Exactly, but Kendrick's one of those guys I love seeing on a first-time starter, because he's going to at least give him the best shot to get out of the gate clean.
Papa Paulie P, a contender with that early speed.
Yeah, has early speed. I think when you're looking at this level, finding a horse that can be forward goes a long way.
1 Vision, currently your favorite.
Has some tactical speed, took some money in some maiden special weight races, seems to have a class edge, puts the blinkers on. This will be my choice.
Big Dosser tries the dirt.
Yeah, super slow last time, ran on the turf, wasn't bet, wide all the way around there. Gonna have to get better.
Scratch the 7. Here's the 8, Burning Money, a drop in class.
Yeah, this horse completely missed the break, and possibly give another chance. Wasn't really bet that day, but it has seemed to be a pretty productive race. There's been a winner in 3 seconds.
That's the field. There's a look at the 5, 1 Vision warming up currently 6 to 5. Let's check in trackside with Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look here at Papa Paulie P. Showed a little bit of improved speed last time, but couldn't sustain that run, and that's exactly how I suspected he might run, in that he looks like a quick horse, but he only looked about 90% fit, albeit in his 2nd start. I still wish there was a bit more, maybe definition, but he does look stronger, having yet another race under his belt. And you know that the name of the game here is going to be go. So I appreciate that early speed. I like everything that I'm observing from this guy, especially in this spot here, as he takes another slight step down the class ranks, as last time against Open Company and now back with restricted New York breds. Now, number 5, 1 Vision, he takes a big step down in class, but 2 of those 3 efforts did come in off the turf races, so primarily facing more turf meant rivals. Last time out, though, he chased outside in a strung out field. He did come under the ride in the turn and just could never pick up his feet late. So I don't love the fact that his numbers, his form has gone downward instead of improving. Maybe he needed a little bit of a break. He got that. He comes back. He looks fit. Good energy, warming up well. Fits with this crew here, as he does add a pair of shortcut cheater blinkers. So I get it. He makes sense. But I just felt as though I'd rather take a horse that was maybe looking to improve as opposed to one that looked like he was ready to rock and roll first time out, and we saw that best effort to date and is yet to reproduce it. Next, we'll move on to a horse that hasn't done much running in either of his career starts, but another one dropping in class is the one, Damage. I wasn't in the paddock for either of this horse's 2 efforts before, but I like what I'm seeing today, in that he's a horse that is very fit, and Mike Maselli is a trainer that doesn't necessarily win with them first time out, and they tend to look that way. So I appreciate the fitness that at least it looks as though this horse is somewhat gained in those 2 efforts so far. I agree with Jonathan, his lack of early speed is detrimental, and furthermore, he looks like a horse that would want more ground. So sticking at sprints, I'm not exactly sure if that's the recipe for success, but he stacks up very nicely with the crew that he meets here, and you're going to get the best price on him. Now, first-time starter that is taking some nibbles is number 3, Monomoy Beach, from Mr. Monomoy, who's yet to sire a winner. And the dam never won a race, technically speaking. She was put up in a turf race, and it's mainly turf on the bottom side. And this guy just doesn't tick the boxes for a firster that's ready to win first time out. Doesn't look that fit, was incredibly green with the pony, little green in the paddock too. And while he looks as though he's definitely a sprinting type and is very healthy, there's just horses that have experience that look that much more fit than him. So I just didn't see the appeal in taking him in his debut, Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. We appreciate that, and we'll see what this first-time starter can do. Also, just a note on the 6, got a text from Chris Griffin. I guess the connections have requested the pronunciation is Big Dozer. So thank you for that from Chris with the 6. As quickly get back to the one, Damage. I only had notes from his debut race in which he was incredibly green and just naughty acting, and had written down that day that he also feeling would want more distance moving forward. So we'll see what this one can do, but at a big price. Jonathan, he did get some high marks from Maggie as far as the overall appearance against this quality of group.
Yeah, I mean, you know, maybe he's turned the corner. It's hard, and while he's a horse that off Maggie's opinion of the way that he's kind of presenting himself as one that I would, you know, maybe use underneath or consider as sort of a backup. What this horse has tried to accomplish twice on the racetrack gives me absolutely no confidence, especially from where he's drawn, right? He doesn't break particularly well. And so for these types, breaking slowly, being in behind horses, then needing to kind of have some athleticism, some courage, I worry from that inside draw. But if you decide to go along with the looks angle, which is an angle that can be very strong, I would be focused very early on how this horse breaks. If he breaks well, then you can get a little bit excited. But if not, I think he's going to be up against it.
Especially from that rail post position. We saw what happened with the 2-year-olds in the first race with that Chad Brown horse on the rail just breaking slowly. Can really be sometimes a bit of a advantageous spot. One Vision, your heavy favorite now though at 3-5, taking the drop in class for the first time. And the good thing about both him and Papa Polly P is that we know both of them have some early speed. We're not really concerned about either kind of being left with too much to do.
No, absolutely. I mean, I think that goes a long way. You want to find a horse that's going to be forward in a group like this. And that's ultimately what had me land on the 5. I think this is probably the best horse. But I also think he possibly could work out the best trip, adding the blinkers and already having some tactical speed.
There's that greenness we talked about from first-time starter Monomoy Beach, a little bit reluctant loading as we get the shot that we always appreciate at the gate crew linking arms behind a 1,000-pound animal to guide them into the starting gate. Not a job that's one for the faint of heart. Just about in for race 3, New York bred maiden claiming. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Next to move forward. One Vision steps forward, is in. Big Dozer. Big Dozer. Burning Money. Last to load to the outside. Burning Money. Last to load. Ended. All set. And they're off Big Dozer hops in the air at the start and also off slowly was damaged towards the back end of the field. The leader is Papa Pauly P. Papa Pauly P right out front is up by 3/4 of a length now. With mild pressure is One Vision. Monomoy Beach is on the move. It's going to be 3 wide, and chasing them is going to be Big Dozer out in the center of the racetrack. Also from the back, here comes a run from Burning Money, is trying to challenge and now take that 5th spot with Damage, who's been ridden along since they sprung the latch on the trailer. I'm Solo and In Love. 23-1 for the opening quarter mile. The leader is Papa Pauly P. It's Papa Pauly P in the 2-path. There comes One Vision, is ranging up to the outside here in perfect stalking position for Luis Rivera Jr. The front 2 try to skip away. Back there in 3rd is Monomoy Beach, going around that rival. Here comes Big Dozer, who's now challenging for the 3rd spot as they reach the top of the stretch. Papa Pauly P is going to hug the rail and kick for home. It's Papa Pauly P, One Vision with every shot to run this rival down. Here's Monomoy Beach out in the center of the racetrack, and Big Dozer, the leading 4, pretty much stayed there throughout. And still at the rail, that's Papa Pauly P finding plenty. One Vision in an all-out sprint coming after the leader. It's well clear of the rest. Less than a 16th to go. Papa Pauly P is almost there. One Vision trying one final time. Papa Pauly P and One Vision in a photo. Look like Papa Pauly P by a nose over One Vision. Far back to Monomoy Beach, who finished 3rd in 1 minute 12 seconds flat.
The favorites run 1-2, formful finish here. Papa Pauly P holding on to that advantage over a drifting One Vision.
Yeah, One Vision wasn't making it any easier on himself, kind of being a little goofy in the stretch here, reacting to the crop left-handed. He starts to drift out. Then he switches right-handed. He starts to correct a little bit. And he just never could level off because he was going side to side while the winner, Papa Pauly P, was down on the inside, basically in one path all the way around there.
Yeah, able to hold control of that inside position. Jose Gomez aboard for Rick Dutrow back in against New York Bred Company. It was quickest right out of the gate, and they kind of went that way around. It looked on paper like these were the 2 best horses, and that's how the race turned out.
No, absolutely. I mean, when you have horses that are forward at these types of groups, just a huge advantage, right? I mean, I think that it's one of those situations that I've always kind of leaned on in all dirt racing, but especially the lower level variety. Being forward is a big weapon.
2-1 over 1-2, 4, 5, 3, 2. First time starter Monomoy Beach a long way back in 3rd. Prices and more when we come back. We'll have more live racing from Tampa Bay Downs as well. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races as we take a look at the paddock at Tampa Bay Downs, and race 2 coming up just moments away. And right now it is the 2 Rocket Dragon, a short price on the board at the moment as they move behind the starting gate, Jonathan.
Yeah, Rocket Dragon's last race was on the synthetic, but it's the dirt races prior to that that put Rocket Dragon right in the mix and was facing those kind of those starter allowance types. Does make a lot of sense in here, has some tactical speed. I guess if you wanted to try to get creative, it's possible. The 6 Peace Not War, who ran really well last time on the synthetic, but doesn't have those dirt races to kind of suggest that performance could happen again. But a lot of times, it's not so much that this horse didn't handle the dirt or really did handle the synthetic is the reason as to the change. Sometimes horses just get good.
Yeah.
And it just so happens they get good when they're on a different surface, and now they just are good getting back to the dirt. So I think the 2's the more likely of the 2 to win, obviously, and I'm not telling you anything that you're not getting from the tote board. But I think the 6 is a much more interesting wager. So I'll go with the 6 as my top choice, but by no means in multi-race bets or anything like that am I trying to beat the 2.
And as far as the 6 Peace Not War is concerned, that good race that he had did come back off of a 9-month layoff as well. So maybe something solved behind the scenes. And this one for perennial leading trainer Gerald Bennett, who always has a strong meet at Tampa Bay Downs. Just about loaded in. We'll send it up to Jason Beam for race 2.
They're in the gate. And the race is on. John Dutton got away to a very good beginning. Peace Not War is flashing some speed and up from the outside Maptitude. So the 3 outside runners are the quickest through that first 16th of a mile. They're 2 clear of El Principito, who is out in 4th. Right to that one's Inside Rocket Dragon, the favorite 5th early on, 3.5 off the top. It's a length more back to Eshtema, who starts to move into contention. Another 2 back to Lieutenant Stan, who is the early trailer. With a half mile left to go, it's John Dutton, a narrow leader. John Dutton to the far turn, just a half length in front, now a neck in front of Peace Not War and a 3-wide Maptitude. Another lineup of 3 just in behind that trio, El Principito, Eshtema, and down at the fence, Rocket Dragon. Still 2.5 more to Lieutenant Stan, who trails. John Dutton trying to fend off this host of challengers. Between horses, Peace Not War, Maptitude's covered some ground. Rocket Dragon, the favorite, is 4th, just in behind. Going to need a seam, though, as there's a lot of traffic. Eshtema. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Stan starting to loop up on the far outside. John Dutton leads him into the stretch. Rocket Dragon now has a seam. Going to try to come out to the 2 path. Outside of that one, Peace Not War down the far outside, Lieutenant Stan. But John Dutton keeps going. John Dutton, Rosario Montanez by the 16th pole. Eshtema now up to 2nd. John Dutton going to go all the way here at 11-1. John Dutton by almost 4 in the end. Eshtema was 2nd. 3rd, El Principito. Rocket Dragon and Lieutenant Stan photoed for 4th.
John Dutton at a big price, upsets at 11-1, pulling away from his competition here.
I mean, yeah, I guess you're supposed to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 races back to find the dirt race that suggested he would have ran here. But he just run a bunch of other races that didn't really inspire any confidence.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, I guess looking down, trying to figure out what I missed, I guess it was that race 11 races back.
Ran okay at the level 2 starts back, but on synthetic and just not quite as fast as some of his competition. But he was the best under Rosario Montanez over at Tampa Bay Downs. Back at Aqueduct, Papa Pauly P holding sway in race 3. The favorites running 1-2, but that speed and inside position for Papa Pauly P proving to be the winning material there. 4-5, Papa Pauly P holding on. Jose Gomez, and yeah, Jonathan, we talked about that drifting of One Vision. Didn't make it easy on him, and especially with such a slim margin separating the favorites. You would imagine if One Vision was able to keep a straight course, what could have happened down to the wire? Yeah,
but I mean, they tried, it seems, to try to get him to be more focused by adding the blinkers, and that still was the result. The problem is that probably what separates One Vision from being a maiden bottom level maiden claiming type from being one that could be more productive at a higher level is he's not the most focused when the real running has to happen, which cost him a race right here at 1-2 where he just couldn't seem to get straight in the stretch.
$6.90 winner with Papa Paulie P, though. On to race 4. This one, non-winners of 2 in life, $25,000 claiming race going 6.5 furlongs. And JD Factor, first off the claim for Eddie Barker, currently 4-5, a very short price on the board. Claiming away from Rick Dutrow, not an easy thing to do, though the Eddie Barker barn this fall has been pretty strong.
Yeah, a little too short of a price for me, but you'll often see that sometimes. One big wager early can sometimes skew the win pools here. So we'll see what it ends up being. If you look at the doubles, he's the pretty significant favor in the doubles, but I don't think he'll quite go off at even money.
New gelding as well coming out for the new barn. Still to come a little bit later on today, though, we have the Fall Highway. It goes as race number 7 is our feature, as Runnin' Son of a Gun, a horse that had a big gap in time there. We saw him running second in the Fall Highway back in 2022. Came back, and the best race that he's run in a long time was what we saw last time out, in which he was elevated to first in that bold ruler with the leader, that gray horse there in the green cap, drifting out into him.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he ran extremely well considering the circumstances. It's hard for these horses. They're naturally, not all of them, but naturally pack animals, and so when a horse kind of does that little move to you, it's an almost excusable thing to kind of just hang there with them and to kind of stick together. I thought Running Son of a Gun ran extremely well last time. He has some back races that are very good, and if he shows up here and runs his best race, and Giant Mischief doesn't fire his best race, Running Son of a Gun is going to be right there in the mix at the end.
Yeah, as I said, that 98 Beyer speed figure last time out, the first time we've seen that since that 2022 Fall Highway period there when he was in good form. Now, what do you do with Baby Yoda? He was so impressive winning that True North with a 102 Beyer speed figure, and then we've seen him in a steady diet of graded stakes against some of the top sprinters recently. He just hasn't fired, though.
Yeah, Baby Yoda is one of those horses at this point. If he runs, I try to beat him. I'm completely aware and understand that he does show up and run brilliant races from time to time, but he runs poor races more than he runs the brilliant ones. And so if we're just playing an odds game, a numbers game here, the chances are that he's not going to run his big race today. Now, he could jump up and do so, but he's just one of those horses I'm always going to just have to try to let him beat me.
Coming out of a disappointing 4th place finish in the Grade 3 Vosburg last time out, Top Gunner is kind of the quote-unquote other horse for Brad Cox, as we'll go into the middle of the night at Parks. 2 starts back in the Parks Sprint race 14, where Flavien Prat did, I think, a smart thing, giving the post and kind of taking him off the pace and able to sneak up the rail there. Is he one that could kind of run back to that race? That 95 Beyer speed figure kind of seems to stay alone, at least recently.
Yeah, I mean, you said it. It stands alone, and that's one thing that makes it hard for me to trust it. But the good news is Top Gunner is 5-1. He could drift up a little bit. If for whatever reason you are a believer in Top Gunner, the chances are the price should be acceptable enough for you to take that opportunity. I just don't believe it. Even his 2 wins recently don't seem good enough to beat a best performance from Running Son of a Gun or Giant Mischief.
Now, this is a horse Brad Cox claimed for a high-level claiming race a few races back, won a stake, and we'll see what he can do stepping into some deeper company today. We're going to take a quick time out. Our coverage does continue over on FS2, so hope you'll follow us over there. Of course, coverage as always continuing on NYRA Bets and the NYRA YouTube channel, but be sure to flip over to FS2 for coverage of the rest of the card, including that Fall Highway. Horses are in the paddock for race number 4 coming up. That's a look at JD Factor, who's still even money on the board. We'll see what he can do for the new barn. We'll talk more about him, the rest of this race 4 field, a lot more live coverage coming up on FS2 after this.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Thanks for sticking with us as we continue our live coverage on FS2. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We saw a glimpse there of one of my favorite murals here at Aqueduct, the Ruffian one outside, as we are coming to you live from the Big A in South Ozone Park, New York. Acacia Clement alongside Jonathan Kinchin. And for those of you that I've never been to Aqueduct or come but kind of go straight to the paddock, a walk around to look at the murals is well worth your time.
No, it's a cool
It's
facility.
really cool.
I mean, like,
Yeah.
you know, it's not new and shiny like some racetracks that you'll go to, but you walk around here and it feels like you're someplace where history's happened and there's been a lot of big races and a lot of big moments. So it is fun to kind of go check it out.
Yeah, it certainly is. As we have plenty more still to come on the program. We're about 9 minutes away from the 4th race here at Aqueduct. We'll still have races 4 through 9, including race 7, the Fall Highway. Today's feature at the Big A, good main track at Aqueduct. Races 3 through 9 still to come at Tampa Bay Downs. Fast and Firm there in Florida. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. Perfect time to sign up, get started over at Naira Bets. You can play all the action on our program and more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code BONUS200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. Race 4 coming up next. Non-winners of 2 in life for $25,000. Sprinting going 6.5 furlongs, and that's a look at the 4. Messi the Magician, who's dropping back down in class, 2-1 right now, but the favoritism still, Jonathan, on the 1 JD Factor. First off the claim for Eddie Barker, and this is a horse that's claimed off Rick Dutrow. Can he step up for the new connections?
I mean, I suppose it's possible. It's not like, you know, Rick Dutrow's someone who I'm cutting in line to bet, you know, horses coming out of his barn. But the problem for JD Factor is the rail. Going 6.5, drawing the rail with no early speed, and a habit of not breaking particularly well. So this horse breaks poorly at a short price. Is going to have a lot of things go well for him, right? A pace meltdown in front. A clean trip, take back, swoop the field. No one else runs their A race. And while all of those things are entirely possible, at a short price, it's just hard to take that as an option.
Yeah, he's 7-5 right now. The 1 JD Factor we've been talking about, and there he is. It does come back as a gelding and comes out of a live race. The first 2 finishers both coming back to win, as this is back in March for JD Factor, which was his last win in which he wired the field. Now, he's not shown that early speed since then.
Yeah, I mean, before that, he found the front end in 3 races in a row, and then suddenly that's gone the wrong direction. Now, some might say that, you know, when a horse starts to kind of not be as good as they were, that's one of the first things to go is their gate speed, their early speed, the ability to find the front end. So maybe that's what we're seeing here, is that not only is the pace kind of gone away, the final numbers have gone away too as the figures are declining.
8-5 right now on JD Factor as Ruben Silveira gets a leg up and starts to head out for race number 4. The pick 6 kicking off here as well. And we'll see if this is an easy race to get through. It could be if you kind of lean on maybe 1 or 2 horses in this spot. But it's one of those races, it's hard to trust any of the main contenders in here.
I completely agree. I mean, this is one of those situations where I'd feel the need to kind of spread a little bit because you don't know exactly what you're going to get. I mean, you could find a race in everyone's past performances that could make them viable here, like with JD Factor. If you can find some of those back races, can definitely be in the mix. It's definitely a tough situation.
And there is JD Factor to kick off the post parade.
Yeah, drawn towards the inside, needs to break like he did back in the day, and then he could be in a good spot.
Here's Scat 2 Tap, first time on the dirt in a long time.
Yeah, a long time. No early speed, and it has run okay races on the turf, but no early speed.
Messi the Magician dropped back down in class.
Yeah, this horse has had some races. This is one I think is a little bit interesting, and the one that I'll go with here is the alternative.
Turf to dirt as well for Your Mission.
Yeah, just another one that doesn't have a lot of early speed, doesn't have a lot of dirt form either.
Alpha Sunny, big price on the board.
Yeah, it just looks a little bit slower than what you're going to need to win this one.
And Violent Swing, at least a little bit more lightly raced to the outside.
Yeah, drawn towards the outside, lightly raced, so there's an opportunity for there to be some improvement. This horse has had some races with tactical speed, but then there's also been some that aren't great.
That's the field for race 4. There's a look at the 4 Messi the Magician. It does pick up Romero Mirage as he comes back down to this level. Not the easiest trip. 2 starts back, ridden by an apprentice rider. Kind of had a little bit of traffic trouble, lost his iron in there. Sticks with a journeyman rider now, and at the level that he probably belongs.
Yeah, I mean, last time he had, a good, what I would consider a top-tier rider in Manny Franco. Things went well, right? And he is one that has some speed and one that you'd want to try to get into the mix of this race, and it could be a pretty valuable weapon in here. So I thought Messi the Magician made the most sense in here from a price standpoint and from a style standpoint. While I understand JD Factor has some fast races and has some really nice races, they just seem to be going the wrong direction, and you have the kind of the unknown of how JD Factor is going to respond switching barns.
Well, horses warming up on the track. We welcome in for the first time today champion jockey Richard Migliori joining us here. Richie, what are you seeing from these horses out on the track?
Yeah, thanks, Acacia, and I hope everybody had a wonderful Thanksgiving. And we'll start with the 6-horse Alpha Sunny, more just because of the unusual equipment that this horse is sporting. Alpha Sunny actually is missing his right eye, and instead of having like a plastic clear isinglass goggle, if you will, a cup over that eye, because the area, it will still be sensitive even though there is not an eye in place, they've just taken the blinker cup off and sewed it back on backwards. So it's covering what would be the eye or the eye socket. I've never seen that. Been in the game 46 years, and that's a new one on me, guys. It's a little bit different if you guys at some point happen to get a shot of that. It's kind of interesting. That's the only reason why I wanted to talk about the 6 Alpha Sunny. The 4 Messi the Magician making an outstanding appearance from a physical perspective. Really like what I'm seeing. Lolita Shemengal does a really good job. He's getting back to the $25,000 level. And in a race that doesn't have a tremendous amount of speed in here, I think he should be forward. And in lower level races, I like horses that are forward, warming up very nicely on the racetrack under Romero Mirage. And then the horse that I'm picking, but I'm shocked that he's a shorter price, is the 1 JD Factor. He looks outstanding. The gelding is definitely lighting him up a little bit, kind of getting the full makeover, right? He's a gelding, first-time Lasix. Was talking to Eddie Barker, his conditioner, what was the thought process behind the gelding. He said after he claimed him, he was in the barn, and he tried to mount a filly in the barn and was just very studdish and acting very unfocused. And he loves the way he's trained since he's been gelding, and I guess that's why he's even money. Didn't expect that, but he was the horse, as soon as I laid eyes on him in the paddock, that I was intending on picking, and he hasn't done anything in the post-parade to sway that opinion, guys.
Fair enough, Richie. Thank you. Betting Public agrees with you. JD Factor coming back as a gelding, and we'll see if that does help him to kind of find that extra groove there. And there is a look at that blinker that Richie was talking about. So sometimes when there's a horse that is missing an eye, as Richie said, they'll almost kind of have the blinkers sewn over, or they'll wear a mask just to protect it. Sometimes you'll see kind of almost like a goggle type piece on it, and this is just a backwards blinker, so they're definitely being creative with it.
Yeah, that's good for them. I mean, I would want to have something covering mine.
Yeah.
You know.
And for one-eyed horses, you know, they certainly can run well on the racetrack too, and it doesn't impact them, but they are going to be relying a lot more on the rider and on senses as well to kind of be there for them. Richie, this is a long shot, but for one-eyed horses, we've talked about it a little bit, but you definitely need to have contact with that horse to know that you're there for them.
Oh, absolutely. The only thing I wanted to add about that blinker cup, guys, is, you know, obviously jockeys wear clear goggles. I might have done better if they had just covered mine up like that. Anyway, I used to close my eyes. It's scary out there.
That's a comforting thought. Riding a 1,000-pound animal, closing your eyes. And there's a good look at that blinker there. Yeah, Richie, obviously, nobody's won more races at Aqueduct than the MIG, Richie Migliore. There's a look at Alpha Sunny, long shot with that interesting equipment. Back to the 4, Messi the Magician. Top pick for you, Jonathan?
Yeah, top pick, but lightly. I just feel like, you know, at the 2-to-1 versus the even money you're getting on the horse on the rail, JD Factor, I just feel like the style and lots of other things fit this one's chances a lot better.
2-to-1 right now on that one, as the one JD Factor continues to be your favorite at even money. Pick 6 kicking off here. Good luck if you're playing and participating. There is JD Factor. We'll see it with that new gelding. Does step up a bit in class, but as mentioned, comes out of a live race in which he finished 4th. Last time out, Ruben Silvera has the mount today. And there goes the number 2, Scat 2 Tap, trying the dirt for the first time in a very long time. 4 to 5 on your favorite. We'll see if he can deliver at those short odds. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Your Mission is in next. Alpha Sunny. Violent swing to the outside. Violent swing goes in. All set. And they're off. Speed to the outside from Alpha Sunny's in the early mix, and also right there is Violent Swing up on the far outside at the rail. There's JD Factor. JD Factor now puts ahead in front. It's pressure from the far outside from Violent Swing, is taken second, and back to third is Messi the Magician. Is joined toward the inside here from Scat to Tap, who's now going to claim that third spot, and Messi the Magician is pushed back to fourth. The 2 trailers, Alpha Sunny and Your Mission. They're chasing JD Factor, who's in front, and JD Factor will take him into the far turn through a 22-4. Opening quarter mile is up by a full length. Here in pursuit is Violent Swing towards the outside, and between horses, that's Scat to Tap and Manny Franco just waiting for the cue. Alpha Sunny is going to be out wider, is shoved along here in the 4th spot. Losing some ground was Messi the Magician in the turn. The trailer, Your Mission, is only 3.5 off the lead. The leader is JD Factor, 46.45 for a half-mile time. JD Factor approaches the top of the stretch and is up by 2. It's JD Factor who kicks on. JD Factor is sprinting clear from the rest of the field. Alpha Sunny down the center of the racetrack is starting to pick up some momentum, but JD Factor is 5 lengths in front. It's JD Factor just opening up here in the final stages, and inside the final 16th, it's all JD Factor. Ruben Silvera with an easy victory. Alpha Sunny second, then came Scat to Tap and Messi the Magician. In 1 minute 16-4.
Well, Richie reported that Eddie Barker was very pleased with how JD Factor was training, and boy, was he right, as he wins like a short price favorite should.
Well, if I knew he was going to find the front, Yeah, it's one of those situations where I suppose maybe the change of scenery it kind of got him back to where he was previously, where he was finding that early speed and finding himself forward. I mean, he was the best horse in the race, but he was just going the wrong direction. And stylistically from the rail, I just didn't expect him to run the way that he did, but he ran sensational considering the circumstances.
Aggressive by Ruben Silveira from the inside. And how about the 1-9 horse we talked about with the equipment, Alpha Sunny, checking in second at 30-1.
Yeah, he kept running.
Yeah.
He was never gonna get there, but he ran a nice race to run second at 30-1 to spice up the exacta. If you had that 1-6 exacta.
4-5 though on JD Factor, winning by open lengths here as he gets the job done. First off the claim for Eddie Barker, and as a new gelding, finding that speed that he seemed to lose. We have grown accustomed to seeing jockey Dylan Davis in the winner's circle here in New York. He's taking his tack south for the winter, heading down to Gulfstream Park in January. We'll talk a little bit more about his plans after this.
Down 350. Here we go. 3 here. 50. Down 4. 8.5. In the back. 1,400,000. Stands way in the back. Thank you.
5, $1,005,000, and $1,006,000, $1,006,000, $150,000, $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anytime, anywhere. I just want to be betting far away from that guy.
Yeah,
Absolutely not.
What if one of those was chasing you? You're supposed to
Well,
zigzag,
I
aren't you?
remember they've had to cancel training a few times because he's been sunning himself on the track at Tampa.
Yeah, that seems wild.
No. There's a few over at Payson Park, too. They're everywhere in Florida. I was driving to Tampa once and I actually saw one on the side of the road and crossing the state. I said, this is the most Florida thing I've ever seen in my life.
Oh my gosh, it's terrifying.
just want them far away from me. As Tampa Bay Downs, a race 3 coming up, 1 1/16 on the main track. $5,000 claiming. This is a dated claiming race. So horses who have not won a race since May 29th. The 6 In It for the Love, currently the favorite, as this one's been recently running on turf and synthetic.
Yeah, turf and synthetic, but the numbers are just edged clear of everyone else in here. I thought the one on the rail was a little bit interesting. Native Thunder, who has been running on the turf as well, has some turf numbers that make that one pretty competitive in here. I'm just not crazy about the rail at Tampa. That's the only thing. Is historically, not always, but historically, it's not exactly where you want to be. You're better off kind of rolling down the middle of the track than trying to do all the dirty work down on the inside. But there was one that I thought was a little bit interesting with the price at that spot.
The 5 leadoff is taking some attention. It's been a year and a half since he's won, but the condition of the race is not won since May 29th. This horse hasn't actually raced since May 29th, so he's well in on the condition.
Yeah, I mean, reading the conditions sometimes can lead you to some sneaky stuff. I didn't see anything crazy in here, but it is important. It's a good lesson in horseplay and handicapping is reading those conditions, because you can find some horses that kind of get in, like I like to say, kind of get in off the goalpost, or they qualify with the condition when they were one horse, but they clearly are a different horse now. So it's important to keep an eye on those things.
Back over at Aqueduct, it was JD Factor off the claim into the winner's circle in the 4th race, and seemed that the gelding, the more focus in training, and finding that speed again, the magic formula, seeing him on the front end, and he won like a short price favorite was supposed to.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it. It's dirt racing. It's something to keep in mind when you're here at Aqueduct, when the turf racing is gone for the winter, is finding that forward position is critical. And JD Factor, who had looked to be going the wrong direction, who'd looked to lost that early speed, shows up, pops away from there, finds himself forward, and then runs the rest of them off their feet, ends up opening up, winning by 5 in a very impressive fashion.
Winning by open lengths here off the claim for Eddie Barker, who's had a very strong fall. 30 to 1 shot Alpha Sunny, that horse with one eye, checking in second, a distant second, but second nonetheless. $3.90 winner in the 4th. Race 5, a restricted maiden optional claiming for the 2-year-old fillies. So horses that sold or RNA for $50,000 or less do not have to run for the claiming tag, and that is the case with the 4 Central Casting, who sold at the 2-year-old sale for $40,000, and coming in off this same condition race with a 3rd place finish last time out.
I got to be honest, I don't care where or how much Central Casting was sold for, bought for, will sell for, won't sell for. This horse will not win this race if he does not break. Or she, excuse me. In her last 2 starts, she's just been completely left. And she has to resolve that issue. Now, it's one of those things like with JD Factor, there's not a lot on paper that can lead you to believe or assume that JD Factor was going to find the front end in this race. The same can be said about the 4 Central Casting coming up here in the 5th at Aqueduct. And there's nothing to say this horse is going to break well. All signs indicate that she won't. If she does, she'll win, but I just don't think she will.
See how she can get out of the gate over at Aqueduct. Back to Tampa Bay Downs. Looks like a very good crowd there for the day after Thanksgiving as well. Such a fun racetrack, such a great vibe and a great atmosphere as well. Always have people lined up along that rail there, where, especially with a race like this, a mile on the 16th, right where the starting gate is positioned.
Yeah, I mean, I love that. They do that at Saratoga usually. We always start, the first race is always going to be a 2-turn race, so that the gate is positioned right there in front of the fans, so everyone can kind of get that. They're off at Saratoga feel. There's something about that when they pop right in front of you.
It's a lot of fun. You really feel the excitement and the action of it. So race 3 at Tampa coming up. Currently at the 6 In It for the Love, 8 to 5. Looking for the first win on a dirt track for Gerald Bennett. 8 to 5 though, on a horse that's just been running faster races. Any final comments here on the 3rd?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm tempted to go to the 1. I'm hopeful that they end up getting off of the inside from that inside rail. You know, sometimes you can just kind of take back and then get off and then find a better position. So I'm going to go with the 1 at a much better price, but 6 obviously is the horse to beat.
Race 3 coming up next from Tampa Bay Downs. Here's Jason Beam with the call.
As Rediseur coming up to complete the line. Gilbert Torres and Rediseur goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. 70-70 Cat got away in good order. Native Thunder sent hard toward the inside, but it's going to be 70-70 Cat to grab the lead. Native Thunder tries to come through from the inside in second. Grand Journey in the all-blue colors is third. Going to be a three-deep trip here for leadoff in fourth. Trying to tuck inside of that one, shake him and break him. Also starting to move inside is In It for the Love, who was away in sixth in the all-black colors, but only 4.5 off the top. It's a break of 4 more then back to Village Preacher, and the early trailer is Redasaur. As they go through that first turn, the old veteran 70-70 Cat, Marcos Meneses, through an opening quarter in 24 1/5 seconds. Native Thunder right up alongside now, draws to within a nose, and now these two on level terms as they go up the back stretch. Length and a half more back to lead off. Grand Journey's in between horses, shake him and break him, fifth down toward the fence. In It for the Love is still 6, still only about 4 off the lead. It's 3.5 more then back to Village Preacher, and another 7 back to Redasaur, who trails. 47-4 was the opening half-mile time. The new leader is Native Thunder. Native Thunder takes over from 70-70 Cat as leadoff, now moves into that second spot. 70-70 Cat is back third. In It for the Love, starting to progress, was fourth, now third, just 2.5 off Native Thunder, who leads him around the far turn. John Geraldo and Native Thunder, the leader past the 5/16 pull, but leadoff now moving right up alongside, and here's leadoff to Poconos in front. Native Thunder back to second. On the far outside, trying to get going there is In It for the Love, shake him and break him, fourth just in behind. Then comes Village Preacher into the stretch now. It's leadoff, and Alex Gonzalez a length in front. In It for the Love, bearing down on that one on the outside. And here comes In It for the Love right up alongside of leadoff. These two for the final 16th of a mile. In It for the Love on the outside, narrowly in front. Leadoff tries to counter right back toward the inside and is doing so. Leadoff and In It for the Love. Leadoff battles back. Leadoff gets the win. In It for the Love was second. Shake him and break him third. And Native Thunder fourth.
Off the layoff, we talked about taking a look at the conditions, and that proved to be the right move for this horse, and hadn't run since May, but was able to repel the charge of the favorite in the stretch, Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean, the 6 in It for the Love had dead aim and just couldn't get by. I thought he was going to majority of the stretch, but like you said, the 5 leadoff just held him off there in the stretch. And then the horse that I picked, Native Thunder, look, I think this is a great illustration of how the rail can be tough. I mean, the rider on the 1 sent away from there to try to hold that position, ended up getting off of the inside, but had to use the horse to get there, and then just ended up being empty towards the end there. But the rail it's a tough place to operate from.
Yeah, and for the 1, Native Thunder too, got a little bit headstrong into the first turn as well, not totally comfortable. But it was leadoff and Alex Gonzalez winning that photo finish down there at Tampa Bay Downs. Back over to Aqueducts, as we mentioned before the break. Dylan Davis moving his attack south for the winter. There he is in the winner's circle with Carson's Run, who he'll be reuniting with tomorrow. We won't see him here. He'll be out at Del Mar riding Carson in the Hollywood Derby, but a rider with races like the Saratoga Derby, picking up another grade 1 this summer with Carson's Run, riding for guys like Chad Brown, Charlie Appleby, even top trainers, and just having a banner year for a young rider that's really making all the right moves.
Yeah, and you want to ride that momentum, right? I mean, everything's kind of it's been a change where people are seeking Dylan rather than riding Dylan, and I think that when you have that success, we all know that a lot of these riders, and it starts with the Triple Crown in American racing, and finding that Derby horse and winning those big 3-year-old races, and he's just going to have more of an opportunity with the connections that he's made here in New York for the winter to go down to Florida, and he'll go down there and see if he can't ride that momentum wave that he's been riding, and then turn it into something even better.
Oh, Richie, nobody knows this kind of conversation better than you. And a lot of New York trainers, as Jonathan was mentioned, do winter down in Florida, but still can be a bit of a learning curve. Can you talk a little bit for a rider about moving his tack to a different circuit for that meet?
Yeah, there's always an adjustment period. Every jockey's room has kind of their own way of doing things, its own rhythm, if you will. And you just have to get into the place, immerse yourself into it, know what time they check for the races, what time they head out, just how things are done in each particular room, and the tone that the clerk of scales, who is the guy who runs the jockey's room, how they run it and what they expect from you. And then the biggest adjustment is you're riding with a different group of riders on a consistent basis for the first time. And you have to know their habits. You have to know their MOs. Which guys you could never try to get through on, which guys are going to ride a bit reckless or a little bit rough, who's got a bad temper, who you want to kind of set the tone with right away. It's kind of like if you think about a pitcher, right? He knows, what batters can hit, what batters can't hit, and as a batter, you know which pitcher's going to protect the inside of the plate, right, and kind of make it rough on you, throw the ball at you a little bit. So just learning a whole new group of riders and their tendencies, and every once in a while, you've got to set the tone in a room that you're a guy to be reckoned with. It's the only sport that the competitors go back to the same locker room, and you can't be a pushover. You've got to go to the room and let them know that I'm laying claim. This is who I am, and I'm going to be successful here. And every once in a while, you got to butt heads with somebody, but you got to prove yourself, and you've got to kind of claim your own turf. Pardon the pun.
Spoken like somebody that's been there and done that.
Oh, something tells me Richie knows his way around situations like that. But the one thing I will say for Dylan and that's in his corner is he's not like this young guy who's never been around. And not that Richie was insinuating that by any means, but he's been down there with the Irads and been down there with the Joels and the Johnnies, and he's been in the room with them at Saratoga in the most competitive meet of the entire year. So I think his adjustment period, while he does have to figure out the ins and the outs, what is the closest bathroom, things like that, he should get it figured out pretty quickly.
And while he's never spent an entire winter meet down at Gulfstream, certainly has ridden down there before and has experience down with the jockey's room and with riding at the racetrack. And we'll see what he can do with his mount coming up in race 5. He'll be aboard Gaga's Handsome as we will get ready to kick off the late pick 5. Eddie Barker looking for his own little rolling double on a contender here, that 2-year-old filly, coming up after this.
How magnificent was Full Count Felicia? Never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish, First World War. Fort Washington on the outside. They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Saratoga's world-renowned GMP farm is up for sale. You heard right. This state-of-the-art equine rehabilitation facility will be up for absolute auction with no reserve. The auction includes Sacred Spa and Wellness, a full-service med spa, custom training track, and luxury residence, all on 84 pristine acres, just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs. It's all up for absolute auction with no reserve. Saturday, December 7th, 11 a.m. Eastern at the property. For more information, visit us online at DeCaroAuctions.com.
Aqueduct is the only racetrack within the confines of the 5 boroughs of New York City and faced intense competition from several other tracks located in the vicinity. True to its nature, the racetrack not only survived, but thrived. Aqueduct underwent an extensive 3-year overhaul and reopened on September 15, 1959, to much fanfare, as it was one of the most modern facilities of its kind. In 1960, Aqueduct presented its first Wood Memorial. The race is New York's premier prep race for the Triple Crown and remains one of the track's signature events, along with the Cigar Mile Handicap and Remsen Stakes. Aqueduct was the first and only track to have a triple dead heat win in a stakes race when Brownie, Bousset, and Wait a Bit hit the wire in tandem. In 1965, It was the site of the largest crowd ever to witness a thoroughbred race at that time in the Empire State, when more than 73,000 packed the stands to see Gunbow in the Metropolitan Mile. The legendary Cigar began his famous 16-race win streak at Aqueduct. He scored impressively in the 1994 Naira Mile as part of that win streak. The race was named in Cigar's honor after he retired in 1997. The last racetrack Secretariat placed his hooves upon was Aqueduct. He was retired there before commencing his stud career at Claiborne Farm. Aqueduct was the second track to host the Breeders' Cup in 1985 and was one of the first sporting venues where Pope John Paul II held Mass in 1995.
Jonathan mentioned earlier that Aqueduct feels like a place where history has happened, and as you saw in that feature, that's definitely the case. Here's a look at the upcoming Aqueduct Stakes schedule. Of course, tomorrow we have the Comley, but next weekend, Jonathan, looking ahead to Cigar Mile Day, which often is just such a great day of racing. You see a lot of exciting maidens on that day as well throughout history.
Absolutely, and the Remsen is also going to be exciting as well. It hasn't always been a race that has led to big-time 3-year-olds. Sometimes it's like the right 2-year-old at the right time. But last year it wasn't that for sure, right? We got Dornick, who went on to win the Belmont Stakes, Sierra Leone, who went on to win the Breeders' Cup Classic. Both were 1-2 in that spot.
Yeah, and running exceptionally well, both of them in that race. I think we knew at that point they'd both have big futures as 3-year-olds, and that was pretty accurate, as you mentioned, the big wins that they both did accomplish. Well, horses leaving the paddock for the 5th race here. Again, this is a restricted maiden optional claiming for the 2-year-old fillies, and the number 4 is Central Casting, the heavy favorite. Meeting the field, though, starting off with the 1 Melancia, second-time starter.
Yeah, second-time starter who ran okay. I mean, I know it was 7th, but had some spots in that race where ran okay.
And that was in an open maiden special weight. Dylan Davis on Gaga's Handsome.
Yeah, that's an interesting name. Doesn't have a lot of early speed, but does have experience.
Yayi Nicole, first-time starter.
Yeah, first-time starter who's taking some money. 5-1 right here. A little bit interesting.
Central Casting, as you mentioned, has to get out of the gate.
Yeah, it just has to break. This horse hasn't broken at all. Not just kind of doesn't break, like literally does not break, like 3rd or, 3 lengths out of it most of the time.
Second-time starter, Lady of Mercia.
Yeah, this is a horse that was 95-1 on debut and ran like it.
First-time starter, R Special, a big price.
Yeah, definitely is a big price for connections that have 1 win with first-time starters over their career out of 145.
Another first-time starter, Esther's Salad.
Yeah, this horse has a sibling in Blahnik who had some early speed. Do you think I was going to mispronounce that?
No, you did well.
Yeah. I wonder where I learned that.
I like that. As there's another firster, Aerialist.
Yeah, this horse has been entered on 3 times already. Still hasn't run. Finally going to get to run here today.
That's the field for the 5th, about 3 minutes away. Let's go back to Richie.
Yeah, guys, we'll start down with the 2-horse Gaga's Handsome. Just making a nice impression, making the 4th start. I think lands in a good spot here. Eddie Barker looking for back-to-back wins. You get Dylan Davis here for owning Danny Chen, a guy who I won a lot of races for back in the day. First-time starter making a nice impression is the 3, Yayi Nicole, if I'm saying that properly. Really good-looking filly, a little bit straight up and down. Looks very fit, trained by Ilke Cantermachi. She was green, didn't want to hook up with the pony, so Manny just kind of let her go off on her own, but she made a nice impression. I think she'll probably be one that we'll look maybe for a little bit down the road. She's a little bit kind of moony, right? She's looking at things a little bit, and I just think she's trying to figure everything out. She'll be better for the experience, I feel like. The 4 Central Casting, she's your favorite. Gosh, she couldn't look any better. She's dappled out. She looks outstanding. She's had a very sharp gate work since her last start, her penultimate work for this race in 48-1 on the Belmont training track. I talked with trainer Rudy Rodriguez about that, and he says she broke very sharply, but she's always broken sharply in the morning. She's just been a touch slow in the afternoon, but if you watch the break in the morning, you wouldn't expect that. I think she's just too good. I think she gets out of the gate even a touch slow and doesn't get shuffled back. She's just going to be too tough. She looks like the best horse on paper, and she looks just too good in the flesh to me. Another first-time starter that really caught my eye at a big price here was the 7, Esther Salad. I don't know Esther, and I don't know what's in her salad, but her horse looks awful good. Just making a really, really nice impression. She was a little bit tough saddling, but she settled in nicely under Jose Lezcano. And if I was just picking purely on looks, she might be the direction I'm going. But as it turns out, guys, I chalked out last race. I'm looking to chalk out again.
But maybe like last race where Richie pointed out a horse that was 30-1 that checked in second, you can use a horse with a little bit of a price underneath.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things about this game is you can have various opinions, and there's various ways to make money. You can love a favorite and bet to win, or love a favorite and key on top, or you can love a horse that's 18-1 or 20-1 or whatever, and use them in underneath spots with logical horses. It's one of the things I think that if you want to improve as a horse player is find more dynamic ways to wager on your opinion. I think so often people find themselves doing the same thing, playing pick fives only, playing win bets only, playing win play show only, playing exactas only. And I think that there's a way in which you can kind of enhance the amount of clubs you have in your bag, would give you better options to handle certain situations when they pop up.
For the number 4, though, 8-5 right now, Central Casting. As you saw, Ruben Silvera giving her a big warm-up, and given what Rudy Rodriguez had shared with Richie about how she was training coming in, and it looks like they are moving things around. The 5, Lady of Mercia, going to be a late scratch here in the 5th at Aqueduct. So a long shot, the 5, Lady of Mercia, a late scratch going towards the gate for the 5th. So moving the numbers around, you got to have a strong core there, some good balance to move those numbers on the gate.
Yeah, it's, and this is not picking on our wonderful friends here at NYRA. This is just picking on all racing. Why don't they just have a digital one of those?
I know, it's a good question.
At this point, let's just get some little
nostalgia.
screens up there. Yeah, let's get some screens up there, and we'll just go digital.
It would make things a bit simpler. 3-2 on the 4 Central Casting, though, as we mentioned, trying to get out of the gate a little bit easier, though. The 1 Melancia did run against that open maiden special weight field where it looked like a couple pretty good-looking first-time starters, including Lucille Ball, who won by open lengths. And this is a horse who certainly could improve second time out.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations where she ran in spots. She had a couple, she had some speed. She's got a little bit tired, and it just, and she's getting a little bit of an easier spot. She ran against open maiden special weights last time. Now she gets the restricted. She gets Kendrick. She gets the rail. Hopefully she can break well, pop away from there, maybe find herself in a forward position. And I think even more importantly, I don't think there's anything about her last race that, can get someone overly excited about betting her here. But she's 3-1, and so she's taking money.
Yeah.
And it's not like she had a horrible trip and missed the break and came running or something like that. So there's clearly a little bit something here beyond the paper that suggests that she's going to run well.
Second time out, as this is a horse she was sold at 2-year-old sale for $65,000, so she does not qualify for the condition, so is in for the $50,000 claiming tag as well. And I think given that this is a restricted race, certainly could be seen as a bit of a drop in class as well versus what she faced first time out.
Absolutely. I mean, she's probably, it's a pretty significant situation when you're, likely facing horses that were $300,000 versus ones that did not exceed $50,000.
There she is, 5-2. Kendrick Carmouche going to be in the saddle for trainer Rob Atras. The 4 Central Casting still the favorite as they start to load in for the 5th race. This restricted maiden race for the 2-year-old fillies. We'll see who gets to have graduation day today. We'll send it up to the voice of Aqueduct, Chris Griffin, standing by for the rest of the load and call.
Started late pick 5. Here is Central Casting. Moving forward. Three out. Our Special. Esther Salad. Aerialist, last alone. End in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from the inside. Melancia right out towards the front and has some company immediately from Central Casting in between horses. Central Casting wants the lead and goes right after Melancia, and these two hook up in a pace duel on the front end. They are 2.5, now 3 lengths in front of Gaga's Hamsum. Has moved through at the rail, has taken a challenging third. Out wide of there is Aerialist, is catching rivals quickly as they try to slow things down. 22.51 for that opening quarter mile. They're in fifth, just having a steady briefly going into the turn was Esther Salad, is back for more here, is in between horses. Here comes Gaga's Hamsum, is making up some ground and challenging for second. The two at the back, there is Our Special with Yayi Nicole as they get set to reach the top of the stretch. Central Casting has the lead. It's Central Casting in front. He's trying to sprint clear from the field. Immediately in pursuit towards the outside, though, is Gaga's Hamsum down the center of the racetrack coming out the leader. Central Casting is very game and still keeping that margin. Gaga's Hamsum is trying to cut into the margin, and they are now 4 lengths in front of the rest. Down towards the inside, Central Casting is still going on. Moving strongly, Central Casting gets the victory. Central Casting wins it over Gaga's Hamsum. Then came Melancia and a photo. Late running Our Special there with Yayi Nicole. But it's Central Casting, Ruben Silvera, riding double on the afternoon. 111.50 seconds.
Central Casting delivers as the favorite, never switches leads, but it doesn't matter because she broke so much better today, Jonathan, and just put herself in the right position.
Yeah, I mean, if you can find a crystal ball that can tell you when horses that don't break well will break well, you can make a lot of money. Look, she was the best horse on paper, but there had nothing to suggest that she was going to, on paper, that she was going to break better. Obviously, you know, the conversation led to think that she would run better here, and she popped away from there, and, you know, in the middle of the race, when she broke well and found herself on the front end, it was almost a foregone conclusion at that point because she had just run that much better than these other horses.
Ruben Silvera picking up another one, and like his previous winner, aggressive with this one and putting her forwardly placed. It looked like the two Gaga's Hamsum with Dylan Davis was going to kind of just swallow her up, but she actually kind of kicked on again in the stretch. And as you said, she looked like the best horse on paper and really did show that at 8-5 as well.
No, she did, and you know she figured it out, and look, that's what these trainers do, and it's their job to figure out the quirks of some of these horses and to get them to be able to give their best performances. So don't think that with her breaking slowly in the 2 starts that Rudy didn't do things to work to get her to break better. And it absolutely worked, and they got the money there to get their picture taken here in a couple minutes.
Richie talked about that gate workout 2 back. It seems all of the changes and all of the work going in really did make a difference for Central Casting. 4-2-1-6 in race 5. As we mentioned, though, looking ahead to next weekend, Cigar Mile Day next Saturday here at Aqueduct. Kind of the last big day in New York for these big graded stakes. And if everybody shows up that's on the probables list for the Cigar Mile, this could be one heck of a race. Jonathan, really looking forward to this one. As locked for trainer Todd Pletcher, the horse that was actually the favorite in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile against his stablemate Fierceness. He came back earlier this year, back in October, off a big layoff, and looked pretty good in an allowance return, and really could be a big player in this division going into the Cigar Mile.
Some people might argue that he has some 2-year-old figures that are in the arena of what these older horses have been running. Then he comes back off of a really long, you know, a pretty long break where he was scratched out of the Fountain of Youth and didn't get to run in any of the kind of Triple Crown preps or even through the summer. Comes back and runs another big number but it didn't come out of nowhere. He had been knocking on the door as a 2-year-old to show those kinds of numbers. This is one of those situations where you get these horses that are allowed to grow up. And if he grows up, which it seems like he has, like he thought he could based on his 2-year-old races, he's going to be tough in here. Like Bookham Dano, 3-year-old, but we kind of know who Bookham Dano is. Locke still has a little bit more to offer, in my opinion.
Yeah, he came back off an 11-month layoff, ran a 97 Beyer speed figure, winning by 7.5 lengths. His first and only start so far as a 3-year-old, and he's pretty exciting as it looks like they're going to keep him around the 1 turn going into a race like the Cigar Mile. Really could make things quite interesting because obviously it's towards the end of his 3-year-old season. They're thinking a 4-year-old season for him, maybe some of those big races down the line. I mean, he's a horse that I would imagine they're thinking, you know, Met Mile next summer with him, and it's good to have him back on the track because he does add an interesting layer.
Absolutely. He's the type of horse that you allow him to grow up. And if he does something spectacular next week, then you can think about some of the Pegasus or some of the races that take place in the desert, whether it's the Dubai World Cup or the Saudi Cup, because he's put himself in that position. If not, you just kind of take a step back, like you said, plan for a Met Mile, work backwards from there. There's a lot of fun races throughout the undercards of all these Triple Crown races, whether it be a race like the Ali Sheba on Derby Day or some of the prep races that they'll have down in South Florida getting ready for these bigger races. And there's a lot of opportunity to make some money with Locke to get him ready for the summer.
Well, Todd Pletcher certainly knows how to win the Cigar Mile, too, looking for his 7th. Central Casting, though, in race 5 today, delivers as the favorite, $5.20 winner. She just broke so much better and was able to repel any charges pretty formful there in the 5th. Back over to Tampa Bay Downs. We have race 4 coming up next, a 1 mile and 40 yards in the main track maiden claiming race for $10,000, 1 scratch of the 6. Here's a look at the field and the 4, Braggadocious, currently 5-2. I know it's a big drop in class, Jonathan. Think start number 20 is going to be the magic one?
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky, right? The horse is 0 for 19, but here's the problem I have. If you look on the recent past performances, there's 1, 2, 3 opportunities where the horse was odds on. Odds on and couldn't win.
Beating a nose, a neck, yeah.
You got to start wondering if it's just Braggadocious doesn't necessarily want to get it done. I'm going to look elsewhere. I'm going to give the 5 to the outside a shot, who has been running at shorter distances and now gets a chance to go a little bit longer. So at least something's changing, so I can like lean on that for some hope. But I mean, who knows? It's when you start screaming about a horse being 0 for 19, they usually win on their 20th try.
Naturally. Breeze the Bayou, though, makes some sense. Has plenty of early speed. Stretching out. Should be aggressive on the front end under Marcos Meneses. We'll see how that does play out and see if he can handle the distance for trainer Michael Yates as they move towards the starting gate for the 4th race at graduation day for somebody in here. We'll see who gets the job done. We'll send it up to Jason Beam for the call.
3 as Jedi's Way and Alex Gonzalez moving forward. Alex already the win for trainer Juan Arriagada earlier today with lead off. Winning on Iconic Rock and Go Woke Go Broke. Ronnie Allen Jr. to the outside gate. Starter Eddie Boobles to send them on their way. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Go Woke Go Broke from the outside, sent for speed. Asasi is close up, and now Breeze the Bayou driving through, and Breeze the Bayou going to be quickest of them all to get to that first turn. Go Woke Go Broke in the 2nd position. Then comes Asasi, who moves through down along the inside. Iconic Rock now takes over 3rd. Jedi's Way advances from the outside in 4th. Asasi back 5th. After that comes Braggadocious, who loops up around King Dario to take over 7th. The 2 at the back early on are Class of 62 and Iron Streets as Breeze the Bayou takes them out of the back stretch. 23-2, the opening quarter mile for Breeze the Bayou, who's in front by almost 3. To Go Woke Go Broke, who's a solo 2nd. It's then 4 or 5 more back to Jedi's Way, who's in 3rd. Then a gap of 2 back to Braggadocious. Iconic Rock is back 5th. They're really strung out here behind a pretty honest pace up top. 3 more lengths after that, back to Asasi in Class of 62. King Dario, Iron Streets at the back. They have just over 3.5 furlongs remaining, 47 seconds flat. Breeze the Bayou and Go Woke Go Broke. Those two into the far turn. They've gone 5 lengths ahead of Braggadocious, who starts to move in nicely from third. It's a length more back to Jedi's Way. After that comes Iconic Rock, trying to make up some ground, Class of 62. They continue strung out around that turn. Go Woke Go Broke a length in front of Breeze the Bayou, who's back second. Braggadocious trying to get going from third. At the top of the stretch, it's Go Woke Go Broke 2. In front of Braggadocious, who starts to close in, going to take toward the inside. Another 3 more lengths back to Jedi's Way in Class of 62. Final furlong left to go. Go Woke Go Broke went too fast early, is now a length and a half behind the new leader, Braggadocious. Braggadocious comes through. Go Woke Go Broke back to second. Braggadocious and Chad Lindsay up the fence to win it here at 5-2. They won it by 3.5, 4 in the end. Go Woke Go Broke was second. Third went to Jedi's Way. Fourth was close. Might have been a Saucy, but it is a multiple horse photo for fourth.
Well, it seems that start number 20 was indeed the lucky one for Braggadocious. You got a great trip, and Chad Lindsay, the jockey, made the right choice, Jonathan, diving down to the inside as the 10 Go Woke Go Broke was kind of drifting off the rail lane.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this horse just found the right group. Sometimes you put me in the right room, I'm the tallest person in there, so.
That's what we say about horses finding their friends. What a note for Jonathan to go out. You're leaving me.
I am leaving you.
We will see you back this weekend at all?
Yes, Sunday.
Sunday.
Yeah,
Yes, that's right.
Sunday.
No show on Fox tomorrow. Be back in action on Sunday. Jonathan stepping aside here, but don't worry. I have Richard Migliori and Paul Verderosa coming up on the desk to join me as we will have a look back to running son of a gun who was beaten in neck in the 2022 edition of the Fall Highway, looking to get his own win this weekend as he will go post-war later on today in the feature.
Thanks for coming back to the program. It's America's Day at the Races here on FS2. As Maggie Wolfendale, please be back with you here in the paddock for, yet another maiden race. This one, the maiden 40 variety, and we are going a mile on the main track. We do see, at least as of now early on in the wagering, a prohibitive favorite on the rail. First off the claim for Brad Cox is number 1 Holton, but we'll begin to his outside with a New York bred who is facing Open Company again. But I thought this horse just had a suspicious look about him, because why not try again against Maiden Special Weight Company for restricted New York breds when they paid $375,000 for this guy 2 years ago, and readily offering him up for 40 in his 4th career start. Now the blinkers are going on today. We'll see how he adjusts to that, because it could make him the clear speed here, at least forcing his hand a little bit with Jose Lezcano aboard. He looks great and looks very good against his open maiden claiming competition today. I just thought there were some intangibles that made him a little bit on the suspicious side, as number 3, Good As He Gets, comes in here for trainer Ned Allard. Always dangerous when bringing his horses to New York. He'll send out Dean Delivers in the upcoming feature, the Fall Highway. Dean Delivers, a horse that, as I heard Ned talking to our paddock judge Patrick Davis, is a little bit of a bad actor when saddling, but so far so good. Has a pony in front of him. He's been kept away from the rest of his competition today. But a horse is going to try a route distance for the first time on the main track, as he does come in here off of a turf effort at Laurel. I thought watching his dirt sprints moved like a horse that would want to go long on the main track, as that's what he's saying to me physically too here in the paddock. So pleased with what I'm seeing from this guy, and I do think he does possess that danger of an upset type of individual, as he sits at 9-2 currently on the board. And then we'll take a look at number 5, Creek. He's taking a lot of money, as Bill Mott does have good numbers with this type of move, dropping from a maiden special weight, going turf to dirt. He's 5 for 17, though negative ROI, so they do tend to take money as well. But Creek is one that I actually, going back to my notes from him first time out, wrote that maybe he wants to turf, but he also definitely wants to go longer. Well, since then he's gotten both of those things, but now he at least drops in class. I wish he looked a little bit stronger behind, because for a horse to then switch from turf to dirt, they need that power from behind even more so on the main track, and he just lacks a bit of conditioning behind there. Looks good against his field, don't get me wrong, stacking up well, but again, I am a little bit suspicious of this return to the main track. Well, horses are about saddled here in the paddock, but we do have some new faces joining you, Acacia, upstairs. Who's the new crew you got?
That's right, a little bit of musical chairs here, Maggie. Thanks, as we welcome in Paul Verderosa joining us for the first time, and Richie Migliori back up on the set. You're doing a little bit of everything today, Richie.
Yeah, running
you and
back
Maggie,
and
You and
forth.
Maggie are a little bit all over the place.
We're like a good utility player. Just plug us in where you need us.
I like it. And of course, guys, we have this upcoming 6th race next here, and we'll take a look at Manny Franco, who's going to be aboard the 1 Holton, as he has a pretty strong little run coming up here. He's on the 6-5 favorite at the moment, and then Paul in the next race in the Fall Highway, he's going to be aboard Giant Mischief, who's the 9-5 morning line favorite.
Yeah, you know, when you look at Manny Franco, I mean, he does such a great job in so many aspects of riding, right? I mean, you know, he can get horses out of the gate, he can be in front, he can come from off the pace. Kind of like the total package a little bit, and he's got a strong hand going forward the rest of the day today.
Your best riders are chameleons. They don't make a horse fit their style, they fit the individual horse's style. And this horse actually gets in with a break in weights with 128 pounds with these new kind of allowance conditions for the Fall Highway, which for years was a handicap.
And there's Manny Franco coming out, shaking hands with the owners coming up as he'll be aboard Holton for Sandy Goldfarb and Co. in this upcoming 6th race. And Richie, for Manny, as he's, as we talked about, just a very versatile rider, an incredibly athletic rider as well. His strength often, too, as Paul touched on, is getting horses out of the gate. For a horse like Giant Mischief coming up next in the Fall Highway, drawn towards the outside post, Brad Cox saying that was in large part a big decision-making factor of wanting to run here versus running at Fairgrounds on Thanksgiving instead.
Yeah, well, it just gives him options too, right? You're not under any undue pressure. Even though this horse showed good speed last time, very moderate opening quarter, it's not like you're running the risk of a horse squeezing you or getting buffeted about. It allows a horse to find their rhythm a lot better. And Manny is so physically gifted. His strength is his strength.
Yeah, and he doesn't rush a horse either, to your point. You know, if he feels that the horse is not going to make the front, but the horse has natural forward progression and speed, he puts it in the spot where it takes him. You know, and I think that that's important, you know, that you're just, you know, not getting in the way of your horse, giving your horse the best chance and the best spot to win.
Here's his remaining mounts, the next two for trainer Brad Cox as well. As Holton is first off the claim for Brad Cox, and picking up a Giant Mischief for the first time, 9-5 in the Fall Highway. And Richie, you often talk about success breeding success, and for Manny Franco, 5-win day last Saturday, just riding so well yet again. And you look at the morning line odds of the horses that he's going to be aboard coming up, just kind of shows you on very live horses, including the current 6-5 favorite here.
When you win, more trainers want you, more owners want you, and it's also a credit to his agent. You know, because there's times you got to turn people down and you don't want to alienate those people, right? So to preserve a relationship when you're trying to ride a better horse is a tricky thing that the best agents do well.
And first off the claim for Brad Cox, who has had a lot of success with a limited number, particularly a lot of them for Sandy Goldfarb claiming, and a lot of those horses have been prudent claims as well, coming back right away and winning his horses leave the paddock here for the 6th race, and Holton will kick off our post parade.
Yeah, ready. Sorry, that's you're doing.
Go ahead.
No, you want me to? Sure.
Yeah,
okay.
good.
All right. Why
Very
not?
light
Yeah,
post
out there for Bragg. One of us will do it. Ready to Pack Stational, who got good and wired the field twice.
Accidental bid, drop in class.
This is who I'm interested in. Adds blinkers, has speed, should be forward, and takes that drop in class.
Good as he gets, also a drop in class and back to dirt.
I think he'll appreciate stretching out to the mile for sure in the drop.
Here's the 5 Creek turf to dirt.
Yeah, you know what? Putting up, going long for the first time on dirt, so we'll see what he can put up as far as the number goes.
Here's Glint back down to a maiden claiming level.
Yeah, his best races have been for this claiming tag other than his first start. Certainly a player here.
True Connection, 3rd at this level last time out.
I really like this horse today. I think this horse needed his last start.
And a big price to the outside, First Trumpet.
Has had a lot of chances, 0 for 16, although we just saw an 0 for 19 win at Tampa Bay. You don't see that as often in New York. If they've gotten to the point where they've made this many starts and gotten it done, you feel like they're a little up against it.
Well, perfect opportunity for you to feed your competitive edge with live money handicapping contests almost every week. Register now to win cash prizes and seats into next week's $300 contest. Registration closes before Aqueduct's 3rd race post time on Saturday. Visit NYRABets.com/contests to learn more today. 4-5 on the number 1 Holton, first off the claim for Brad Cox, a very dangerous move that has been lately. Taxational, who was able to come back and win again with an 89 Beyer speed figure in his subsequent start. I get it that he is a horse that comes in for a hot outfit and ran fast 2 starts back, but is that too short a price, do you think, Paul?
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of this horse today because he just didn't run a step really last time out. And listen, I get that Paxational wired the field, but to be honest, I know Brad Cox, claims the horse. The numbers are there to support, this horse taking some money, but is he going to do anything different that Bill Mott or Mike Maker didn't do with this horse that I'm not aware of? And I just feel like he has a couple of races that put him in the hunt here, but he just hasn't panned out, and gotten the job done. And starting to pile it up now, looking at start number 10 here, and 3-5 is a tough price to take.
Yeah, and we'll see is Brad Cox in the past year, first off the claim, 9 for 20 winning, 45%, 75% in the money, and a positive ROI of 253. So, Richie, the numbers are there. We'll see if he could do it. Maybe this is another contender who's a little bit of a better price, True Connection, second off the bench.
Yeah, I mean, Paul, you like this horse a bit because he ran well last time, and that was off of a layoff, and you feel like he could take a step forward.
Yeah, I think he needed his last race and be a little bit fitter for it. And he had a little bit of trouble at the start, too, here. He got bumped out of there and got taken back a little bit. But after that, had an all right trip. You know, just was a little short late, ended up a little wide down the lane. The only thing that concerns me with this horse, Richie, is when you look at this horse, better numbers came on and off track. So I was hoping for a little bit of moisture still in the track, but I think second off of the layoff, a little bit fitter today, had some trouble last time out, and put in a nice run around the turn. Its lane before flattening out a little bit. Should bode well today for this horse to be a little bit tighter.
True Connection was a late scratch back in Saratoga in August, just not warming up well. We saw him come back in November with that strong third. As we'll head back to Maggie on True Connection. What are you seeing from him now second off that layoff, Maggie?
Yeah, Acacia, interesting points that you bring up, and doesn't have any workouts in the interim. So maybe a horse that does have some issues to get over, but that doesn't stop me from liking what I saw from him in the paddock and out on the racetrack for that matter. Does look a bit tighter, having that race under his belt. Great coat to him, you know, considering it, we're heading into the winter months, something that you want to see. So we'll see what he does here, and he's an awfully generous price right now at 12-1. But let's check in with your current 3-5 favorite in number 1, Holton. At times, there have been slight knocks against this horse that I have found, at least looking at him physically, in that he's gotten a bit, you know, hot prior to his start, a little revved up at times. Not the case today. More recently, he's looked as though he's a bit light and drawn up. Not the case today. Weight and conditioning back on, moving incredibly well out there. Look, I'm going to try to beat him here with a horse that I'm just intrigued by because I'm a little bit of a fangirl for Ned Allard. I like the job that he does, and I thought this horse, good as he gets, showed some promise, albeit in slower races on the dirt, and like him getting more ground, but there's no doubt about it. For me, Acacia, Holton's definitely the horse to beat.
Yeah, betting public agrees with you, Maggie. Thanks. 4-5 on Holton. But as far as good as he gets, Richie, Maggie's singing the praises of Ned Allard, and I know, you know, all of us kind of feel the same way. Such a true horseman, and has a very strong chance coming up in the fall highway as well.
Yeah, he is a tremendous horseman. He was a guy that wanted to be a jockey. If you see the size of him, you know, he was going to outgrow that quickly enough. And he actually told me a story once where he would sleep in a bed that was too short for him with a headboard because he read that you grow while you sleep, so he thought it could help stunt his growth. Well, obviously it didn't work, but you know what? He's a terrific horse trainer, and maybe that's always what he's meant to be. And his best horse, I guess you'd have to say, Mom's Command, won the Philly Triple Crown.
I always think of Mom's Command. I think of Abby Fuller riding that horse, too.
Yeah, for her father.
Yeah.
What a great story.
Yeah.
Absolutely. As we'll see what he can do with good as he gets, Ned Allard. And then coming up in that fall highway, we'll send out Dean Delivers, coming off of a third-place finish in the Grade 3 Vosburg. But in this upcoming 6th race, Holton, a short price right now. We talked about some interest in True Connection at a generous price and a couple of others in here. So pick 4 kicking off in this 6th race, loading in. We'll send it up to Chris Griffin for the call.
Glint goes in next. True Connection. First trumpet to the outside and in. All set. And they're off. Speed to the outside from First Trumpet. Flashes that early speed, is now ahead in front and in between horses, down towards the inside. Here comes Accidental Bid to join that early leader. Just towards that outside, as good as he gets, and at the rail here moving up is Holton. That's the leading quartet as they now hook up with the backstretch. Back there in 5th comes Glint. Is settled well off the pace now, is 2.5 back. Far back early. True Connection and the trailer is Creek. They work up the backstretch, and it's a battle for the front end through a 22-4. Opening quarter mile, and First Trumpet still with the nose in front. Accidental Bid is right there, handing the early leader, and here comes Good as he gets out in the center of the racetrack in 3rd. Holton and Manny Franco is towards the inside, just waiting for room. A ground-saving journey, just loping along. And behind them, getting closer, that's True Connection and Christopher Elliott there on the move at a quick 45-4 posted half-mile time. Glint is out wider, and far back still, that's Creek, who is at the back end of the field, is the trailer. They're well into the far turn now, an Accidental Bid. And First Trumpet, they've done all the heavy lifting up front. Under a handful is Holton. Holton needs a way through, is trying to muscle on through. There's the seam, and 3 wide. Here comes Holton, ready to pounce, and Holton in a flash is coming after the leader, Accidental Bid, who took a couple lengths out from First Trumpet, but Holton's going to run right on by. Looked ready at the top of the stretch, and now Holton is opening up on this field. Glint continues to give game chase, is coming up to the outside of Accidental Bid, who's actually run a big effort here inside the final 16th, but it's all Holton. Got that clear running room, and Holton will get the easy victory. Glint up for second, got tight there, Accidental Bid, and the oncoming Good As He Gets in 1 minute 36 and 3.
We talked about the strength of Manny Franco, and it was on full display there. Richie, you could see coming into the top of the stretch, he had nowhere to go, and a horse that was wanting to do more.
Yeah, he was all dressed up with no place to go, but when he was able to secure a clear running path, he sets down. Now watch when he hit him left-handed there. Holton kind of went, whoa, okay. It took me a little by surprise with that one, and Manny's so strong, he actually moved him over a path. What a perfect setup, right? When the 2 Accidental Bid and the 8 First Trumpet threw it down, 45 and change for this level of horse going a mile. It was Holton's race to win, and he got the right trip and the strong ride from Manny Franco.
Yeah, you knew once the pace popped up there for the half, he had the right setup. He just needed to find the space to go. Credit to Manny because, you know, we talk about his strengths. Some other riders, they may have panicked. You know, they may have tried to find a way to get him, rip him to the outside or try and find a way to get through. He waited, spot opened up, found a way, and Holton was just much the best in here.
Delivers at 4-5, distant second to Glint at 17-1. Big price, and have to give a little props to Accidental Bid, part of that early pace and holding on for third. 1-6, 2-3, prices and more when we come back.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, continues the momentum with standouts like Ms. Big Bucks.
Ms. Big Bucks gets the victory.
As well as Born Dancer.
Born Dancer, gutsy, and Born Dancer wins it.
And 26 Black, winner at 3 of his last 5 starts.
26 Black has sprinted by. 26 Black, that's your winner.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, New York's #1 turf sire, standing at Rockridge Stud for the 2025 season.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
These New York bred foals represent many sires: War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by NYRA Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Taking a look at Penn Station. That's pretty much about how fast I walk through Penn Station, usually.
You walk pretty fast. You've got a very long stride.
I'm a fast walker.
You would sell well at like one of the children training.
I really
centers.
stride
Yeah,
out.
you got a big
I'm
stride.
back at the knee.
We're going to time the next walk.
I stride out as we see Holton into the winner's circle in race 6. First off the claim for Brad Cox. Finally got some running room and was claimed. So 1, 2, and 3 all claimed out of this 6th race. So Holton wins and moves on to the next.
Yeah, and hopefully the next connections will have just as much success as he had this race because he looked really good in here. He was definitely the goods, got the right trip and the right pace set up and just blew this field away.
$3.80 winner there in race number 6. Back over to Tampa, first turf race of the day and a fun one as you see horses heading out of the paddock. This 5th race is a mile and a 16th on the grass and a first level allowance race. And let's meet the field, guys, starting off with the 1 Heathguard.
I'll tell you, the only thing that hurts this horse is the lack of speed because the last 2 wins have come when this horse has been close up. So we'll see what kind of trip from the inside today.
Where did his speed go is a big question. See if we can get back to that as well. As there he is at 10-1. Here's Skipperini.
Yeah, very consistent sort, 8 for 32. This is a little bit tougher than he's been facing, though, at Delaware Park.
Coming back over to Tampa. Here's the 3 late call, cutting back in distance a bit.
Cutback's going to help, and facing a lesser group than last time will also help this horse.
That horse was very, very live in this spot. Here's the 4 Card Trick.
Has good speed and was formerly trained by Ned Allard, who we just were talking about. Makes his first start for Bill Downey.
Back-to-back second place finishes out of town. Here's the 5 Rose Collector off the back of a win against Lesser.
Yeah, race came apart last time, and this horse came closing fast.
Last out maiden winner. Next for the 6 Maxi Match.
I think this horse lends some pace to the race as well. I do think there's enough pace signed on to help a closing type.
Should be forward once again. He's a big price. There is the 7 Oshi as this horse gets back to the grass.
Yeah, he's been a consistent type on the grass, too. Has hit the board quite often. Has a race win over the Tampa turf. A little slow, but we'll see what happens.
Tried a mile and an 8th at Colonial and Turf 2 back. Here's the 8 Sonic Speed. Back-to-back wins for this in-form son of McLean's Music.
Yeah, it's a great way to word it. In form, this New York bred who was running it's much tougher over the summer in Saratoga has stepped out and put together a couple good runs.
Why not me? I guess that's a big question as he will try the turf.
Yeah, gets back on as a win over the Tampa surface. Tougher field, though, this time than when he broke his maiden.
Pretty slow race that he won there. And here's Uncle Truly. Blinkers coming off.
Taking the blinkers off, and with that post, though, what's the plan? You know, this is a horse that has speed, and from that post, you've got to try to get your position going forward and not be hung wide. But the blinkers off suggests that maybe they want him to relax a bit more.
It is kind of an odd move, especially for a horse that does have the natural running style that he does, as Sammy Camacho, always leading rider down there at Tampa Bay Downs, will be in the saddle. But I thought this was a really intriguing race, and the 3 late call, wanted to touch on him, Richie, as you had pointed out to me the other day, that Samuel Morin, if you're not familiar, winters down at Tampa Bay Downs, rides the turf, I find, really well down there.
I agree. This guy knows the value of saving ground. He delivered some rides last week from the outside post, found the inside, split horses. He rides fearlessly, but very smart, identifying what horses he needs to follow, live cover, if you will. I've been very impressed with what I've seen from his riding on the turf.
Yeah, and I think he grew up a lot, too, especially when you watched him ride at the Meadowlands and even some of the races here, you know, when he came in here, too. He rode very well. So it's an important trait to have, especially on a turf course like Tampa, where you said you don't want to lose too much of that ground. And going the mile, that turn comes up really quick.
Yeah.
Paul, how did you see this race playing out? As Richie touched on in the post race, looks like there should be a fair amount of pace on.
Yeah, I wonder how fast the pace is going to get. I know the 4 is going to show a little bit of speed. And, you know, for a horse like the 6, Maxi Match 2, I'm not sure if he's as fast as the 4. The 9 has a little bit of speed, has shown some fast quarters in the past against Lesser. And even Uncle Truly, we'll see what happens with the blinkers off today. I do think this race, though, does set up for someone to come from off the pace.
You know, a horse that, I mean, a little bit light on numbers, but the 1 Heathguard is going to get to save all that ground. Last time Hector Diaz was aboard, this horse laid a little closer and won at Tampa. And this horse owned and trained by Rory Lamb Lambholm, formerly the Hobo Farm.
Wow. Yeah.
We see Lambholm right on the starting gate there, so maybe it's a sign. 2-1 to the outside on the 10. Uncle Truly taking the blinkers off. Just about loaded in for the 5th at Tampa Bay Downs. Here's Jason Beam.
Number 10. Who now goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Maxi Match showing good early speed. Card Trick is right there forwardly placed, but it's going to be Maxi Match to lead him here in the opening stanza up to the outside. Why Not Me coming up now to come into the second position. Card Trick settles back third as they come by us for the first time. Then comes Uncle Truly, who's away in fourth. Skipperini starts to move through inside of Oishi there together 5th and 6th. It's a length and a half more then. Back to Heathguard in 7th. Right outside of that one, Late Call. Sonic Speed going to be 3 wide into that first turn, and Rose Collector is the early trailer. But Why Not Me going to go up to take over the lead now. Maxi Match all the way back in 3rd as Card Trick goes by that one to take over 2nd. The opening quarter, 22-4. Long shot, Why Not Me takes him on to the back stretch. In front by a length and a half. Card Trick in 2nd. It's a length and a half more. Back to Skipperini, who moves outside of Maxi Match. The early leader is now back 4th. Break of a length and a half to Uncle Truly, who's 5th. Mid-pack and about 6 off the early tempo. Heathguards to that one's inside in the yellow colors. It's a length and a half more to Oishi and Late Call. Sonic Speed with 1 beat, and that's Rose Collector after a 47.79 second opening half mile. They start their run toward the far turn. 3/8 of a mile left to go. Why Not Me? Card Trick right up alongside, draws to within a neck. Those two are now 2 in front of Skipperini and Maximatch, who are together 3rd and 4th. Heathguard looking for a seam there is 5th toward the inside, currently being shadowed by Uncle Truly, who's 6th, as they wind around to the top of the stretch. Why Not Me and Card Trick, these two still 1-2. Maximatch going to switch toward the outside from 3rd. Heathguard continues to make good steady progress toward the inside, is 4th now. There's a new leader at the 8th pole, it's Card Trick. Card Trick in front. Heathguard going to go down toward the inside. Late Call. Why Not Me still plugging away from 2nd. A final 16th to go. Card Trick just in front. Why Not Me gets out. Heathguard up the inside. Card Trick still there. Card Trick looking for the wire. Will find it. Big effort there from Why Not Me to hold 2nd over Heathguard and Late Call, who are rallying late. Rose Collector also got late going to get into those minor placing photos.
Card Trick just holds off the late re-rally of Why Not Me, who ended up controlling things on the pace call. It was kind of an oddly run race where visually it didn't look like there was as much speed as we'd anticipated, especially right out of the gate.
Yeah, we all sat here and we said, boy, they're not going slow. Why are they taking back? And then all of a sudden they popped the first quarter up in 22, and we're like, didn't look that way. But I'll give it to Daniel Centeno. I mean, with a horse that's been on the wire and has lost by a nose and a neck in the last 2, I mean, he got the horse to be in front a little bit earlier and a little longer here, and he ran well in those 2 starts off the layoff. So, I mean, he figured in here.
Daniel Centeno is a rider's rider. He's somebody that all other riders respect, rides a good race. I'm still a little bit dubious about that first fraction. It did not look like they were going that fast.
No, definitely did not. Well, there's a horse that should be going quick early as well. Well posted towards the outside, Giant Mischief. He's currently 3-4, a very short price coming up in the 110th running of the Fall Highway.
Run Happy, Natala Fella has won the Hopeful.
Rodney is widening the margin now. It's going to be Rodney to win the Affirmed Success.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Royal Haven continues to roll. Denang is fourth. Punchline fades to fifth. Kelly Kipp confronted here by Royal Haven, and Royal Haven takes over. Royal Haven taking charge. Kelly Kipp second. Western Fame third. King Roller coming on late. Final 16th. It's Royal Haven with King Roller rolling at the end, but Royal Haven holds on to win by a diminishing length and a half.
Royal Haven holding on to win the 1997 Fall Highway here at Aqueduct with a familiar pilot in the saddle.
He was such a cool horse. He had so much heart, grit, determination, trained by Gaspar Moschera, owned by Barbara Davis, and he's carrying, I believe, if my memory serves correct, 136 pounds in this edition of the Fall Highway. And this was in the midst of a win streak for him. He came back to win the Gravesend as well as the General George in Maryland. Not the best moving horse when he was going slow, but going fast, he was smooth as silk, and that brings back great memories. I really, really enjoyed riding him.
And you're a 3-time Fall Highway winning jockey.
Yeah, the record's 5, though. Eddie Arcaro, 5, John Rotz, 5. So, but I'm proud of the 3, and it was a race that I grew up coming to the track watched What a Summer win it, as well as a few other fillies in there. So it's a race with a lot of history. It's changed now. It's not what it used to be. Used to be the high weight when they started weighting the race was 140 pounds, and they would work their way down. Now it's allowance conditions with still high weights.
Right. Absolutely, and so kind of more similar to what we see in Europe often with those handicap type races.
Yeah, exactly. And, there, if a horse gets in with 120, that's considered light.
Yes.
So,
There's Giant Mischief, though, as he is your short price favorite for this Fall Highway coming up. Came off of a big layoff last time out at Keeneland, and Brad Cox saying had initially planned to bring him back a bit earlier this year. He got sick, ended up coming back to this race at Keeneland, Paul, and he was dominant, winning by open lengths in there over Kavod, who would come back to win his subsequent start.
Yeah, and the cool thing about this horse is, too, he showed that speed off the layoff that you like to see, and he was able to sustain it to the wire. And now putting races together, it makes you just think and hope everything goes well today, because I'd like to see him next year at 5, be able to put it together. And, that race was a productive race beyond Kavod. The 4th, the 5th, the last place finishers all improved their figs next time out. The outside post today should help survey the action a little bit, and hopefully he's ready to go, because I think if we see a good effort out of him, it bodes well for him down the road for next year.
The short price right now, Maggie, as Giant Mischief, actually his first time making a start on the NYRA circuit. What are you seeing?
Acacia, I've actually seen him before, though, as he tried to participate in the Rebel last year, and a horse that I had written in my notes just does not look like he wants any part of him out at 16. Looks and is built like a sprinter. So despite having some gaps in his form, I think they have distinguished him as such. He is a sprinter. He hasn't grown much, but he is just a very blocky type of horse. He's one of those ones I like to say he's as wide as he is tall, and very compact. Great energy here, though, just what you want to see with a horse coming back second off the bench, and that it didn't zap him that first race back running a fast race. He didn't have it, kind of luxuriously on the front end, in that he got some slower fractions early on and then was able to quicken throughout that race on a track that was quite kind to inside speed throughout that fall meeting at Keeneland. But all things good for your favorite here is it's kind of the Brad Cox Kentucky division versus the Brad Cox New York division, though number 8 to his inside, Top Gunner, a much bigger prize. But let's not forget that Top Gunner, first off the claim, was able to win that Parks Sprint, and one that I think is actually better when he gets a target. We'll see how much pace he gets, but I do think he's a horse that wants something to run at, as opposed to being up on the front end like he was in that Grade 3 Bold Ruler, in which he contested the lead and he just got a bit tired, whereas 2 starts ago, things unfolded in front of him. He was kind of out wide, then he ducked to the inside with a very deft ride by Flavien Prat that day. Jose Lescano will climb aboard, and I like what I'm seeing from this guy. Sometimes he's a little bit more animated than what I'm seeing in the paddock today. say, but that often happens when we're dealing with Aqueduct versus Saratoga per se. So all things good for both of these Brad Cox runners as they look for another winner on the card. I am intrigued by number 5, Dean Delivers, who could work out to be the speed of the speed, as we'll see what they do with number 2, Super Chow, whose first steps aren't always the quickest, and Dean Delivers does have that opportunity to beat him to that spot, though being more favorably posted towards the outside too. Dean Delivers, I don't think, wanted any part of A, the sloppy racetrack, but B, the 7 furlongs last time in the Grade 3 Vosburg. Has grown a bit of a winter coat in the interim, but still really rich and hydrated, still dappled, and I just think looking at him physically, Acacia, he's a horse more well suited to shorter distances.
Yeah, this should be the right spot for him. Maggie, thank you. Dean Delivers. He's sporting a trace clip, Richie, which kind of goes back to the old driving days, right? Where basically they kind of clip where the horses will normally get much more sweaty and kind of leave the extremities covered with the longer hair.
Yeah, they won't keep their back warm, right?
Their legs.
Yeah, that's like pretty much an old school thing.
Yeah.
You don't see very many people with that trace clip anymore.
That's a true one for sure. There is Super Chow to kick off the post parade, though. Likes to drift in the stretch.
Yeah, he's a horse that does try to get out, and he does have speed.
Baby Yoda. Which version of Baby Yoda do we get?
I'm hoping the good one today off a little bit of a layoff.
Here's 24 Mamba.
Yeah, more of a closing type. Just feels like he's going to have to find one of his A-plus races
The horse
today.
we were just discussing, Dean Delivers.
Shorter the better for this horse. I think 6 will hit this horse a lot better than 7.
Running Son of a Gun, elevated to first in the Bold Ruler.
Yeah, and rightfully so. He got his hind end taken out and only was beating the nose. I didn't pick it up the first time, but it turned out to be the right call.
Brad Cox sends out 2. Here's the longer price of the duo, Top Gunner.
Yeah, one that'll be lurking from more off the pace, I believe, than his uncoupled stablemate.
And the stablemate is your favorite, Giant Mischief.
Looks sharp coming back off of the layoff. Second start here. Starting to pair races together. Always a good thing you want to see.
To go back to what Maggie was talking about with the way that the pace could potentially play out, Richie, especially with the presence of Super Chow, who can get to the front, but you look at how Super Chow breaks, as Giant Mischief is feeling fresh today out there. Super Chow doesn't always get out of the gate the quickest.
Yeah, just because a horse has speed doesn't mean he has what I term gate speed. And that's why it's incumbent upon riders that are riding against him to watch replays. So many races are won and lost at the start, and if you know a horse's first step or two aren't his best and you're on another speed horse, it gives you the opportunity to try to take it away from him, and he does his best running when he makes the front. If I'm Kendrick Carmouche, particularly on Dean Delivers, who does seem to have very good gate speed, I'm looking to get the drop on him right off the break, Paul.
Yeah, and I would also want to try and get my forward position in front of him, too, in case he tries his Super Chow things of trying to want to drift out and get out as well. So I think the break's going to be super important. We'll see what David Egan does, who came up to ride the horse today, too. So we'll see how he breaks.
There's a look at the 5, Dean Delivers, and I saw a quote from trainer Ned Allard, Paul, saying that he prefers the 6 furlongs versus the 7/8 of the Vosburg that he tried last time out. Went right off to the lead, and Mufasa was just kind of sitting on his hip, and Mufasa went on to try the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile following that. Did not run well, but he's obviously a horse with some talent that beat Dean Delivers at maybe a distance that he doesn't prefer.
Yeah, I don't think that race was altogether that bad, especially when you consider Mufasa got good for a while going into that race, and Scotland's not a bad horse either. So I think the turn back's key for this horse, and I think being forward as well is going to help this horse in here, because really, I mean, I think he is a little bit faster than Super Chow. We'll see how the break plays out and how everything evens out in the end, but I mean, your best way with this horse is to be forward.
5-1 though on the 3, Baby Yoda. Maggie, we know it's in there. What version of Baby Yoda will we get today?
Well, I do agree with Paul for the sentiment that I think a little freshening always does this horse well, and that he's one that at times does not carry his weight particularly well, or he looks great in his coat, and his weight looks very good for him, and he looks fine in his coat. Sorry, did I say the 5? I meant to say the 3, guys. If we could show the 3. And he's getting a nice warm-up. He's moving particularly well. So I like what I'm seeing from Baby Yoda today, more so than what I've seen from him in his last few. As we'll take a look at number 6, that is Running Son of a Gun, who comes off of that elevated to first win in the Bold Ruler. I wasn't in the paddock for that race, but I was for a few of his previous ones prior to that. Off of that extended layoff, and I thought, he looks great in his coat, dappled, really striding out well. And while he's forward today, his coat has completely gone the wrong way. I mean, it's dull. It's got like bald patches in it. I didn't particularly love to see that, especially for a horse that, at least on form, looked to be trending in the right direction. So we'll see if he can recreate that same race in the Bold Ruler. If he does, Acacia could make him pretty dangerous here.
Absolutely, Maggie. As he was elevated to first last time out, Richie, you were in the paddock for that Bold Ruler, so you would certainly know better than anybody as he was able to be put up to first from there, and that was the best race we've seen from Running Son of a Gun in a while.
Well, I was speaking with his conditioner, John Toscano, and he said there were a plethora of things that just kept kind of stopping him, and this was the first time he felt like he had him at his fittest. And now you're going to see, it looks like he's going to run by the leader. But I want you to keep an eye on his hind end. And the contact was very slight, but right there, did you see the way he kind of lost his hind end a little bit? And then you get beat an inch. So when I watched it in real time the first time covering the race, I said, no, this shouldn't be a disqualification. That was good race riding. And then when you saw it slowed down and a different angle, and he got his hind end taken out from under him, it was 100% the right call. And listen, Stewart's got a tough job. I've been critical of them at times. This was one where they got the call exactly right.
Yeah, and I think it made a bit of a difference, too, when they came down to the wire. It stopped his momentum briefly anyway, shifting his hindquarters out a little bit. But to your point, I do think that even the start before that, I just think that John Scal's got him going in the right direction again. Because if you take a look back at some of his races in late 22 into early 23, this horse was good, putting up good numbers, solid numbers, even if he ran second. And maybe he's starting to find that form again now. So if he does, he's going to be tough in here.
And John Toscano, a trainer that trained his first winner in 1971. Wow. So he's been winning races for over 50 years.
Amazing.
Yeah.
He's got 9-2 shot right here. Paul, give us the plug for Baby Yoda. What's going to be the formula today, the magic formula?
I think Baby Yoda's going to have to be close. When we've seen the good Baby Yoda and seen this horse fire big shots, this horse has been close early on. I also feel like the last 3 races, I know the form kind of tailed off a little bit. This field is tough. I don't think it's as tough as the races that he's been facing. Yep. And he's also been very wide, 7, 8 wide, and then 6 wide, and then 5 wide, and taking a bump here and there. The good Baby Yoda with some freshening and some decent works coming in can fire a good shot. We've seen it before out of nowhere. He's taking some money today off that line. I didn't think I was going to get 5 to 1. I thought I'd get a little bit better. But either way, I think it bodes well. We'll see. I'll know early on if we're going to have a good day or not with Baby Yoda.
He does tip his hand pretty early on, right? If he's traveling into the bridle and he's not far away, you know he's going to show up.
Yeah, and he's going to run well. So, I do think the freshening helps him out. I think getting away from Grade 1 company also helps him a little bit as well in here. So, I'm going to take a shot with him today.
Richie, you like Dean Delivers?
I like Dean Delivers. I love the way he looked warming up. I think that he could play out to be the speed. It's all about the break. And if he clears the 2 Super Chow, I like his chances immensely more.
4-5 though on Giant Mischief to the outside in this fall highway. He is a short price heavy favorite as he looks to go 2 for 2 in 2024 off that extended layoff. Brad Cox looking for another one on the card as well, as is Manny Franco. See if he can get the job done. It's time for the fall highway here at Aqueduct. The voice of Aqueduct, Chris Griffin, standing by for the call.
Outside. And in. All set for the fall highway. And they're off. Good speed in between horses. 24 Mamba. There's Dean Delivers. They are lined up on the front end. 5 across the racetrack, and Super Chow now takes supremacy. Super Chow having to work for the lead as Running Son of a Gun is going to push the tempo now, and these two are head and head. They fly early. Up on the far outside, Giant Mischief is settled just off of them, is stalking from third. At the rail, that's 24 Mamba, who's in fourth, losing a touch of ground with Dean Delivers, who was up with the early leaders, is now back to the 6th spot, gets past to the outside by Top Gunner, and the trailer, Baby Yoda. 22-1 for that pumped up opening quarter. Super Chow is on the engine, and Super Chow with the head in front. Here's Runnin', Son of a Gun, right to the outside. Giant Mischief's had the best journey so far, 3 wide coming after the leaders. Just behind that comes Top Gunner, is chasing that rival and trying to make up ground. 24, Mama Dean delivers. Baby Yoda is the trailer. Super Chow kicks for home. There's Runnin', Son of a Gun in between horses, and now straightening up is Giant Mischief rolling down the center of the racetrack, and Giant Mischief is ready to challenge Runnin', Son of a Gun, who tries to fight back towards the inside. Giant Mischief is in front, now a half length, now a full length, and then Giant Mischief trying to sprint away. Battling on hard was Runnin' Son of a Gun, but Giant Mischief wins the Fall Highway. Runnin' Son of a Gun second, then came a photo. Top Gunner to the outside of Super Chow in 1 minute 9 and 1.
Mischief delivers as the favorite, able to pounce when called upon. Paul, as we saw him just kind of perched in the proverbial catbird seat.
Yeah, and you know, when you watch this race, it kind of wasn't the way that we thought it would unfold from a Super Chow and Dean Delivers perspective, but Runnin' Son of a Gun was up on the pace with Super Chow, and it set up nicely. Manny Franco, we said, had options from that outside post and set a nice trip just off the leaders, and I like this effort from this horse. We saw off the layoff this horse show speed, pop out, carry that speed, go wire to wire. Here was a nice trip, sat off a pace, and ran well in here, and I like this effort going forward for this horse now that we've seen 2 wins in a row.
It's now 5 for 7, or sprinting around one turn. I think this was a clear illustration of why that outside post is an advantage, right? He was able to just do things naturally, got into the race naturally. It allows the horse to get into a better rhythm. They even breathed better. Everything was smooth. Runnin' Son of a Gun gave a really nice effort, and he took Joel Rosario into the race. It wasn't like Joel asked him to be there, just second best, but Giant Mischief got the right setup and was very good.
Gets the job done at 4 to 5. Brad Cox actually running 1-3 as Top Gunner in third at a bit of a price as well. 9-6, 8-2 in the Fall Highway. We'll bring you prices, reactions, and more in a moment. But first, we'll head back over to Tampa Bay Downs as we have race number 6 coming up next. This one, a 6-furlong sprint on the main track, $20,000 claiming race for 3-year-olds and upward. And there's a look at the field as you've got some old heavyweights knocking heads in here with the likes of Doc Amster, the 7-year-old, the 5-year-old Impacto, currently the favorite towards the outside. Paul, both of whom are taking a drop in class.
Yeah, you love to see these kind of horses that continue to compete, year after year and still be able to put up decent numbers and win some races as well. This should be a fun little race.
Meeting the field, starting off with the one San Costantino.
When you look at this race, I mean, it's been struggling lately. Needs to turn it around from an inside post in here. We'll see what happens going 6 furlongs, getting down back to Tampa.
Here's Big Fig, the 2 at 8 to 1.
Overcame a tough trip to win an allowance race at Mountaineer. I always have a hard time deciphering the form from places like Mountaineer.
Ocean of Storms, bit of a price for Samuel Marin in the saddle.
Yeah, going out for John Annette, who won over 2,500 races in his career. Does a great job in the Midwest.
More Spring Spirit, contender here.
Definitely a contender, but his more recent and better races have been on synthetic. How is that going to translate?
Plenty of early speed. Will it transfer? Here's Mr. Crowley. Same question with him.
Yeah, and the drop in class 2 in here. We'll see what this horse does sprinting coming off the layoff.
I always laugh at this name. Pompous Prince.
He's such an arrogant horse, but he's been in good form at Finger Lakes.
Impacto certainly has races on the go back.
Yeah, form kind of went a little bit south before this layoff. It goes out for Gerald Bennett, who's always dangerous.
5 to 2 right now. And Doc Amster, I just checked. I was like, I feel like this horse started off with Wesley Ward, and he did right at the beginning of his career. But he's been in a lot of different barns since then, but a hard-knocking 7-year-old.
Yeah, I like him turning back in distance, and I think he's landed in a good group, and I think he could be well placed from the outside.
Back over at Aqueduct, the Fall Highway is in the books. Giant Mischief has shown that he came back good here in 2024. This Winter Circle lead-in is brought to you by Fasig-Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital auction platform for thoroughbreds. Learn more at digital.fasigtipton.com. Manny Franco and Brad Cox teaming up yet again for a victory here and giving this horse a tremendous trip with that outside post, giving him options, and Paul, he delivered at a very short price.
Yeah, and the nice part about this effort was, too, that he was able to just sit right off of that pace. He relaxed nicely, and he ran strong down the lane and finished off strong. It's a nice time, too, 109.2 carrying that weight.
Another good day for Manny Franco, who's standing by in the winner's circle with Maggie as he picks up another one for Brad Cox.
Here with winning rider Manny Franco. And Manny, I guess he was a little hesitant to get his picture taken as he kind of got a little scared from the clicking of the camera, as you were just telling me.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he did when I put it close to the rail, the noise of the camera making, he spook and drop me. But I'm glad I take him.
I was going to say, you're so athletic. You can stay with him. Talk a little bit about getting aboard this horse for the first time. Had a little pace to run at, and I really noticed some acceleration from him once you set him down in the clear down the lane.
Yeah, my plan was to try to break clean with him because sometimes he's a little sloppy out of there. So I want him out, make sure he break good. And like you said, I had those two horses in front, battle each other. So I just was happy where I was. And when I put it in the stress, when I went on the clear, he just gave me a nice acceleration down the lane.
He did, and a horse that really could be, coming and breaking through as a solidified sprinter. But Manny, we've seen you throughout the year and years past just be so successful with this barn and Brad Cox. Talk a little bit about what it means to you to have the support of such a big barn like him.
It means a lot, right for the top trainer in the country. And like him, he's been giving me a lot of opportunities during my career. So I'm just happy, and my agent has been doing a great job. He's the man behind the scenes, so I gotta give credit to him too.
Yeah, that John Panigatti does do a good job. Well, Manny, congratulations. You did excellent work out there today with Giant Mischief.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right. Of course, Manny and Brad Cox teaming up with the Breeders' Cup win as well with Immersive, but all about Giant Mischief today. Acacia?
It's been a good year for the team, Maggie. Thank you. Very formful as far as the late pick 5 follow along is concerned. And Richie, she mentioned Immersive and undoubtedly the champion 2-year-old filly of the year as well. She's undefeated, won the spin away, won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, and Manny has been aboard for her every single start.
3 Grade 1 wins, undefeated, Breeders' Cup champion. She's as big a slam dunk to be the champion that there could possibly be.
Yeah. Maybe the only shorter price would be Torpedo Anna as champion 3-year-old filly. I think
those two categories,
are like the easiest wrap up. Yeah. Well, we'll see if Manny Franco can pick up another one in the 9th. Does not have a mount in the 8th coming up here. As you take a look at the field, 6 furlongs in this first level allowance for fillies and mares. And that's a look at the field right now. The 3, Lady Mine, currently the favorite off the back of a win last time out. And Paul, that's the beauty of being a New York bred. She won the New York bred 2 other than allowance. Now she can go to the first level allowance against Open Company.
Yeah, it may be a little bit tougher spot, but I'm a fan of hers. I love her heart. I love the way she runs. She can do it from on or close to the pace or off the pace. Sometimes she leaves herself a little too much to do. Like she'll put herself a little bit further back than she needs to be, but she always finds a way to get her nose down on the wire.
Back over to Tampa, race 6 coming up here. We have this claiming race, and I think kind of revolves around the outside 2 horses, kind of the old class horses, if you will, both of whom are dropping down in class, Richie.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we've been talking about that today, post positions and what they mean and why they matter. And I find it, especially at Tampa, too, I always give a little bit of an edge to the outside runners.
Yeah, I think that's been a long time, too. I remember growing up. And I'm saying this like I'm old. I'm saying this like I'm old, but it's...
Well, Paul, I hate to break it to you.
Yeah, I'm getting there, yeah.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah, Father Time is always undefeated. But no, I'm talking even mid-'90s, that kind of stuff. I remember just everybody saying, 7 furlongs, you want to be drawn outside of Tampa. 6 furlongs, you're better off with an outside draw there. So, and I think it was just more so you were able to set up and coming out of the chute as well. You weren't making that duck in that some horses were doing. So I think they're the 2 class horses in the race. We'll see if it pans out that way when they run.
I will say the other thing about aging, it's better than the alternative.
That is true. That is 100% true. Yeah.
Amen to that. As Doc Amster has now clicked over to favoritism, this is a horse, I don't think he wants any part of the mile. Just from the years of watching him both down in South Florida, even ran in New York a few times over the years as well. He's a sprinter, and he's going back to a level at which he belongs. You could argue, though, Paul, that Impacto maybe has been recently, though, running against the better company.
For sure, and I think the drop in class is going to help. I think the time away also is going to help this horse. It goes out for a really good conditioner, and Gerald Bennett always does a good job and wins his share of races. And I remember him from the old Michigan days as well, running like Great Lakes Downs, watching it on the simulcast.
So
know?
you are older than you're letting on.
Yeah, the old, yeah, 100%. The old, you remember Detroit Racecourse?
Yeah, actually,
yeah,
I
the
rode
old
there.
DRC. Did you really?
Yeah,
Wow.
Yeah, the old DRC as well, yeah.
Wow.
What else did I have to do, like, on a Sunday night but watch races as a teenager? I mean, was it do schoolwork? I mean, this was my schoolwork sometimes as I got older. Handicapping.
Well, it turns out it was good homework
Yeah,
to
it
be
worked
doing.
out well.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're applying what you were studying back then. I like that.
That was the streets.
I went and rode the Michigan Mile and an eighth. They called it the Michigan Mile, but it was a mile and an eighth for years.
Okay.
Don't ask me why.
I was just about to. But okay. 9 to 5 on Doc Amster. Did they call it the Michigan Mile and an eighth, or was it just the Michigan
No,
Mile?
they used to call it the
This is
Michigan
gonna
Mile, but I
bother me
got
forever
there and
now.
it was a mile and an eighth, and I was confused.
Wow.
Not that it takes a lot to confuse a jockey, but and then they said, no, it's a mile and an eighth, and I said, well, why do you call it the Michigan? Oh, that was what it used to be named, so we just kept the name.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Race 6 coming up at Tampa Bay Downs. Doc Amster, the favorite to the outside. Him and Impacto taking most of the money, along with the 4 More Spring Spirit. Recently, form is good, but on synthetic. Jason Beam standing by for the call of Race 6.
They're in the gate. And the race is on. More Spring Spirit hopped just a touch at the start. Didn't come away too far back, though. Doc Amster goes out for the yearly lead now here between horses. More Spring Spirit coming up to challenge. After the bad beginning, More Spring Spirit right up alongside of Doc Amster. They're 1-2. Right to their outside, Impacto was away in third. So length and a half more back to Mr. Crowley. Outside of that one goes Pompous Prince, and down to the inside, Ocean of Storms advances. San Constantino the Gray is second last, and Big Fig is the early trailer. More Spring Spirit after that slow beginning up to grab the lead. Doc Amster 2 wide, 3 wide Impacto as they go into that far turn. 22-4, the opening quarter mile time. More Spring Spirit. Doc Amster between horses. Impacto looping up 3 deep. That trio goes 2.5 or 3 in front of Ocean of Storm. Starting to make up a touch of ground. Pompous Prince. San Constantino looks to the rail. Big Fig is starting to wind up, and it's 3 more back to Mr. Crowley as they come to the top of the stretch. More Spring Spirit still fending him off. More Spring Spirit cuts the corner, quickly puts 2 on Doc Amster and Impacto. They're back second, third. Big Fig is rolling out in the center of the course, though. More Spring Spirit has to make another 16th of a mile. Doc Amster, Big Fig down the outside. More Spring Spirit is still there, though. More Spring Spirit. Big effort here at 4-1. Won it by a length and a half in the end. Second ended up very close between Doc Amster and Big Fig. There was a lineup of 3 for a photo for fourth.
More Spring Spirit with the win. Paul, I guess that those recent races were just a sign that he was in good form, not necessarily the surface.
Yeah, and Pablo Morales took no prisoners and used this horse's speed and put this horse on the front end and was able to carry, the speed all the way to the wire. It was a good effort, by the way, from the number 2 horse that we were talking about earlier, that Mig was talking about, Big Fig, coming out of Mountaineer. Last time out, that horse got into a world of trouble, still found a way to get the win. Today came from off the pace again and photoed there for a second.
In tight there with Doc Amster. I think the 2 got up for a second. More Spring Spirit, though, gets the victory, controlling things on the front end. As we'll take a quick time out, bring you prices and more when we come back. And how about Brad Cox and Manny Franco teaming up? Already saw that win in the Fall Highway and looking to continue that momentum. Stay with us after this on America's Day at the Races.
Catalina Cruiser. He won 7 of 9 starts coast to coast, with 6 triple-digit buyers and 5 dominating graded stakes wins, including a record in the Grade 2 True North Stakes, a son of leading 5th crop sire Union Rags, a $370,000 yearling with an imposing physical, and one of the best of his generation. There's only one Catalina Cruiser, now standing at Lane's End.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NyraBets.com.
Jackie's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jackie's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, and want to remind you that next Friday, December 6th, will be opening day down at Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas. We look forward to all of the great racing that we'll have an opportunity to bring you throughout the winter, and all just a really strong series and preps for the Triple Crown as well. And it's always a lot of fun following along with those horses who really kick things off in a big way down at Oaklawn.
Yeah, you get to see the progression of them, right? You know, as they get their years started and point towards the Triple Crown, or those coming back, you know, and pointing for the bigger races that we see in the spring. And I think one of the cool things is, you know, this year they're expecting a lot more barns there and a lot more horses to ship in. And with a schedule like that, who can blame them?
Some of the big horses that we've seen down there throughout the winter. You think of Torpedo Anna being one of the big names of what we saw last year as well. So opening day on December 6th, and then that Triple Crown Series really kicks off on January 4th with the Smarty Jones. We've got races like the Rebel, the Arkansas Derby, of course, and the Apple Blossom, and older horses highlighting that Oaklawn Handicap. Just a lot of really, really fun graded stakes to look forward to.
Yeah, it's going to be great. You got great racing action. You know, fans always turn out for it. And I like to see the older horses when we get into April. You get to see where that division starts to shake itself out, especially with a race like the Oaklawn Handicap.
And especially in a year like this year, where that older horse kind of handicap division really wide open. I mean, it's going to be hard even for the Eclipse Awards for 2024, I think, to make a strong case for an older dirt male.
I think that's one of the good problems to have, you know, and I think it's one of the good things for racing, because you get to see a lot of those horses compete and vie it out now to see who can step up and be number one.
We'll answer some questions on the racetrack throughout 2025, as well as it's time for me to say farewell. Of course, as you might have noticed, Richie Migliori. No, not yet. I'm not leaving yet.
All right, I know you don't want to be here with me. It's okay. I understand.
We owe you some prizes first.
Yeah.
I'm saying goodbye in a moment. But Richie
okay.
already left, but don't worry. Richie's going to be reporting down in the paddock for the last couple of races. But first, we owe you some prizes from Tampa. More Spring Spirit in great form right now, as he went back to the dirt and was able to bring that strong form he had on the Presque Isle Synthetic over to the main track as well.
And it was good to see. It was his first win in 5 starts over the Tampa surface, and he got the jump on a horse like Impacto, who just did not run well at all off of the layoff, and Doc Amster, who we thought would do better cutting back in distance, and ran second today.
I actually thought that he lost the bob for second as well. Just held on over Big Fig, who had run pretty well at a big price, but a $10.80 winner, More Spring Spirit, getting the victory in race number 6 at Tampa Bay Downs. About 20 minutes away from the 7th race there. Will be on the grass over in Florida. Back over to Aqueduct, though. We have race 8 coming up next. This one, a first level allowance race, 6 furlongs for the fillies and mares. Let's get a paddock report from Richie. I promised you'd see him again. Richie, you said you were doing everything today.
Yeah, I took the zip line down here to the paddock. Got here as quick as I could, guys. And we'll start with the 3. Lady Mines, she's coming off of a layoff. Hasn't been seen since February for a big win there. And I'll be honest with you, now, Jeremiah Englehart does a great job. And his horses tend to carry really good weight. And she looks like she's just carrying a little bit extra, where maybe she'll be better for having a run under her belt. Now, to be fair, I don't know her well, so it might not be out of character, but my first impression when I got down here to the paddock was she is carrying just a little extra poundage that could show up on her late. But again, if that's in character for her, that it's a less of a concern. Another one coming off of the layoff, the 4, Patricia Ann, who lost her rider when she was last seen in May. She looks very fit for trainer Carlos Martin. I don't see any concern with her fitness level at all. She really looks good. But the 7 horse would absolutely get the paddock check mark just off of appearance. She looks outstanding. Fernando Abreu does great work. His horses tend to look good. She gets that good outside post that we talk about, guys. And I'm really, really taken with how well turned out the 7 Killy start is. And you get Hall of Famer Javier Castellano to boot.
Nothing wrong with that, and a nice price as well at 7-1. Richie, quickly to wrap up on the 3 Lady Mine from my notes, so that she is just a heavier-bodied type of horse. And so we'll see if she does need one off the layoff. Indeed, now it's time for me to say
Are you
goodbye,
sure?
Paul.
You
Yes,
ready to go? Okay.
I have been confirmed, but it's been a pleasure as always. As Paul will be sticking around, and Maggie Wolfendale coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way. Everybody's moving around today. Horses making their way out of the paddock for race 8 at Aqueduct. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 44 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sales sire at the September sale. Curlin, the classic sire.
Welcome back to the program. It's America's Day at the Races, and we are proudly brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Well, thanks for sticking with us throughout the afternoon here, as I'm Maggie Wolfendale in a change of scenery, and pleased to be joined here by Paul Metarosa. And Paul, we have the last 2 from the Big A, as well as some more racing from Tampa Bay Downs.
Yeah, still good racing left, both here and at Tampa. I'm looking forward to seeing Lady Mine here in race 8, a little pet of mine. And,
yeah.
We got a good 9th race, a good 9th race too at Tampa later on.
I agree. I'm looking forward to that one too, as we do have an allowance race first on tap, as you said. The New York bred Lady Mine trying some open company, not for the first time. She's run in a starter allowance and an open claiming 30, but a other than condition will be the first try. We'll kick things off with the part of the Linda Rice entry that sticks in here. That is number 1, Sarir, first off the claim.
Yeah, shipping in and ran into a good Brendan Walsh horse last time out who put her away, but she should be forward in here, so that should do her well.
Here is Patty Brown Eyes off the maiden victory.
Looking forward to seeing this horse run in here. We'll see what this horse can do against winners first time.
There's your 3-2 favorite off of the long layoff, Lady Mine.
Yeah, she seems to do okay off of layoffs. We'll see today how the race sets up for her.
Number 4, Patricia Ann. She's another layoff runner for Carlos Martin.
Yeah, she was getting good before she had lost the rider last time out. We'll see today if she's ready.
Again, layoffs theme of this one. Gorgeous Girl drops out of the Suncoast.
Yeah, been a while since we've seen this horse. It'll be interesting to see if 6 furlongs is truly what this horse wants to do.
Before the break, Richard Migliori had good things to say about number 7, Killy Start.
Yeah, I feel like this horse has raced not only against better horses, but has been up against it a couple of times in her starts too.
All right, well, that is your field here for today's 8th race, as we'll get it down to Richie to talk about number 1, Sarir. She comes in here off the claim, Meg, for Linda.
Yeah, I mean, she's leaving the Wesley Ward barn. And listen, when a horse does well and with new connections, to me, it's not an indictment of former connections. Sometimes horses just respond to a little bit of a different training, a little bit of a different feed program, just a little different way of doing things. And I always find it interesting, Maggie, and I'm sure you see this quite a bit. You see one thing in the paddock, and then somehow some of the horses change when they hit the racetrack. And I saw that with the 1, Sarir. She just got bigger, got stronger to me. She puffed up when she hit the racetrack. Really was exceptional in the warm-up. I love what I saw from the 1, Sarir. And it kind of the same with the 2, Patty Brown Eyes, who really didn't grab my attention in the paddock as much. And you know, all of her dirt races have been decent enough. I mean, maybe won the 6.5 on August 2nd in Saratoga. She threw in a bit of a clinker. She tried the turf. Now she gets back to the dirt. Got a good figure there. You get a 5-pound break in the weights, employing the apprentice, Christopher Elliott. I thought she looked really good, particularly once she got on the racetrack and she galloped off. Like I said, didn't grab my attention in the paddock, but did grab my attention on the racetrack. One thing that has stayed constant, though, Maggie, the 7, Killy Start. She looked awesome in the paddock. She continued to impress on the racetrack. For people that aren't as familiar with Fernando Abreu, he will have a presence here year-round now in New York. He was a longtime assistant trainer to the late, great Alan Jerkins, and he learned his lessons well. Killy Start looks phenomenal, and at 8-1, that's where I'm landing.
All right, Meg, yeah, as the Chief gave Fernando his nickname Nappy, and it has stuck. I often catch myself having to say Fernando. But I'll say this about Killy Start, Paul. Every time I've seen her, I thought she's looked phenomenal. And she kind of just doesn't run the race that I'm expecting from her.
I'll say this. You know, you go back 3 starts, Maggie, and you look at and she got bumped hard coming out of the gate. She ended up wider and wider. They ran 1, 2, 3, 4 around the track, right? So then the next race runs into Golden Degree. Golden Degree wires the field. Last time out, no, it's against better, but she's a little edgy in the second place. But they ran 1, 2 around the track there as well. So I'm just wondering if she can ever get the right setup where somebody doesn't wire her or they don't go 1, 2, 3, 4 around the track, where she can put in a good effort. I agree with you. She always looks good. She looks the part. Now she just has to deliver on it.
Can she get that pace today?
You know, again, looking at the pace today, you're looking at the 1 showing some speed. We'll see what Patricia Ann does, or if Gorgeous Girl has any speed off the break as well.
And you're going to hope for a little bit of speed, too, with the favorite Lady Mine, who is your selection.
Yeah, just a fan of hers. I love the way that even though it takes her a little time and she may have to do a little bit more work than she normally does to get the job done, she does get her nose down on the line and win it. And other than Sue Ellen Michigan wiring the field, she's a nose away from 5 in a row. And she runs well off the break. We've seen it.
And she has been very good for Jeremiah Engelhardt. She is 3 for 4 off the claim. Can she go 4 for 5 off the break here, as Patricia Ann, bit of a quirky type, does wear a hood, I believe. They're opening the front of the gate. She's the one that departed ways with Jose Gomez back in May when she jumped the tire tracks and did it very awkwardly.
Yeah, it wasn't a graceful kind of jump either. It was just like bam, you know.
And like dun-dun-dun.
Yeah,
and that's
you know,
Jose.
the jury's out on her too because she was getting better.
She was.
You know, she was getting
I
better
agree.
before that start. So we'll see if it took anything out of her. She's had the long enough layoff now where you hope mentally she's back in a place where she needs to be and physically as well.
Lady Mine briefly backed out. Looks as though they have Patricia Ann in. 2 more left to go. As this is an interesting field here. Race 8, we get it up to Chris Griffin for the call.
Achilles start. Achilles start moves in. All set. And they're off. Lady Mine, just off awkwardly, maybe squeeze at the start, is going to be the early trailer, already 6 lengths off the field. A leading trio up front. Towards the outside, that's Gorgeous Girl is the gray, and there's Sadir, and in between horses, Patricia Ann. Those 3 across the racetrack early. Achilles Start is now tucked in behind them, is in the 4th position, just drafting in behind the leaders. Another 3, 4 lengths back to Patty Brown Eyes, and after the start, Lady Mine is the trailer, and the favorite is at the back and losing touch with the field early, but they're moving quickly up front. Sarir is in front, is up by half length there on Patricia Ann from second. Gorgeous Girl 3 wide. Achilles Starts had a nice journey, is tucked right in behind those rivals, just waiting for the cue and needs the same. Javier Castellano with a handful. The front 4 are still 4 lengths in front of an all-in. Lady Mine is trying to cut into the margin now. They reach the top of the stretch. Sarir now kicks for home. Also right there, Patricia Ann, but Patricia Ann is trying to sprint away. Achilles Start moved towards the outside, is chasing the leader, but Patricia Ann is finding plenty in the final stages. Patricia Ann is 3 lengths in front. Achilles Start is running on as a clear second. Gorgeous Girl from the back. Lady Mine just too much ground to make up. It's all Patricia Ann gets the victory. Patricia Ann wins it over Achilles Start, Gorgeous Girl, and Sadir in 1 minute 9 and 3.
It was a layoff runner, but not the favorite as Patricia Ann. She returns to the races and winning ways. She was forwardly placed here, Paul, and the pace for the most part kind of holding together.
Yeah, I thought this was a really good start for a horse who could use it after what happened last start and the subsequent layoff. So good for her because she was getting better before all of this happened. You know, it's funny when you watch this race because we sat here and we said finally Achilles Start sat a trip. Lap full of horse right behind the pace, showed some real estate in the stretch and just couldn't kick on. And Jose Gomez looking underneath the shoulder there, Patricia Ann making sure that Achilles Start wasn't coming. But at the end of the day, I thought this was an exceptional race because early on, I mean, you had Sarir who went out, you had Patricia Ann who went out, Achilles Start showed a little bit of speed as well. So Gorgeous Girl as well off of the layoff. So
that was a nice price on her too,
yeah,
at 6 to 1. Wow. So unofficially, it's 4-7-5-1 here at the Big A. Patricia Ann. Nice return to the races as Carlos Martin enjoys a pretty nice fall here around these parts. Now picks up his 3rd win out of 5 starts here at this Young Aqueduct meeting. More to come here, including official prices on the other side of this break. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NYRA-Bets. Open your NYRA-Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NYRA-Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Gunrunner, sire of a champion 2-year-old. He is the sire of 10 Grade 1 winners and 13 individual millionaires. With $10 million yearlings in 2024, he is the sire of a First Crop Classic winner. He ranks number 2 on the general sire list.
And Christian Torres are going to win the
Grade 1 winning millionaire gun pilot, new to Three Chimneys.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Thanks for rolling with us here on America's Day at the Races. Jose Gomez, big smiles as he guided Patricia Ann back to the winner's circle. Things didn't go so well the last time that they were united back on May 4th, where she dropped him. Subsequent layoff, finds her way back as a winner, Paul.
Yeah, no problem. And also good to see some speed out of her as
Yeah,
well off of that
she's
lift and to be
close,
forward.
cutting
and
back.
Yeah, and actually, you know, take it to them early on and be able to hold. She looks strong down the stretch, too. So I'm interested to see how this race comes back figure-wise and see where she goes from here because she was on the improve and she ran a good race coming off a long layoff.
109.3, considering the fall high weight went, what, 109.1?
One, yeah, one or two, yeah.
Yeah, so pretty good looking win there for Patricia Ann as she is the highest price so far in this late pick 5, returning the 15-20. Before that, pretty chalky. So well done if you had Patricia Ann, if you can get to the last leg here at the Big A. But we're back over at Tampa Bay Downs and on the turf for this claiming 25 non-2 life. And we do see 2-1 on number 3 Acquired Class for Mary Leitner, as well as Antonio Gallardo in the irons.
Has back class for sure when you take a look back at some of the races from last year. We made 3 starts this year. Last time was a step in the right direction.
We'll kick things off with Quistmer.
Say that the dam of this horse was a stakes winner on turf at Laurel's. Going to be a little bit forward from an inside post.
Here is number 2 at 7-1, Like Believing in Magic.
Does have a win over the Tampa turf course. Should be the speed of the speed in here if Melissa Iorio wants it.
All right. She can be aggressive, too, as number 3 is Acquired Class, your favorite.
Last time was a step in the right direction. I'd still like to see a faster race out of this horse. We'll see if we get it today.
5-2 on Corona Nova for Richard Silman.
Should be forward and has the best figs out of anyone in this race.
Here's one that might need to get a bit faster. That's number 5, Noble Star.
Yeah, form definitely tailed off on this horse before the layoff and only has one work coming in.
Stretching back out in distance for the New York bred Special Agent Johnson.
Yeah, race came apart last time at Laurel, and this horse benefited and got the job done.
Will Immense Faith go 2 for 22?
Well, listen, only win's been at Tampa, so has a shot, right?
Right, 1 for 1 at the track.
Yeah.
As number 8 is Max's Map, second off the claim.
Got lucky to win last time out. The second place finisher had to go extremely wide and almost nipped this horse on the wire.
Was the first start on turf, though. 1 for 1 on the turf. Here's another New York bred, Mama Band Me.
Yeah, 1 for 21. Came from off the pace last time at the Meadowlands, so just missed by a length.
And here is number 10, stretching. Where is the 10 for our good friend Roy Lerman?
Yeah.
He's a very
There he is.
popular cat down there at Tampa. Here's Attrayant.
Yeah, has to deal with post 10. Doesn't have that much speed, though, so should be able to drop in. Beat Poker Joker last time out. A Christoph horse who just hasn't won yet either.
Poker Joker,
yeah.
that's
over at
right.
The Meadowlands. Yeah, it came
Good.
from way out of it, actually, last time in that race to get the job done.
Good catch there, as always. If you want to play today's races, make sure you do so with an Ira Bets account. If you're not a member, what are you doing? New members do get that $200 deposit match bonus, though, when you use promo code BONUS200. Check out NairaBets.com for all the details and to get signed up right now. Got that nice little QR code, right?
Yeah.
Hold your phone up to the TV.
What if it
You
worked?
ever do that?
Do
it.
I've only done it like once. I don't know.
Can you get close enough?
I'm going to try and zoom in now and see. Nope, they took it away.
Oh, shoot.
I'm not fast enough, sorry.
If they would have left it up there, you would have had plenty of time because
Yeah.
this is the longest walk in the history.
I
All
think.
right. They're saying in the truck that they're going to give it to you again. I want to see if Paul can do this.
All right, there's Flavian. So, hang on. All right, let's bring
All
up the
right,
camera.
it's coming.
Let's see
You've
if we
got
can
time,
get it.
plenty of time. Don't worry.
Yeah, there's plenty of time. This is.
I've never got the turn on the turf. All right, go for it.
I've never got that either. Can we get it? Tap to preview to size the image.
All right, Paul.
Get it? Capture it. Capture it.
You need a more high-tech phone, apparently.
It
Did
captured it, but it did not open. But it captured it.
You're too far away. He's
Yeah,
too far away.
I'm too far
Hopefully
away.
you're at home or, watching on your computer and you can just grab your phone and, get the QR code. We hope you had plenty of time to do so.
Yeah.
Paul, any thoughts on this race? 9-5 favoritism switching over to number 4, Coronova. Coronova.
Yeah,
There we go.
Interesting horse from the standpoint that I'm just not sure the horse is going to get the lead in here with the two
Fair.
being in here.
And also, bridesmaid status
Yeah.
kind of being confirmed here with
Yeah.
7 second-place efforts out of 21 starts.
And an 0 for 6 at Tampa, an 0 for 7 at the distance, and 0 for 14 on the turf, is yet to win a race on the turf as well. So, I think there's more interesting ways you could probably go in here. I mean, for me, I kind of like the 2 in here. I really do. I think Ioria just needs to be aggressive from that post and dropping down in class, getting back on the turf today, and has a win at Tampa, albeit a little bit on the slow side, but really does horse have to get that much faster?
And look, only has 3 turf starts. He's kind of the lesser exposed of these horses who are 1 for many, and he's only 1 for 3 on the turf. And his first start back off that little bit of a layoff from May to September, pretty tough field, albeit at the Meadowlands. So, and again, last time on the dirt was wired by Ridgewood Runner. So I agree with you. This horse makes a good deal of sense. 7-1, nice price.
Yeah, I think it's a better spot for this horse as well. And I mean, even a horse like the 10 on the outside, 10's a tough post at Tampa. And I know this horse doesn't have that much speed, but the turn's going to come up quick, and you're going to need to get your position and then come from off the pace. Listen, the favorites could very well probably win in here, but I don't know. I think the 3 would need to find a better race than even last time, and the 4 is just not going to be in the front here and hasn't won yet on the turf. So am I willing to take 9-5 on a horse that does have good figs, but yet has not won on the surface?
You think the 8 is faster than?
I think the 2 is faster than all of them.
I
think if the 2 pops out of the gate, I think we'll see a little bit of speed from the 2. That race at Hawthorne was an interesting race because for some reason this horse was also a little bit out into the track too, a little bit on the turf course at that time of the year. So, and again, lucky to win that race because the second place horse had to go extremely wide and just missed.
See if he can go 2 for 2 on the turf. Jason Beam has your call. Race 7 from Tampa.
They're in the gate. And the race is on. Immense Faith hopped just a touch at the start. Coronova goes out for the early advantage. Acquired Class is right there, and Like Believin' in Magic, part of the early mix as well. As they come by us for the first time, Like Believin' in Magic, Acquired Class, Coronova, those 3 right across the course. That trio goes a length and a half in front of the pair of Quismer and Max's Map. They're together 4th and 5th as that trio up front goes into the first turn. It's then a break of 3 more back to Atreant, who works over to the inside from that outside draw is 6th. Break of 3.5, 4 after that. Back to Special Agent Johnson. Immense Faith is back 3rd last. Noble Star. Mama Band Me is the trailer. Like Believin' in Magic uses that inside post position and grabs a half-length advantage after the opening quarter mile. So they wheel out of the backstretch. Like Believin' in Magic just in front of Coronova, who's a tugging, willing second. It's a length and a half more back to a big lineup. Max's Map starts to move out wide into that 3rd position. Acquired Class is in and amongst horses. Quismer down on the rail 5th. Atreant traveling well 6th. In the yellow colors, about 5.5 off to lead. Then a gap of 4 to Special Agent Johnson, Immense Faith, Noble Star, and Mama Band Me, still the 2 at the back. 47-1 for that opening half-mile time, and Coronova goes on with it. Coronova kicks away by 2 to Max's Map. Like Believin' in Magic dropped right out of it, passed by Atreant, who's now up to 3rd. Coronova and Daniel Centeno the one to catch. It's Coronova to the top of the lane, in front by almost 3 now. To Max's Map, Atreant is 3rd. Immense Faith trying to rally 4th. Mama Band Me's putting in a bid as 5th, but about 8 or 9 behind the leader as they come to the furlong grounds. Coronova, that 2.5 length lead to work with. Max's Map is getting closer, has 150 yards to try to push on by. It's Coronova just in front. Here's Max's Map surging up on the outside. Max's Map, Coronova, Max's Map up to win it in time. Coronova was 2nd. Special Agent Johnson 3rd. Immense Faith and Mama Band Me 5th.
Liam's Map, a sneaky good turf sire, as Max's Map now goes 2 for 2 on the surface and 2 for 2 off the claim for John Arnett.
Yeah, you know what? Did a nice job here, Pablo Morales, of getting this horse to come from off the pace as opposed to last time out when this horse was on the pace. And you know what? This time didn't matter. 1 drawing away, and I think it was a decent price in there as well. I mean, listen, the 2 went out to the front, like I said, just folded up very quickly on down the backside. And the 4 just still cannot win a race on the grass.
Yeah, I feel like something went awry with the 2 as Max's Map, your unofficial winner at Tampa for the 7th, but horses in the paddock for today's nightcap from the Big A. America's Day at the Races continues after this break.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
America's Day at the Races continues here. Nightcap time from the Big A. And we'll close things out with a Claiming 40 non-2 life. Going a mile, we take out the inside runner, likely to be one of the favorites in Frazante. But first, we'll check in with Richard Migliori, who brings us his Race 9 paddock report. Meg?
Yeah, thanks, Maggie. And we'll start with the 3, Confabulation, Broker's Maiden, last time for Rick Dutrow, and you get Joel Rosario, and they've been a pretty potent combination, and obviously Rick hitting at 50% at this current Aqueduct stand. Horse looks terrific. I mean, really can't fault him whatsoever. And sometimes when a horse wins, they kind of get that winning habit, and they go on, and he's checking the boxes for me. A horse that I just think would have to get faster. I don't particularly like him on paper, but I would be remiss not to mention him, is the 5, Tomicon. This horse could not look any better. I mean, Dave Duggan does good work. We know that, but this horse kind of taking it to a different level. I saw him over the summer in Saratoga. Was never particularly impressed with him from a physical standpoint, but I'm impressed with him today. I like what I'm seeing from the 5, Tomicon. And then another horse that could win this on memory is the 7, Register. I mean, you go back, it's nearly 2 years ago now, but when he won by a nose at Aqueduct on February 18th of 23, that was a fast race. It was a good race. They were 10 clear of the third place finisher. And I feel like if he could just remember who he was on that day, or half of who he was on that day, he would be a handful. He's a horse that carries some weight, but he does have a race under his belt now, and I think it will make him move forward. He also adds blinkers. Sometimes it gives a horse a little bit of a different outlook on things. I think he'll be better even for having the run today, but I think he's kind of interesting because someplace deep inside there's that kind of ability for him.
See if a drop in class can bring that out in register, taking some money now. But Paul, let's get back to number 3, Confabulation, 6-5 right now. Wasn't necessarily flattered when True Connection did not run well in the 7th race earlier today. But as I said to you when we were doing the early simulcast show, Rick Dutrow got this horse to win off the claim, and I noticed that he put glue-on shoes on this horse, and he just looked better than ever, as we heard Richie say. So maybe a horse that's turning the corner and is truly heading in the right direction.
Yeah, and I mean, it'll make a world of difference with some horses, just that feeling. I mean, if your feet don't feel good, you got to run. I mean, like you're not going to go anywhere,
Let me tell you, I don't feel like running because my feet hurt.
See, so there you go. Yeah. I mean, it's, maybe we should try some glue-on shoes for you.
Yes.
Maybe that would work out for you.
This is the answer to all my prayers.
Do we have that for
One
humans?
could only hope. I think they do shoe molding, don't they?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they do.
They need to have that done. Anyway.
That would be a cool thing
to do. Just to really cement my old lady status.
Gone are the badass days for Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah.
We're now talking about cementing our shoes. I mean, look, getting back to this horse, I mean, I don't think I or anybody else was shocked that this horse won last time. I mean, after showing nothing to start before. I mean, Rick Dutrow's turned some horses around. I just wonder if today, now with the scratch of the 1, we'll see if he gets any pace pressure, if he gets the same setup that he got last time out.
Yeah, I was wondering if Tomicon, who Richie mentioned, could be up on him and forcing his hand. We'll kick things off with 11-1 shot Burning Beauty.
This was a horse who finally got out of the gate last time clean, and it made a world of difference and got the job done.
It did. Katie Davis really doing well with Burning Beauty. Confabulation, your favorite?
Yeah, again, should be forward in here. We'll see how much pace pressure that he takes.
Going from turf to dirt is Barnstorming.
Has a couple of sneaky dirt races in there going the mile earlier this year.
Or Mike Maselli, number 5, Tomicon, another one, switching surfaces.
Yeah, dropping and stretching out as well in here. We'll see what kind of trip. Should be forward.
Coming in from Finger Lakes is number 6, As You Chase Me.
This is probably a better spot for this horse. Got wired last time.
5-1 on register with Dylan Davis.
Yeah, Kitchen Sink drops, picks up Dylan, goes to the mile, blinkers on. Much easier spot.
Much easier spot for a horse that hinted at ability. Noble Huntsman, another one going from turf to dirt.
Yeah, drops first time on the dirt. Does have some numbers that would make this horse competitive.
Here is number 9, Victory Dash, the other Mike Maselli runner.
Yeah, dropping and heading over to the dirt again. We'll see if this horse shows any speed.
Exactly. And there is number 10, Uncorrelated. Once upon a time he ran in the Gotham. But, Paul, the biggest thing with him is he finally gets a fast track to run on.
Yeah, we'll see how much of a difference that makes. We talked about it earlier on the simulcast show. We'll see. There's a lot of red flags that we both saw with this horse. We will see at 9-2 what this horse can do for Chad Brown.
He'll try the mile yet again, as I interviewed Katie Davis after her win with Burning Beauty, and she said to me, she was like, I'd breeze this horse. I found that he really responded well to me, and just to stay out of his way. When he breaks, don't touch his face.
It's funny, I spoke to Charlie Baker after that race too, and Charlie was just like, I said to him, I said, you finally got out of the gates, and he was like, yes, finally got out of the gate, and Katie rode this horse perfectly, was able to come wide and get the job done. The start made all of the difference.
We'll see what she does today. Does inherit that rail position as we go back down to the rail and check back in with Meg.
Yeah, Maggie, not much has changed from my impressions in the paddock. Listen, the 3's your favorite. I think this horse is obvious, looks great. I can't fault him. And usually when I'm looking at favorites, I'm looking for something that maybe steer me away. I'm not really seeing that, except that he's facing winners this time. And I don't, trust the horse at a very, very short price facing winners for the first time. The 5, Tomicon, I was not sure if I was seeing correctly because he just looks outstanding. So I went to Dave Duggan, and Dave and I are friends, and I said, Dave, is it me, or does this horse just look different? And he said he's been training as good as he'd ever trained, better. He says he trains like he's the best horse in his barn. He looks fantastic. I was tempted to pick him, but he just hasn't shown a race quite fast enough to get me over the hump. But I think he's very interesting at a huge price. I do think he'll outrun his odds. And that led me to the 7, Register, who does have that race way back that was just incredible. Looked like he was a horse that was headed for bigger and better things. Now, that was a battle. And sometimes a horse gets in a battle and they don't ever want to go back to that place. It just hurt too much to go that deep into the well. I like what I'm seeing in the post parade, though. I see a horse that is showing a lot of enthusiasm. I think he's very interesting. You get Dylan Davis, and if he could run anywhere to the horse that it looked like he was going to be, I think he has this field over a barrel. Now, that's the big if, and he just ticked down to 9-2. I liked it a little better. Now 4-1. I liked it a little better when he was 6-1 a little while ago, but he's taken money. He took the meaningful drop in class. He looks great, and I just think Dave Dunk put him in a very logical kind of spot.
Richie, that makes 3 of us. As all of us very interested in number 7, Register. Not sure why he was 10-1 morning line, but 4-1, unfortunately for us. A lot of weight on Register today.
Yeah, and I mean, look, gets away from El Grande O and gets away from Toxic Gray. It just gets away from that field, and 6.5 certainly needed the race last time out, too. And I think, we talked about it earlier today, too, with the blinkers going on. It's not necessarily, I don't think, to get this horse to just rock it out of there. It's a little bit more focused, oriented for this horse.
Right.
So, and I think picking up Dylan doesn't hurt, and we'll see what kind of trip this horse can work out. This is certainly an easier spot.
I do like the warm-up that we saw from him. Second now off that layoff, which was nearly a year layoff, 11 months away from the racetrack. For a horse that is a bigger, heavier type, he needed to race into a bit of fitness. As Mick said, still probably not 100% there, but hopefully he can be 90% there and still win against the softest field that he has faced to date. Number 10, Uncorrelated. He'll meet As You Chase Me. Unfortunately, we won't see Frizzante in here, but as the favorite last time, coming back off of that 1.5 year and 7-month layoff, he did no running whatsoever.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure that this horse wants to go that long.
Well, that was my main concern coming back off of the layoff. Like, why not? And I know you're a little bit of a, you're kind of handcuffed at times to the condition book when you have a horse that's ready. But I just thought that it was just not an ideal distance for him coming back. But he is a son of Arrogate, so he's supposed to like him at a distance.
Distance is on the side. I don't know. It's interesting because you don't blame the connections, obviously, and we know all the connections here with Klarovich and Chad and all. You take your shot in the Gotham, and the horse took money, off of that 6 furlong race.
Looks as though we have a late scratch here of number 4. Barnstorming will be a late scratch here, as we did see Jose Lescano off of him being escorted back to the barn. So take out Barnstorming here. It doesn't really change the complexion of this race that much, right?
No, I don't think so. I mean, if you go back to a couple of his dirt races earlier this year in April, in March, he was a little bit forward and had some decent numbers to rely on it. But you were looking at a horse that was 3rd or 4th choice that came out here. So, I mean, it's just going to make the 3 probably a shorter price at the end of the day, I would think.
Exactly.
And even the 10 now, clicking down to 7-2. So, I don't know. I'm not sure the horse wants to go, a mile in here, and keeping the horse in for 40 again. Maybe the fast track helps, maybe the outside post helps, but just did no running in those 2 starts. I mean, the Gotham you want to forgive, okay, then went to the sidelines, but what was the excuse last time? Chad's horses usually run well off the layoff and they're ready to go.
I mean, it was a very long layoff, but I totally understand what you're saying. Now, Mick did express some interest in long shot number 5, Tomacon, who sits at 16-1 right now. A horse that I, too, thought looked amazing last time, but I just didn't think he looks like a sprinter. So getting more ground to work with now, albeit he'll have to do it on a fast track today. This was the same, mile, granted at Saratoga where it's a bit of a dog leg in that first turn. It's the same scenario, if you will, as far as conditions. And he should be forward coming out of a sprint.
I would think so. And even you go back to some of those races, like even the race in April against Silverstatin and Shlomo. I mean, it's just better horses. And now dropping down in class in here. I don't think the mile is going to be that much of a deterrent for this horse.
No, I think it helps him.
I want to see this 100%. Horse forward. We'll see how much speed Confabulation has to take, because I just think last time got it way too easy out there.
Yeah. Let's make it exciting, guys.
Yeah.
Let's go after Confabulation.
Yeah, right. Even money on this guy, Joel Rosario, in the irons. We'll see if he can go 2 for 2 off the claim for Rick Dutrow, facing winners for the first time. Logical step from the maiden 40 to this non-2 for 40,000 as well. We will get it up to Chris Griffin for the call of this last race. It's Aqueduct, here on America's Day at the Races.
Uncorrelated. Last low to the outside. Moving forward. Uncorrelated. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Tamakan now flashes early speed, and right there as well as Confabulation in the early mix, and Confabulation is the leader with Victory Dash towards the far outside, uncorrelated, and in between horses there's Tamakan, that's the leading 4 as they get set to come out of the chute. And the leader, Confabulation. It's going to be Joel Rosario and Confabulation, and O's in front of Victory Dash, chasing towards the outside in second. Tamakan is trying to back off the tempo, really wants to get up with those leaders, a touch keen in between horses there in third. At the rail is Burning Beauty, is making up some ground, is taken fourth. Uncorrelated is towards the outside in fifth. Up on the far side outside, that's Register trying to move forward now, and towards the far outside comes Noble Huntsman. The trailer in a tightly bunched field, that's As You Chase Me, as they approach a half mile left to go. 22-4 for that opening quarter mile, and they work into the far turn now with a 45-4 half mile time. Confabulation is still there with Victory Dash. They've been a clear 1-2, and Tamakan now gets some clear running room, is ranging up towards the outside 3 wide, has got the leaders in sights as they are approaching a quarter mile left to go. Also trying to keep up as Burning Beauty is there in fourth, and in between horses still comes Register, and Register's got some momentum. Outside is Noble Huntsman. They reach the top of the stretch. Confabulation is traveling nicely so far, still down towards the inside, has been hounded by the big long shot in Victory Dash, still chasing, but Confabulation's got more. Here's Register, is now emerging as a danger, and Register is weaving in between rivals. Tamakan is on the grandstand side, but Confabulation just keeps holding this margin, and Confabulation's almost there. Confabulation is still clear. Confabulation wins the finale. Register up for second, then Tamakan and Noble Huntsman finish fourth in 1:36.56 seconds.
Well, they tried to go after him. Didn't matter. Confabulation gets the win here on the front end. Joel Rosario aboard and delivers as the heavy favorite here in the last at 6-5.
You know, it's interesting because Eric Cancel, did send Victory Dash up there to go after Confabulation, but it's just funny because Joel Rosario really didn't have to rush Confabulation in order to hold off Victory Dash. And turning for home, I was like, he did what he did exactly in the last start. It's not like he really strided out and wowed you in the stretch. He just kind of plodded along and was able to get the job done. And Register, who, we'll take a look at things from Register at the start, did end up running second in here. But, the winner, listen, the winner ran okay, didn't take that much pressure. It was a little bit easier despite the fractions and got the job done at the end of the day.
Now, as you mentioned, the start for number 7, Register, he's going to break well here, Paul, but we're going to see Dylan Davis have to steady him back. When we were watching the pan, I was like, ooh, what's happening here? As we see the 9 come over a bit, and he gets a little headstrong, I'd say, just kind of reacting maybe to that horse coming over on him, those blinkers on, maybe not, first time with them on, reacting. Exactly. So he's going to have to steady here. And then after that, Dylan is able to work out a fairly decent trip with him.
Yeah, and was able to find a seam to get through. And as you said, you were waiting for him to go left-handed a little earlier to get the job done. But he still managed to run well, all things considered, in that spot. So maybe the blinkers, he didn't see the 9 come over on him a little bit and just kind of shied away.
Yep. Unofficially, it is 3-7-5-8 long shots to complete your Tri and Superfecta. That'll do it for racing here at Aqueduct. But stay tuned. We got more to come here from Tampa Bay Downs.
Midnight Murder, battle to the line. It's Mandaloun. Mandaloun wins.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Curlin's Grade 1 son, Solomini, New York's leading sire of 2-year-olds in 2023 and sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock.
Winstock's just the leader from Stronghold and Coach Prime and Winstock.
New York Stakes winner My Shady Lady.
My Shady Lady gets the victory.
2024 Stakes winners Solo Shot.
Solo Shot and also Geopolitics in a tight photo.
And Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
Solomini, standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races, and we are proudly brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, as we bring you live coverage from New York City's racetrack. It's Aqueduct, and Confabulation closes out our 9-race card. Yet another win for Rick Dutrow. He'll have posted 2 on this Friday afternoon as Confabulation takes him gate to wire, Paul.
Yeah, and doesn't wow you, with the effort, but does just enough to get the job done. I think what made the difference is you see the fractions. The horse went 22 and 45 and change there, but he was within himself doing it. Joel Rosario wasn't pumping on the horse, wasn't asking the horse, while the 9 Victory Dash to the outside was having to be hustled to keep up. So had just enough to get the job done over Register, who found a seam lead.
Yes, I had a little bit of trouble at the start. Dylan Davis saving ground throughout and just came up probably second best in the end as... Yeah, we still have some live racing, though, to bring you from Tampa Bay Downs. That is Maiden claiming there's 2 races left on the card. This one going the 7 furlongs for the 2-year-old fillies. And we do see a post parade, actually, but favoritism currently on the outside with number 11. But we'll kick things off with number 1, Princessa Starlet.
Yeah, has been beaten double-digit lengths in both all 3 starts, actually. Drops in class, only beaten 3 horses home.
Yeah, another long shot coming next. Endless Fashion.
Yep, from the same barn as the 1. Drops here, too. It's been well beaten in both.
Number 3 is Gophers Axe, off a little bit of a freshening.
Yeah, Carson Bay came back to win a race at Delta Downs and improved the buyer, so figures today.
Minnesota bred. As number 9, Instabrat will try the dirt for the first time.
Yeah, it at least has been hitting the board, which you can't say a lot for a lot of these other horses in here. So we'll see if he transfer form to the dirt.
Tim Ham, always dangerous, is number 5, Wilful Rose, a first-time starter.
Yeah, Dam won on turf and dirt. We'll see what happens with this horse today.
My Fine Aquiline does apply blinkers for her 3rd start.
Yeah, it drops in class for John Arnett. Won a race earlier today on the card.
Yeah, looking to go back-to-back. Is number 7 is Florida Flower, goes back to the main track.
I like this horse on the cutback as well and going turf to dirt.
3-1 on Cantafio. Sorry.
Should have won last time out, too. Got steadied late.
Or Jose Delgado, number 9, is Ran the Red, 2nd start here.
I think this horse is going to show more speed today, and I think this horse may end up being your pace setter in here. It was very wide last time out before losing some ground.
A daughter of Mr. Money, Rip Riding Away. Kathleen O'Connell sends out this Florida bred.
Yeah, she does really good work, has great numbers when she ships horses to the west from Gulfstream.
And taking a lot of money. Backseat Romance rounds out your field at 11-1.
Yeah, first full from the dam, goes turf to dirt in here. It drops in class and draws outside today.
That
completes your field. And yeah, favoritism kind of jumping around. We currently see 3-1 on number 9, Ran the Red. And look, there was a next time out winner in that Delaware race, though it's not like she's dropping in class, so Paul.
No, it's kind of a unilateral move, I would guess.
lateral,
between
I'd say.
Yeah, so I mean, the winner of that race was a well-meant horse for Lynn Ashby. Took a lot of money and won that day. And Rose Gold Candy, as you said, came back to win. I just thought this horse was wide and then was even and then kind of lost a little bit more ground stretch. I like when horses, first time out, don't lose much ground throughout the majority of the race and just don't pack it in when they turn for home. I think today, off a little bit of that layoff, show some works at Tampa as well. I think we're going to see a little bit more speed out of this horse today from an outside post.
I was going to say, are you surprised? I thought Cantafio would be more of a kind of clear-cut favorite.
I don't know if it's just they're afraid of the drop in class. I mean, last time out, if you look at the race, this horse probably should have won the race, getting steadied late.
Exactly.
And the horse was a big price then, so I don't know if it's just hard to take a horse now that was 26-1 and 3-1 based on the race coming out. I mean, when you look at the figures, I mean, the race still came back with a 43. I mean, nobody else in here has even come close to that.
But weirdly took money in the tougher maiden special weight at Parks.
Yeah, 2 starts before that, so
Right.
and passed a few horses, and they were still was beating a pole. So I mean,
Yeah.
it's hard to take this horse at this price. But I wonder too if this horse doesn't have much early speed, and I wonder if they're just thinking that this horse is not going to get the pace that this horse needs. Because when you look at this race on paper, really where. Unless you think Instabrat's going to show a little speed or Gopher's Axe is going to come off the layoff and be a little bit more forward, well, the Firster has some speed. Where's it going to come from? And I think the 9. I really do. I think second time out, I think, this horse was at least forward last time. I broke out of the gate well and didn't lose much ground. So I'm going to take a shot. I think the 9 and the 7 for me are where it's at. I like the 7 at a big price.
Yeah, tough to distinguish where that speed will come from. Instabrat, as you were mentioning, first time on the main track, has been exclusively running on the synthetic at Presque Isle Downs, but actually has a good pedigree for the dirt. A half sibling went 7 for 37 on the dirt with a 99 buyer. There is another half sibling by the name Yuka, who's a stakes winner, minor stakes winner on the dirt. So it's a pedigree much more tilted to this surface.
Yeah, the Dam too. Brittany Bratt, one going 5.5. So
Yeah.
I think when you have a horse that you see that has actually hit the board, and has actually shown that the horse can,
no worse than
at least be
third.
forward or at least rate a little bit as well. I would assume the horse would take money, especially in here. We'll see if this horse can transfer the form to dirt.
And like I said, I respect Tim Ham. He had actually, in a limited number of starters this year in Saratoga, had a fairly productive meet.
Yeah, what he said outran well.
Yeah,
ran well.
Really ran well. So looking forward to what this one, though, does as they are all in line. And Jason Beam has your call.
This is in Backseat Romance. We'll be all set for a start. Backseat Romance coming up and in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Rip riding away in the orange color, shoots out to the early advantage. Florida Flower coming through inside of that runner, and Princessa Starlet down to the inside might be quickest of all. Princessa Starlet, Florida Flower, those two won too early on. Ran the red and the blue colors, then out wide, Rip riding away is now 4th. It's a length and a half more back to Backseat Romance. Instabrat moves to that one's inside. In and amongst horses goes Cantafio, who's away in 7th. Advancing My Fine Aqualine in the orange colors from 8th. Down to the inside comes Endless Fashion in 9th. It's 3 more then back to Gopher's Axe and another 8 or 9 back to Willful Rose, who's a distant last. But they're pretty well clustered up front as they have just under a half mile left to go now. Florida Flower between horses. Ran the red down at the inside. Princessa Starlet. A wide trip here for Rip riding away after a 23-1 opening quarter mile. Those 4 lining up, dropping out there with Princessa Starlet. Instabrat's just in behind them. Backseat Romance trying to warm up. Cantafio's also in that second flight as 3 of them across the track here. Florida Flower on the inside. Ran the red, Rip riding away. Those 3 right across the course as they come to the quarter pole. Cantafio's 4th, just in behind them. Backseat Romance trying to keep up with that one, but is 5 wide. Then comes Instabrat. Gopher's Axe has made up a little bit of ground, is about 7th, but just in behind horses. They have a final furlong left to go. Florida Flower tries to kick away. Rip riding away down the outside. Instabrat going to look for a split between horses in the yellow colors. Then Cantafio, final 16th to go. Florida Flower still there. Instabrat, Rip riding away. Florida Flower still the leader. Florida Flower, a 12-1 winner. Instabrat up for second. Rip riding away was third. Cantafio 4th. Gopher's Axe 5th.
Number 7, Florida Flower gets the win on the front end here, Paul, at 12-1.
Really like this horse today. Mike Dini has amazing numbers. 6 for 35, 60 to my $1.59 RI at Tampa alone. Turf to dirt, route to sprint. 10 for 57 overall. Sammy Camacho is probably the best rider in that room, dollar for dollar. He took this horse on a cutback and cutting back 7 furlongs and put this horse up with the pace setters. Never gave up on this horse because heading around the turn, you thought for a second maybe he was out of horse. He was riding this horse pretty good, but he found another gear and managed to kick away with this horse. This was a good effort.
Looks like 7 for 11-8 unofficially at Aqueduct, as we do have official prices in for race 9 here at the Big A. Confabulation returns $450 for the win over the 7 Register and the 5 Tomacon.
It's a good effort for Tomacon, as we talked about getting back and finishing
He's
third.
pretty wide too.
Yeah, for the trip. So 3 horses that we kind of figured would be there were there.
Yep. As the pick 5 follow along is complete. Good job if you have Patricia Ann. She was definitely the biggest price in the sequence, but definitely a hittable pick 5 today, returning $139.75 for 50 cents.
Yeah, and not bad when you consider 4 of those horses. Well, three of the 4 were favorites in there, and Central Casting took money, off the effort and ran well. So. Not bad.
All right, more from Tampa as we return here on America's Day at the races, including a nice winner on top for Paul with Florida Flower. Stay tuned.
Idiomatic in front, 16th to go in the Judd Montt colors. Florent Giroux aboard. Idiomatic to win the Grade 1 Judd Montt Spinster. Idiomatic is taking the lead. Clippier trying to squeeze through, but it's going to be Idiomatic to win. And Idiomatic just opens back up here with every stride. No catching. Idiomatic winning the Judd Montt Spinster for Florent Giroux.
Curlin, the classic sire.
In its 97th season, Tampa Bay Downs has plenty of history. Today, there are many new things to see and do, and perhaps most importantly, the track's racing surfaces have become a big draw for owners and trainers looking to find the winner's circle.
I'm not gonna lie, the turf course is beautiful. And when we started training, me and my wife, we had horses that were turf horses, and we needed to spend the winter somewhere. So we give it a go, and we really enjoy the place, the atmosphere, and the fact that horses winter very well.
Well, as you can see, everybody comes here to run on the turf, get their horses ready for going north. And the dirt track is, when you leave here, you can pretty well win at any track. The horses get legged up good here, and it's a very safe track.
We just want to give our horses enough foundation and experience to be able to obviously go to bigger meets, meaning Kinlan, New York, and you know how tough that can be. And we feel that Tampa is the right place to do so.
There are several places to enjoy all of that great racing, with new stadium seating in the grandstand, covered cabanas on the first floor, and the veranda, which gives your group the best seat in the house, directly across from the winner's circle. There's more fun to be had next door at the Downs Golf Practice Facility, which was launched in 2003.
We offer a fully stocked pro shop. We carry about 9 different brands of apparel, clubs, golf balls, gloves, you name it. Full short game area. You can actually bet the horses inside of our pro shop. We like to call ourselves the only driving range where you can bet horses and play golf in the same day at the same location. You know, joining the golf with the racetrack for families is perfect. You know, you can come over here, hit some golf balls, and then go have some lunch over at the track and play the horses. And there's obviously a lot of stuff to do over there for kids as well. So it's a perfect place.
Fans can also experience the Silks Poker Room on the 3rd floor with a variety of high-stakes games and tournament competition. Whatever you're looking for on race day, you can find it at Tampa Bay Downs.
The word is approachable, both as a fan and as an owner. Everybody that you run into wants you to be here. You have a real connection to the people, and I'm talking from the racing office all the way down to concessions. So it's just a great place to be an owner. It's a great place to train horses. It's probably the best surface in the country, and there's no better place to be in the winter.
Feel that Florida sunshine from here, Paul. At Tampa Bay Downs, definitely a place and a destination when it comes to thoroughbred racing you gotta get to, as their stakes program, some pretty comprehensive here, as they do have a road to the Triple Crown. It'll actually start, kind of, if you will, with the 2-year-olds coming next weekend, but also the Sam F. Davis, that is on February 8th, and the Tampa Bay Derby on March 8th as well. They'll have that Pasco on January 11th too. Florida Flower, she takes them all the way. Big galloping filly, as Mike Deeney pads his stats, as you were saying, has very good numbers with this type of move.
Yeah, this was a good move and a great ride, from Sammy Camacho here. Put this horse up with the pace. And for a minute, you thought maybe this horse was not going to kick on, but she found another gear in the stretch and was able to hold off Instabrat, who transferred that form to the dirt from Presque Isle and ran well in here. So nice effort from your second place finisher, but just a better one from your winner.
Yeah, and a better price too, at 12-1 for Sammy Camacho and Mike Deeney. He is the owner and trainer of this Florida bred filly by Handsome Mike out of the Siphon Mare. I'm not going to say it.
Okay.
I just don't want to pronounce it. You want to pronounce it? Go ahead.
Philanthropist.
All right.
Isn't it Philanthropist? Philanthropist, I think.
Okay.
Listen,
I'll take your word for it. But
I'll take the 2680. I got
take.
a Florida Flowers.
Instabrat at 7-2 and Rip Riding Away.
Yeah.
Complete the trifecta. One more to go at Tampa Bay Downs. Good looking maiden special weight on the turf. We have some major players. Holy moly, 1-5, of course, on Hall of Famer Shug McGahee's. There's another one. Deuteronomy.
You got it.
I know.
Go, girl.
When you see a word like that, it's always like, okay, I can do this. But very game in defeat last time out. Win switching to the turf at Laurel, but does face 2 other common foes in here, including Knock Canara, as well as Eternal Mischief, who took a lot of money that day on November 1st for Graham Motion.
13-1. Big price on that one there, as Daniel Centeno will be in the irons. Well, we have some pretty big racing coming up tomorrow. Actually, here at the Big A, the 3-year-old fillies will be on display as the Comely. It's coming up. Todd Pletcher, he'll send out Life Talk. She's looking to get back to the winner's circle. It's been a long time between visits. Last time she did so was here at the Big A. More to come here on America's Day at the Races.
Watchtower coming at Maduro. Maduro, Watchtower. Watchtower got her.
DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Saratoga's world-renowned GMP farm is up for sale. You heard right. This state-of-the-art equine rehabilitation facility will be up for absolute auction with no reserve. The auction includes Sacred Spa and Wellness, a full-service med spa, custom training track, and luxury residence, all on 84 pristine acres, just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs. It's all up for absolute auction with no reserve. Saturday, December 7th, 11 a.m. Eastern at the property. For more information, visit us online at DeCaraAuctions.com.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano!
Winning on New York's most important day of racing.
I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
Torpedo Anna off the turn. West Omaha all in second. Recharge done. Candy Isle weakens. Then all things go. It's Torpedo Anna. Furlong to go. Opening up 3. West Omaha second. Tappaginelli third. Torpedo Anna is back in business off the layoff, and she is a dominant winner of the Fantasy. Kentucky Oaks, you bet.
The 2024 unveiling of the Grizzly as Torpedo Anna. She would be waltzing her way into a lot of winner's circles across the country after this fantasy win, Paul.
Yeah, and doing it easily, too. I mean, I think there's no doubt, obviously, she's taking home some hardware. We all could say that. And it's funny because I always laugh when I see her run, because she just does it so effortlessly, and she enjoys what she does. And, you know, it doesn't matter the field. It doesn't matter who she races against. We saw it in the Travers. It doesn't matter. You know, she just comes to run hard and win.
And her and jockey Brian Hernandez really, teamed up to be a formidable duo, and just the way he spoke about her was really inspiring, really kind of grabbed, I think, a lot of people's attentions and made so many fans of this filly.
And that's what you want to see, right? You know, you want these horses to become champions and to have the following, and to get people involved. And when Brian Hernandez talks about her, you could just see like the pride that he has and how excited he is for her as well as himself. And I always laugh because when I talk to Brian, he was like, I did ride the Derby winner as well. But we all talk about Torpedo Anna.
I was just going to say that Oaklawn Park is their opening day, kicks off at December 6th, was the place where we saw the Kentucky Oaks and Kentucky Derby winner early on in the season.
It's amazing how in the last decade, let's just say, how Oaklawn Park has become a destination for a lot of top barns that have now come in that weren't there before, even for horses that are coming back off of long layoffs or horses that are looking to point themselves, to the Triple Crown Trail, and they have great racing and great fields.
And so often, Paul, it feels like, especially in the last 20 to 30 years, their road to the Kentucky Derby has produced those Kentucky Derby winners.
Yeah, and when you pick through it, and you see the names that have horses that have run there, it's a who's who list. And I think a lot has to do, with the program and it also being centrally located, in certain spots. You're not having to ship to the West Coast. You're not having to ship down to Florida. You can meet in the middle. And they offer a really great program, and not only for horses that are turning 3 that are going to be Triple Crown. We were talking a little bit earlier about the older division. It's up for grabs, and you can't wait to see horses work their way towards the Oaklawn Handicap, and see how it shakes out.
Yeah,
it's up for grabs.
It totally is. It's been a wide open division for quite a while now, but Oaklawn, we often see them showcasing those horses. And as we started that segment with Torpedo Anna, she'll be eyeing a return as a 4-year-old in the Apple Blossom. As the Cumley Stakes, though, that takes place here at the Big A tomorrow. Grade 3 for the 3-year-old fillies, $200,000 on the line, going the 9 furlong, 7-5 on Alpine Princess for Brad Cox as she comes off of a blowout performance in the Remington Park Oaks.
I mean, listen, she looked the goods start to finish in here. You can't argue that, and the race came back fast. It's just that when you look at some horses that have come out of that race, they haven't run as well. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th place finishers, they've regressed by 6, 10, and 16 points. So you wonder, at the end of the day, how good was the race as compared to how good she is? And listen, it's not exactly the toughest group she's going to face in here, but I'd like to see her replicate it here at a short price.
Yeah, and she's had trouble so far in her, albeit young career, to pair those wins back to back, despite being 4 for 8 lifetime. Paul will also see Life Talk back at the races, as it's been nearly a year since her last win in the Grade 2 Demoiselle. This is her runner-up performance, though, in that Seneca Overnight Stakes. Miss Justify winning here, the other Todd Pletcher horse.
Yeah, listen, I thought she ran fine in here to chase at her stablemate. It was a moderate pace. The winner held on. I don't want to knock her because I think she's a good horse and she's a nice horse, but I feel like her 2 wins are kind of dressed up. When you look at the 2 races that she won a race out of the Wilson Chute. Those can be a little bit quirky going the mile. The Demoiselle that day was tilted a little bit more towards speed. So I'd like to see her pair up some good races and see her have this big run in Big Fig, because she's a talented horse, and I don't want to pick on her too much, but she still has something to prove.
I could not agree with you more. I think, she has to solidify herself as being this type of class. But some horses that might have some, upside could include number 1, Pretty Anna. We'll also see Dorothy's Dreams. They're in the 1-2 spot in tomorrow's Cumley, but they do exit the Grade 2 Mother Goose, in which that race dominated on the front end by Tarifa and Gunsong, running 1-2 around the racetrack, where Pretty Anna, she had some trouble at the start.
Yeah, the start definitely cost her, and to be fair here, they ran 1-2 around the track, but they were lucky to actually finish 1-2 around the track in here, because I feel like without the trouble, I thought Pretty Anna would probably win this race. And, I think that she, is better than that, obviously, and I think we'll see it. And not for anything, if you're going to talk about a horse like Dorothy's Dream, was 34-1 in there and only missed by a length, basically. So today will tell if she got better or if it just happened to be the way the race played out and it was coming back to her. But I would prefer to have Pretty Anna out of that race.
Absolutely, as she is also the half-sister to Gunrunner, a daughter of Quality Road. So we did see Tarifa come back, though, and run second in a stake in the Fall City at Churchill.
Yeah, and also, too, I think Todd's 3rd horse nobody's really talking about is Audacious as well, because I think that horse has a little bit of dangerous speed going a mile and an 1/8 here, especially at Aqueduct. We'll see. Ruben Silvera's aboard, a little aggressive, pop out of the gate. And, these mile and an 1/8 races here at Aqueduct, they could turn into some riders' races.
Yeah, exactly.
Speed's dangerous.
See. Yeah, with the 2 turns, you can get away with things on the front end, as that is tomorrow. But coming up after the break, we'll dive into the nightcap from Tampa Bay Downs, as well as taking a look at the Cigar Mile. Always look forward to this big day, kind of the final big day of racing at NYRA post time. He could be a good favorite.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 Grade 1s, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Beyer speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
It's the top of the stretch, and it's Dornoch who's kicked. Dornoch is now opening up that margin. It's Dornoch who's up by 3, 4 wide, just tucked in there. Sierra Leone is rolling. Here comes the big bounding strides of Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone from last to first. This is a big effort. Battling on is Dornoch, who's back to second. Sierra Leone is plugging in. Dornoch is coming back. Dornoch not done. It's gonna be a photo! A photo, and I think Dornoch got there.
One of the craziest races when it was happening, but Paul, also in hindsight for what it produced. The 2023 Remsen with Dornoch, your eventual Belmont Stakes winner, coming back and beating the Breeders' Cup Classic winner of this year in Sierra Leone.
It's amazing, too. I know exactly where I was in this building watching this race, and I remember thinking, okay, Sierra Leone's gone. Like, flew right by.
Yep.
And then Dornoch came back, and then I remember thinking as they hit the wire going, you know what? These are two really, really good horses. I don't throw that term around a lot. I thought they were going to have big seasons. They both did subsequently, which was really nice to see.
Yeah, it really was. And what a battle and show they put on. And Dornoch, showing that kind of propensity to want to engage and get in a fight. And also Sierra Leone showing propensity to lug in.
Yeah, I mean, there's fighting and then there's fighting, you know? I mean, it's
finally running straight, though, in the Breeders' Cup Classic, you would have to think. Could be on his way to securing 3-year-old champion honors for the Eclipse Awards. But what will this year's Remsen produce and hold for us? Looking forward to it, as it is one of the co-features on the Cigar Mile Day card coming up this coming Saturday, December 7th, as we'll take a look at those races that we will have on tap. Cigar Mile presented by Twin Spires. Grade 2 Remsen, Demoiselle for the 3-year-old fillies and the older fillies and mares in the Go for One. Definitely one of my favorite days of racing here at the Big A.
And I think we enjoy a lot of it too because it's our last big day of the year as well, and then you start to look forward to what may be, for the next year as well.
Yeah, and as we'll look at the probables now for that $500,000 cigar mile, Bookham Dano, he is just the consummate overachiever, this New Jersey bred.
Yeah, and no matter what surface, no matter
Derek
what
Ryan
race.
cracking me up with a lollipop.
Yeah, just like I got, just like,
Yeah,
cool,
what's up?
What's
I'm
up?
cool.
Yeah, I got this. Is my horse right here. No big deal. And any place where this horse is run, I mean, this horse has shown up. I know there's a couple of starts that are in there that, you say, it didn't run, but I don't want to hear any of that because this horse has run well in a lot of spots and figures here. And I'm happy that they're running this horse here.
He pretty much shows up all the time. And I don't mind this one-turn mile for him. He might be a little bit better sprinting, but I don't know if you can make that argument because I do feel like some of his best efforts have come at a one-turn mile distance.
Yeah, and he'll have plenty of time to find a spot, here and to be forward in this race. I don't see this one-turn mile here being a problem.
As post time, though, remains his biggest threat. As post time, he actually took down the Carter. We'll see if he can get another graded stakes win here at the Big A. Big runner-up finish, though, in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile last time out.
Yeah, how can you not root for this horse? I just, and the connections as well. Brittany Russell's done such an amazing job with this horse. And, another horse who shows up, doesn't matter what the venue is, and runs well, the majority of the time. And, same thing, Sheldon Russell fitting this horse well, and just the whole team.
Yeah, shout out to Brittany's assistant and exercise rider, Emma Wolf there. But Locked, he showed so much promise as a 2-year-old last year that he's taken a while to get back to the races. But when he did here, last month, it was very impressive.
This was a serious effort. This was a fast time. It was nice to see him show that early speed and just roll by gun it. And he's got a nice big presence as well too. I like his ears are up, and this was his playground. Like, this is my backyard, guys. Like, I'm winning this. I've got no problem. It's good to see him back.
And he showed a improved early speed, tractability. That was going 7 furlongs, mile right up his alley. It's going to be a good cigar mile. Really looking forward to it coming next Saturday, as well as those 2-year-old races. Really some sights into the future. One more live race to go, though. It's a good one. A maiden special weight on the turf from Tampa Bay Downs. More on that race after this break.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, continues the momentum with standouts like Ms. Big Bucks.
Ms. Big Bucks gets the victory.
As well as Born Dancer.
Born Dancer, gutsy, and Born Dancer wins it.
And 26 Black, winner at 3 of his last 5 starts.
26 Black has sprinted by. 26 Black, that's your winner.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, New York's #1 turf sire, standing at Rockridge Stud for the 2025 season.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to the program. It's America's Day at the Races, and thank you for spending your Friday afternoon with us. Maggie Wolfendale, Paul Veterosa will take you through this final live race here on the program. It's a maiden special weight going a mile on the turf course, and a heavy favorite in Deuteronomy for trainer Shug McGaughey. We'll get to a post parade though for this 10-horse field, as caller will kick things off for Owen Hardy.
A couple of figures make this horse a player. He's just got to get away cleanly from the gates. Had some trouble
at times, as Nakanara was 6 behind your favorite last time out.
It kind of got shuffled back, ran on a little bit late. It's going to need to find a little bit more, though, I think.
First time on the turf for 44 to 1 shot, Paxton.
Yeah, second dam with stakes placed on the turf. We'll see what we get today.
And there is your heavy favorite, Son of Kitten's Joy, Deuteronomy.
Probably should have won last time out. Cocktails at Noon is Brittany Russell horse. Actually got a really smart ride from way back to catch him late.
Number 5, Plenty of Chances for Frozen 4.
Yeah, just never really has panned out, and has taken money, too, in quite a bit of starts. We've seen him here in New York.
Another New York bred. Yeah. They seem to like South Florida, as many people do as well.
Maybe they're retiring there. I don't know.
Number 6, 7 to 2 currently. This horse was battling for favoritism last time out with Deuteronomy, Eternal Mischief.
Yeah, it was a little bit further back, too, last time out. We'll see today we get a better trip in here.
Robert. Second start for Kevin Rice.
Back to the turf. Improved last time. We'll see what we get now.
Number 8, Michelin.
Yeah, first time gelding today. Is going to need to do better than the debut.
Sticky McSchnickens.
Yeah, great scene, dumb movie. You know the movie.
What is that?
That's the Adam Sandler, The Invention of Baseball.
Oh,
the Ridiculous Six.
Never saw that one.
When he's inventing baseball and he says Sticky McChickens, that's what he calls baseball.
Okay.
Yeah.
Another New York bred, though, to round out the field. Sebastian. What are you supposed to say that? Oh, Sebastian the First.
Yep, Sebastian the First.
I was going to say Sebastian-ness.
Well, either way, he does have to improve on some of his figs that he has. And post 10's tough. Doesn't have much speed, and we've seen this already at Tampa. When you're hung out there on the turf course, you need to get yourself positioned.
Yes, and will face some open company, albeit not for the first time, but the third time in his career. Never too late to sign up for a Naira Bets account. Those new members can earn the $200 deposit match bonus when you sign up and use promo code BONUS200. Make sure you get close enough to your TV screens to use that QR code. Paul tried to do it from, 10 feet away here on the set.
Yeah.
It didn't work out as well.
With my, what did you call my phone? No, you said I needed a.
You need a tech upgrade.
It's
so. No, your phone's better. No, it's not an iPhone though, is it?
No, I don't do the iPhone stuff. I'm an Android guy.
Maybe that's your problem.
I'm leaving now. Bye. Enjoy the 9th at Tampa, everyone. I'm leaving now.
With or without the favorite in here, Deuteronomy?
I don't know. I just. Listen, 3 to 5 is a short price on a horse who put up a good figure and ran a good race last time. Just got cut down by a horse who got a smart ride and a better trip from the back of the pack. Shug McGaughey has good numbers here at Tampa doing this. 30 for 93 overall at Tampa with starters in the last 5 years. But when you break it down to maidens, is 5 for 36 routing. So it gets a little bit smaller from a percentage standpoint. I mean, logically, figure-wise, and trip-wise, too. I mean, this horse should be forward in a race where, again, the pace is a little bit murky.
So it's strange. Looking at this horse's, work tab, he'd been working up here at Belmont, yet Shug has horses at Fair Hill, and he shipped him from Belmont to Laurel to run. So maybe hinting at
he's not
that good?
Not the best of... not the best of the stock, and then goes to Tampa. I mean, listen, I think the 9 from your favorite movie, which you need to watch.
My favorite movie I've never watched
before, which I said, which you need to watch. I think that horse is going to be forward in here and show some speed. The race 2 back, at Gulfstream back in March before the layoff, Chow Chuck got nailed late here in October by Mr. Flowers, I think it was, and ran well.
Yep.
So it comes out of a decent race. I think last time out going 5 furlongs may have been a little bit too short for this horse. We'll see what happens on the stretch out. I think I would rather have this horse at 5 to 1 as opposed to the 4 to 5 on the 4. But the 4 is the most likeliest winner if the 4 runs.
Do you think that's a generous price, though, on the 6 Eternal Mischief at 4 to 1?
with the horse taking a lot of money, somebody's got to be second choice. I guess 4-1's okay. I mean, the horses ran two competitive numbers. I mean, the low 70 numbers have been okay. I think it's just left itself too much to do last time out.
Well, he was just still kind of green.
Yeah,
it looked like he was running in spots. Yeah. Once he got outside, away from more horses, he ran on a bit more. So we'll see what kind of trip Danny Centeno can work out. Second time aboard him always helps with some familiarity with a horse. So who's your pick in here?
I'm gonna end up with the 9.
All right.
I'm going to end up with the 9 and here take a shot.
Slight name pick.
If I really wanted to do that, I would take the 3 at 58-1 because I have a cat named Paxton.
Oh,
so I would really kind of do that. I wish, to be honest with you, Maggie, I wish the 1 would get out of the gate well because I'd like to see what the 1 can do, and the 1 took a little bit of money late because I think this horse does have a couple of figures. If it improves on it, third off the layoff could be a little bit more competitive.
Big price or heavy favorite? It will be determined. Jason Beam with the call.
Nakanara got away in good order. Goes right out to the early advantage. Up from the outside, Sebastian the First is set hard, and Sebastian the First wants the lead and has it. Sticky McSchnickens in a little bit tight just in behind that one, but Sebastian the First grabs the lead. Nakanara, Sticky McSchnickens, they're second and third. Deuteronomy, the favorite, came away a joint fourth, along with Collard, who is inside. Then comes Eternal Mischief, who's carried out 3 deep into that turn. Break of 2 more. Back to Robert in the orange colors, who's 7th. Paxton has 2 beat early on. Those are Michelin. And at the back early on is Frozen 4. So Sebastian the First takes him toward the back stretch in front by a length and a half to Sticky McSchnickens. Nakanara, they continue second and third. Eternal Mischief pokes it into that 4th spot, just 2.5 behind. Deuteronomy, the favorite, is 5th right now, also 2.5 behind as they take a little closer order up front. It's another length and a half back to Collar, who's lost a position, is back 6th. Robert moves up to that one's outside. It's a length and a half more to Paxton. There's 2 at the back still, Michelin and Frozen 4. So Sebastian the First leads him as they run toward the far turn. Just over 3 furlongs left to go here in the nightcap. Sebastian the First by half a length. Sticky McSchnickens pressing closer up on the outside as Eternal Mischief giving a bit of a cue from third to come up after this leader. Sebastian the First still fighting though. Sebastian the First a length in front as they come around to the quarter pole. Sticky McSchnickens and Eternal Mischief, they're second and third. Deuteronomy, the favorite, is 5th right now, moving into 4th. Down at the inside is Nakanara. They still got to come catch Sebastian the First. Sebastian the First into the lane, a length and a half in front. Down on the inside comes Sticky McSchnickens. Eternal Mischief on the outside. Deuteronomy now get let loose on the outside, is starting to gain and gain quickly. Sebastian the First, but look out for Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy on the outside is Sebastian the First. Deuteronomy got it. Sebastian the First second. Third looked to be Eternal Mischief over a late closing collar. Then came Sticky McSchnickens for your super high 5.
Super call there, Jason Beam. Deuteronomy did not look like he was going to get there until about the 8th hole, Paul.
Yeah, he actually got breathing room and just actually took off when seeing daylight. So Sammy Camacho again gets the job done, and another winner for him and a winner for Show.
Yes, congratulations to the Hall of Famer. Deuteronomy gets a win in his 3rd career start. We want to thank you for joining us here on the program. It's been a pleasure here on America's Day at the races. Saw some good performances. Fall Highway.
Yeah, I enjoyed the racing today. Fall Highway was good, and hopefully good racing this weekend.
Yes, exactly. The Cumley will take place tomorrow. Contentious field, but Giant Mischief, he proved to be best for Brad Cox and Manny Franco in the Fall Highway. Rolling into the winner's circle could be a sprinter to be reckoned with in the next coming year. But as always, you can catch us back here on Fox Sports on Sunday. Thanks, everyone.